Volume 5, Chapter 201. The opening act of the battle began with a deafening boom from the house Parsha. It was a sound somewhat similar to the gunfire they had heard several times before, but amplified to hundreds of times its volume and ferocity. Its true identity was none other than a cannon. The diameter of the muzzle was longer than a person's forearm, a device so heavy that even dozens of ordinary people working together would have trouble moving it. From within it, a cannonball was fired using a large amount of gunpowder as a propellant, and with the added power of the shooter's magic power, it flew faster, more forcefully, and penetrated everything in its path. 3 or 4 cannonballs tore through the formation of the Aravian and Najin wizards, shredding dozens of wizards in an instant. What is this? Don't panic. They won't be able to launch continuous attacks anyway, so we just have to close the distance quickly. Of course, the Aravian-Najin alliance had already somewhat expected that House Parsha might have invented a weapon like the cannon. After all, guns and cannons are not so different in their basic mechanism, and in terms of invention order, it was actually cannons that came first. However, unlike guns, the power of the cannon was far beyond imagination, as it was enhanced by the magic power of multiple wizards at once. After the soul-shattering cannon barrage, a hail of gunfire erupted from dozens of rifles, lightning strikes from Aravian nobles, and all kinds of offensive spells wielded by nobles with various bloodlines and their respective specialty magic. As the magical beasts of the Najin nobles roared and charged forward, knights wielding spears and swords stood at the forefront to intercept them. Thus began the chaos of melee combat. While chaos reigned on the ground, 2 wizards faced each other high above in the sky, even higher than the others. Battle Aravian Turon Parsha, the leaders of each faction and the most powerful wizards in the world. Having already exchanged taunts and psychological maneuvers earlier during their meeting, neither of them spoke a word now. What came first was an attack to check the opponent. As Battle aimed the Thunder Lord's hammer, Turon's body was cloaked in black shadow and moved sideways like a spring. Whoosh, a violet flash pierced the air, releasing the acrid scent of ozone. He's gotten faster than before. Seeing this, Battle clicked his tongue softly. Unlike before when he was somewhat unpolished, the current Turon had already trained enough to use magnetic flight effectively in combat. Of course, he still fell somewhat short compared to Battle, but that was only because Battle's soul retained the power of the Thunder Lord. Had Turon possessed the same 4 symbols of the Thunder Lord and been able to use that power, the outcome would have been obvious. Is he really not Otis's reincarnation? Even though he had already received confirmation from Monarch, he couldn't help but harbor that doubt. Even Mesa, who was created by grinding the souls of countless wizards, didn't possess talent of this caliber. Unlike Battle, whose mind was tangled with various suspicions, Turon was entirely immersed in the battle. His thought acceleration and senses, pushed to their limits, captured every flying bullet and spell, every twitch of his opponent's expression, every slight wrinkle and movement of the eyes. An opening, the speed at which thought turned into action, was truly instantaneous. A steel ball flying from the shadows struck the forearm Battle had raised to cover his face. Battle's face twisted in pain from a bone-breaking impact. Because his body was wrapped in that black mist, he had failed to notice the motion of the slingshot being drawn. Just like during his past fight with Harun, when it was annoying not to see the action of aiming the gun and pulling the trigger. In response to the pain, the symbols residing within Battle surged. As the hand holding the hammer pounded the anvil more fiercely, lightning and storms rose, providing tremendous power. Yu-oo-oh! The roar that erupted from his aged throat was so powerful it briefly seized control of the chaotic battlefield. Startled, those who looked up to the sky saw a giant hammer floating in midair. This was because the lightning that wrapped around Battle's original hammer, Heaven's Punishment, had taken such a form. The lightning hammer, dozens of meters in size, had no physical form and thus swung with no weight, descending upon Turon at a blinding speed. Though he managed to dodge the first strike with high-speed movement as before, the inertia on his body was far too great to avoid the second strike, which came down along the trajectory of his evasion. As the intangible violet hammer passed through his body, Turon clenched his teeth in excruciating pain. A sensation of massive lightning charges boring into his body and burning him from the inside. If he hadn't possessed the Aravian bloodline, which provided some resistance to lightning, and if he hadn't added the defensive power of the Reuven bloodline and the strength of the Guardian magic artifact, he would have been burned to death in a single blow. Should Battle swing that hammer on the ground, likely hundreds would perish instantly. Is this truly the Thunder Lord's power? At full strength, Turon saw lightning flowing down from Battle's 2 eyes as he glared at him. Not just that, even everything beneath his skin flickered, as if transformed entirely into lightning. It wasn't hard to guess that this incarnation of lightning was not normal. With such overwhelming power radiating from him, it was only natural that there would be a price to pay. Just like how Harun once drew immense power despite having an ordinary human body. Battle's body was already aged and weakened, so if time dragged on, he would inevitably self-destruct. But if Turan openly avoided the fight, Battle would simply strike down the Parsha army with that massive lightning hammer. In that case, even if he won the fight, it couldn't be called a victory. Turan had to deal not only with this battle, but also with Phoenix leading Zahar in the southeast, and Monarch, who was surely plotting something somewhere even now. To do so, the foundation of his power, his army, had to be preserved. Who? Gripping one of the multiple handles created by combining the storm bloodline, Turan formed a navy blue bolt of lightning between his hands and compressed it with magnetism. After repeating this a few times, the navy lightning cluster astonishingly elongated like a baton. On top of that, activating the Varaha bloodline, Turan added light-based magic. By applying the technique of handling the light of judgment, it became both lightning and light. A technique uniquely Turan's, forged from God's skills, the magic proficiency of a human wizard, and the mimic's sacred relic. The navy blue pillar, the lightning sword, collided with Battle's approaching violet hammer from afar, creating a thunderous boom. The impact from lightning meeting lightning sent wizards over 100 meters below flying like toys. It worked. A faint smile appeared on Turan's face as he succeeded in blocking the attack. That cluster of lightning energy was practically immune to physical defense, but could be blocked somewhat by another force of the same lightning attribute, even if weaker. Of course, in just that one exchange, the lightning sword's power had clearly weakened. As Battle scowled and stepped back, Turan assessed the loss incurred from the earlier clash. But it'll be disadvantageous to keep defending like this. Just from a glance, the loss rate is too high. The reason was fairly obvious. His side had only combined 2 bloodlines, while the other side was using a combination of 4. The origin of their power, it was the same principle as in the game world, where a 2-job class could never surpass the strength of a 4-job class. There were 2 ways to overcome this. Either possess such an overwhelming difference in magic power that it compensated for the inefficiency of bloodline fusion, or likewise combine 4 bloodlines. Of course, if he could have done either of those, he would have done it long ago. By now, unless one extracted power from a fellow family head-level powerhouse, magic power yielded little gain. And as for fusion, such a kind of fusion didn't even exist in the first place. One of the representative strengths promoted by the game that served as the basis of their power had been the diverse advancement routes arising from the combination of all sorts of jobs. But that didn't mean it offered truly infinite combinations. Even while thinking that, Turan continued to clash with Battle. He swung his navy blue lightning, which was barely the size of a carving knife compared to the massive hammer of his opponent, to block attacks, occasionally counterattacking with slingshots, and when a hit seemed unavoidable, he used one of the skills from combining the assassin bloodline position shift to evade. Anyway, since distance favored Battle and his massive hammer, Turan clung close, throwing punches and kicks, or clouding vision with steam produced by scattering water of death. Such a nuisance. Battle's murmuring voice didn't sound human, it sounded like lightning rumbling, mimicking speech. Upon hearing that sound, Turan instinctively understood. Battle had already given up his current physical body, and this would be the last time he fought at full strength. If so, the only thing left was who would wear out first. Amidst the fierce combat, Turan could feel for the first time the symbols within him beginning to shake. It was because he had drawn too much power from the Aravian symbol, a fusion of wind and lightning, and the Zahar symbol, a fusion of chaser and hunter. Just as the gods had restrained their skills due to physical burden, the side effects of attempting symbol combinations too frequently with a human body were slowly beginning to emerge. Hook ha. The sensation of body, mind, and soul all screaming in pain was truly horrendous beyond words. Even while pushing himself to the brink, Turan could sense that the battle on the ground was roughly concluding in his army's favor. The army of House Parsha shot down the magical beasts of Najin and struck down the nobles of Aravian, gradually encircling the enemy. If they could just buy time like this, they could secure an easy vict at that moment. The nobles and wizards of Najin, who had been desperately fighting on the ground, screamed. Just like before in the library, they suddenly mutated into monsters in an instant. Moreover, even the corpses that had already fallen and died began to mutate, plunging the Parsha army into chaos. Humans transforming into unknown monsters without warning, the psychological shock from the unthinkable was greater than even the actual power they faced. Monarch, unless such power could be exercised remotely, the bastard had to be somewhere nearby. At least, it had been confirmed he wasn't within the Parsha army, so he was likely hiding somewhere among the Aravian or Najin forces. As the battle that had been turning one-sided only moments ago plunged back into chaos, Turan felt a surge of urgency. Just then Battle said mockingly with a rumbling voice, "You seem to feel pain seeing them die, how pathetic." His tone was as if those down below, fighting with all they had, were mere ants and not human. Turan found the attitude shown by the fallen gods to be revolting beyond measure. Before, he hadn't understood clearly why, but now he could explain it properly. It was because they didn't view their descendants, their own kin, as true humans. Who in the world would welcome having their very existence denied? If you'd been to that world, you'd know we're no different from Earthlings, or was even that just a deception? At Turan's question, Battle's movements halted momentarily. Was it that Kim Woong's defection hadn't yet been relayed to their side, or had they assumed he would never speak of it even after switching sides? Sure, Earthlings and you lot are the same. But you're not like us. You really believe your essence is superior to everyone else's when you're nothing but a bunch of shut-in game addicts. As Turan spoke in a tone befitting a god, it was clear that Battle's mood had soured. Even though Battle looked like the very incarnation of lightning, his eyes barely visible through the crackling storm, Turan could tell. Then, with a thunderous boom, a massive barrage of lightning began to strike the ground. Startled, Turan turned to look at Battle, only to realize that the attack hadn't originated from him. The source of the power came from behind the Parsha forces, from Mesa, who should have been hiding in the canyon where the dwarves once lived. It seemed she had been secretly observing from afar and had chosen to intervene upon seeing the tide of battle turn. Mesa, even after withdrawing from almost all activity following her pregnancy and confining herself to her room, her offensive magic skills had not waned in the slightest. When her signature barrage of lightning was combined with the skills from the Storm bloodline, the mutated beasts that had been ravaging the Parsha army were annihilated in an instant. Aha! Mesa Nim has stepped in. Don't attack, just hold out. If you endure, you'll survive. Her intervention calmed the Parsha army, which had been on the verge of collapse in a near panic. Had the surviving Aravian wizards taken that opportunity to attack, they might have inflicted heavy damage, but fortunately, they too were half in a daze. Their former allies from Najin had suddenly turned into monsters, who could continue to fight with resolve after seeing that. Only those who had known it would happen from the beginning could endure. Like the possessed ones hiding within Aravian and Najin, Turan quickly perceived that several high-ranking nobles from the two families were moving simultaneously toward Mesa. Those bastards. Just as he was about to attack the possessed, Battle blocked him. Despite having tried to kill Turan only moments ago, Battle now acted solely to prevent him from reaching Mesa. Leaving in the middle of a fight isn't proper, is it? That mocking tone made it clear to Turan Battle had known all along that Mesa was here. Drawing her out had been part of their strategy. Was bringing Mesa a mistake? Should I have left her in Kalamaf? A sudden regret surfaced, but upon reflection it was a meaningless assumption. Had Mesa not appeared here, the Parsha army would have been wiped out by Najin's mutated beasts. Alternatively, it was possible the army gathered here had been a decoy, and others had planned to ambush Kalamaf instead. That possibility was why Turan had brought Mesa along in the first place. No, right now wasn't the time to be contemplating anything. What he had to do now was break through Battle and save Mesa. As Turan charged at Battle with renewed resolve, Mesa was attacked by no fewer than 8 possessed beings. Each one wielded bizarre skills derived from strange bloodlines, breaking through the defensive magic artifacts Mesa had prepared one after another. A few Parsha wizards who were nearby rushed in to help, but once 2 of the enemies secured control of the area and blocked them, it became difficult to intervene. Mesa let out a faint groan under the continued onslaught. Having absorbed the power of the Najin family head during their previous encounter, she was now far stronger than before. Though all her attackers were comparable to, or stronger than, the highest-ranking nobles, she should still have been capable of enduring at the very least. The problem was that if she took even a single wrong hit, it could be fatal. Her body, already beginning to falter under weakened magical reinforcement, was one concern, but more critical was the child in her womb. No matter how immense the baby's potential might be, for now it was still a normal fetus with no magic power. If it were struck even once by lightning, it would be reduced to ash within her. All of you get out of my way. With Mesa's shout, dozens of massive lightning spears formed around her and launched toward the enemies. 1 or 2 of the possessed from Najin and Aravian were caught by the attack and screamed, but the rest managed to block or deflect it somehow. As the defensive magic artifacts surrounding her collapsed all at once from an attack that slipped through an opening, Mesa's face turned pale with terror. She could feel that the enemy, having seen her pregnancy, was desperately trying to land even a light hit. From a tactical standpoint, it was a first-class decision, actively targeting what the opponent feared most. Watching from above, Turan grit his teeth and went into a steep dive. With a short laugh, Battle blocked him again just like before. This time not by swinging a giant lightning hammer, but by forming a tightly interwoven lightning barrier like chains. But unlike earlier, Turon didn't retreat in the face of interference. He clenched his teeth and charged straight through. Crackle, the impact was even more horrifying than when he had taken a hit from the lightning hammer earlier. His vision went white. For a brief moment his consciousness faded, but as it returned, Turon realized he had succeeded in breaking past battle and now held the high ground above the wolves aiming for Mesa. He immediately manipulated magnetism to extend the length of his lightning sword from earlier. The navy blue blade cleaved through the bodies of the possessed who had rushed in. Thanks to his activated spiritual perception, he could see spirit forms shooting out of their bodies. Turon, but the expression on Mesa's face as she called his name was not one of relief or joy but of fear. Thanks to the sensory enhancement of the mimic's sacred relic, he didn't need to look back to know why. Determined to harshly punish the foe who dared to turn his back after allowing a single hit, Battle had fired a violet plasma blast that pierced through Turon's chest, burning most of his internal organs, including his heart. As he fell, Turon couldn't even scream. His lungs, which he needed to exhale, had already burned away. With trembling hands, he set the mimic's sacred relic to the Lavita's bloodline and activated healing magic at maximum output. It was all he could do. Can I survive this? Though high-ranking nobles had miraculous vitality, as shown when even Mesa once survived with her waist severed, this wound was severe enough that even Turon could not be sure of recovery. Heart, lungs, liver, stomach, nearly all the vital organs in his upper body were gone. Mesa, who had rushed to catch him, grabbed his body just as Battle followed and reached out his hand. No. If Mesa, with nearly all her defensive artifacts exhausted, had to engage Battle, she would undoubtedly take some damage. Even if she managed to endure, the child would not. Foreseeing the dreadful outcome filled Turon with horror as he forced his ruined body to move. Rising with his chest pierced by lightning, he looked exactly like a walking corpse. Seeing this, Mesa shouted in panic. Don't move, he wanted to tell her to back off, but he couldn't speak with his lungs not yet regenerated. Turon, struggling, pushed her aside and looked toward Battle, who had extended his long hammer. As the same plasma that had pierced his chest earlier shot forth again, Turon drew his lightning sword to meet it. At that moment, the four internal symbols that had neared their limit shattered and tangled into pieces. Chapter 202. The moment the two forces collided, Turon felt the world come to a halt. A silence stretched infinitely, as if a moment had been seized and stretched into eternity. The lightning blade he had forged clashed with Battle's lightning bolt and shattered. He could see it clearly. Each strand of light flickering and scattering. Would it look like this if someone had captured it through thought photography and colored it? Perhaps this is what the gods meant when they spoke of photographs. That said, it wasn't possible to physically do anything within this frozen world. Needless to say, his limbs wouldn't move, even his eyeballs wouldn't roll. After staring at the grimacing Battle for a long time, Turon turned his awareness inward. Fortunately, unlike the real world, he could move a bit more freely here. The first thing he saw were two symbols that should have been the forms of glaring eyes within storm clouds and darkness infused with lightning, but now they were so mangled that even recognizing their original shapes was difficult. Turon attempted to restore the fragments that tore through his inner world, but he soon realized it was a meaningless endeavor. Just like how a sandcastle collapses easily due to a lack of cohesion when built with dry sand, the already deformed symbols kept crumbling apart. Don't tell me, has my bloodline ability been broken? Considering that the bloodline ability is connected to the form of the spirit form, this meant the structure of the spirit form had collapsed. Even in this state of numbness, Turon felt as if his heart sank. Fortunately, this frozen time, however it had come to be, gave him some room to breathe. Taking a deep breath inwardly to regain his composure, Turon observed his condition and struggled to find a solution. This moment won't last forever, it shouldn't. Once the world returns to normal, I won't be able to block that attack. I have to find a way somehow. But all such thoughts hit a wall at one question: how? He couldn't possibly fight Battle with a hole the size of a child's head in his chest and a shattered spirit form. It was clear the opponent had also reached his limit. If Turon could just block a few more attacks, he might manage, but the problem was how to block those few more. After straining his mind for who knows how long, Turon's thoughts eventually turned to the four shattered and tangled symbols. If he could somehow reuse those, at least maintaining the lightning blade might be possible. If I can't recreate the combination of two, then I'll have to construct a new form combining all four. It was an approach he had tried and failed multiple times before, and one he still had no grasp of how to achieve. It couldn't exactly be called a logical conclusion, but there was nothing else Turon could do at that moment. He had even tried, just in case, to see if the activated Lavita's bloodline symbol in the mimic's sacred relic could mimic it as is, but it hadn't worked at all. If he couldn't substitute with another bloodline ability, then he would have to base it on the original forms that had once existed. Like a child playing with clay, Turon slowly shaped the mangled forms while recalling things he had heard before. The symbol of the bloodline ability reflected in the soul is like a modified version of a job class that existed in the old game world. Unlike the native inhabitants who trained in soul magic and learned symbol fusion after the fact, the fallen gods did not need a conscious process for this combination. That's because their souls were already engraved with the memories of having once been the physical bodies of the pre-god tribe, game characters in that past world. In other words, combining bloodline abilities was like acquiring an advanced job class from the old game world. And according to what he had heard before, all those who possessed the final job class spoken of by the gods, those who had 4 bloodlines, had their own theme and accompanying heroic feats. The Night Hunter is one who hides in darkness and hunts dark creatures. To never lose sight of the target, Chaser; to hide in darkness, Hunter; to sever tenacious life, Alchemist; and Shadow, which becomes an arrow, a spear, and a shield. With those 4 powers, the ritual was to enter a labyrinth like the one built beneath the Tomb of the Gods, and slay the most evil lifeform symbolizing darkness in order to achieve a heroic feat. The Silver Sun, the Thunder Lord, and the Earth Mother Goddess all had their own unique themes and rituals like this. Long ago, Monarch and the rest of the pre-god tribe took note of this fact and created a method to compensate for lacking bloodline abilities through such rituals. Unfortunately, it was confirmed that only those who possessed the body of a god, those who had crossed over from that other world, could undergo such a new job change. However, if it were Turon himself, someone who shared many traits with the ancient gods, might he not be able to do it? To establish his own theme and accomplish a corresponding heroic feat. No, since achieving a feat within this space was impossible, it would be better to find something he had already done that matched the role. What have I done? Many things came to mind. He had defeated the great sea serpent, created a vast reclaimed land in the south, managed a great noble house, and developed new weapons. But when asked which of those could be considered worthy of combining 4 bloodline symbols and ascending to the seat of a new god, he couldn't answer. Turon spent what felt like dozens of days, maybe even more, in deep contemplation. The superficial question of how to combine the 4 powers soon turned into the question of what he must become, and ultimately circled back to another fundamental question. What am I? Turon Parsha, family head of House Parsha, a wizard of Aravian and Zahar bloodline. Turon gradually erased each part of his identity, including being Mace's lover and the friend of Salif and Ashes, and what came to mind was the time long ago when he herded sheep on Hisarul Hill. The unbearably dull pastoral days. He recalled that it was that very time which defined the self known as Turon, a time that shaped the essence of who he was so strongly that he took on the name Parsha. Shepherd, the sheep he had to protect, weren't merely powerless commoners. They were all humans of this land, everyone unaware that those evil gods regarded them as disposable toys. Those were the ones he must shepherd and rule. With the thought, he felt strands of power flow in from beyond his consciousness. It was a sensation he had felt before. These were the unidentified strands that had been reaching out to him from across the world for some time now. Something he had guessed was the emotions others held toward him began to interfere with his spirit form and restore the broken shapes. Some people regarded him as a savior, rebuilding ruined cities, defeating invaders, and feeding the starving with countless animals. Some people regarded him as a creator, transforming primal jungles into fields ready for sowing and shaping nature according to his will. Some people regarded him as a destroyer, striking down the gods they once worshipped, breaking all existing order and imposing a new one. Some people regarded him as a master, a protective fence from foreign invaders and one who sheared their wool to provide delicious food. All of these things came together to form Turon Parsha, the existence of a wizard who believed his essence was that of a shepherd. Now, the fragments of the symbols within Turon's inner world were no longer scattered and formless. The wind was to fly so that his hands and feet could reach his sheep wherever they were in the world. The darkness was to wrap around himself so his sheep wouldn't grow uneasy about the shepherd's presence. The eyes were to recognize the wolves targeting the sheep, no matter where they hid. The lightning was to punish the wicked wolves that targeted the sheep. The heroic feat required to become such an existence had already been achieved long ago. How many times had he protected the sheep in need of safety and hunted the wicked wolves who preyed upon them? Once he realized this, the 4 symbols in Turon's inner world, his small inner world, took form once more. A boy flying above a small fence with wings forged of wind, cloaked in darkness, glaring with wide-open eyes and holding lightning aloft, ready to strike at any moment. The symbol of the shepherd bloodline, a fusion of 4 bloodlines, revealed its form. The moment all the changes were sorted within his mind, time began to flow again, as if it had been waiting just for that instant. Contrary to the feeling that hundreds of days had passed, in reality not even a single second had gone by. As the flow of time resumed, Turan's lightning blade and Battle's plasma beam collided. Battle's eyes widened as the lightning he had fired bounced off without even scratching the blade. What Turan's eyes, staring silently at him, were so clear it was as if they reflected his opponent directly. Just moments ago, those same eyes had looked dead, like he was about to die. While the flustered Battle took a step back, Turan felt an immense power surging from the new symbol embedded within his inner world. Just like the opponent had drawn massive power from the symbol of the Thunder Lord, Turan now understood that this was not simply due to the combination of symbols. The shepherd within Turan's inner world perfectly aligned with his own essence. It was the same principle as when the fallen gods possessed bodies with temperaments similar to their own and were able to draw greater strength. What is this? Rather than answering the baffled question, Turan simply threw his body forward. His lungs hadn't fully regenerated yet, and he wasn't sure how much longer he could maintain this state anyway. It was, of course, impossible for someone with the upper half of their internal organs practically blown away to move so intensely with mere muscle and tendon contractions. That was because he had replaced the electrical signals that should have been sent from the brain with finely tuned lightning magic. Even for someone of the Aravian bloodline, it was a technique bordering on the impossible, but the current Turan could do it with surprising ease. Because the magic he intended to use functioned almost identically to a skill. Furthermore, the force akin to acceleration, originally a skill from the Storm bloodline, now naturally enhanced Turan's body. Turan flew in with a motion so smooth it felt unaffected by gravity and drove his fist straight into Battle's face. Battle's jaw twisted from a single blow. Instinctively, he reached out to counterattack, but Turan evaded it effortlessly. Despite his aged body, Battle's raw strength should have been superior due to his fighter bloodline, and Turan couldn't even draw upon his Reuven bloodline since he was using healing magic by activating the Lavita's bloodline, yet he felt no sense of crisis. Thanks to the intense martial arts training he had done with Haram in the past, Turan's striking and defensive technique was on another level, and he was far faster and had a wider field of vision. The ensuing exchange was a one-sided assault by Turan. He delivered a vicious kick to the shin, and when Battle recoiled, he struck the back of his head with a punch. When Battle swung a hammer, Turan dodged it and slammed his side, shattering ribs. Only then did Battle realize he had no chance in close combat. With a rough cough, he hastily pulled his body back using magnetism. He needed to at least gain some distance to buy time to think. But as if mocking that idea, Turan instead stepped back a few paces, widening the distance himself. As Battle regained a moment of composure, he noticed lightning had gathered in Turan's right hand. Was he planning to extend it into a lightning blade and attack like before? Contrary to that thought, the lightning Turan had formed took the shape of a slingshot, and a steel ball was set in place at its end. The reason lightning, which usually had no physical form, could hold a steel ball was due to magnetism. At a glance, it looked as though the slingshot was made of lightning, but in reality it was simply suspended in the air. However, whenever Turan spun the lightning slingshot, the steel ball rotated naturally, following the pouch's motion with a smooth hum. Battle. At that moment, Turan opened his mouth for the first time. It meant that his lungs, burned away in the earlier attack, had regenerated in mere tens of seconds. Battle failed to realize that the act of calling his name wasn't to say something, but merely to lock onto a target. Because Turan let go of one end of the spinning lightning slingshot, and the steel ball shot toward Battle. An act that relied entirely on magnetism for centrifugal force, a railgun throw, so to speak. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't have been considered an efficient move. Since Battle possessed the Storm bloodline, he could read the flow of magnetism, and the railgun was a technique that had to lay down a magnetic path in the direction it would fire, thereby revealing the trajectory of the shot. In truth, it should have been easy to dodge or deflect the attack with just a light twist of the body. However, Turan's current attack was a completely different technique from the railgun sniping he had used before. The magnetic path was created simultaneously with the launch. The time it took for the steel ball to travel along that path and strike its target was but a moment. Unlike previous uses of magnetism, every step of the process occurred in an instant, because this technique, more than any other, was the most familiar and fitting for the current Turan, the wizard of the Shepherd bloodline. According to the basic principles of magic, it was more plausible than anything else. Boom, a deafening roar tore through the air, and Battle realized that the pain he had felt a moment ago was gone. Because before he knew it, he had lost his body and become a floating spirit form. He could see his old, headless body, used for hundreds of years, falling helplessly to the ground. Did I lose this easily? He had made all kinds of plans, but he hadn't expected to lose. That was why he had even risked losing his body, pushing his power into overdrive. But to be defeated in a development straight out of a shonen comic, a sudden power-up driven by sheer willpower. While briefly overwhelmed with confusion and despair at the incomprehensible situation, a shadow suddenly loomed before him as his spirit form was about to return to Aravian's stronghold as predesignated. It was Turan's spirit form, now slightly changed in appearance from before. Like I said earlier, I'm feeling grateful, so I'll only give you half the pain I had planned. Not sure if that'll make you feel better, though. Only then did Battle realize that this was no shonen comic. What lay ahead of him would be, if anything, more akin to a horror film. Turan grabbed hold of Battle's spirit form and pulled the prey into the empty slot in his soul prison. After everything was over, Turan returned to his physical body and looked around, realizing that the others still couldn't grasp what had happened. It was natural. To him, it had been an event stretched across a very long span of time, but to others it had happened in what felt like an instant. Just moments ago, he had recklessly charged in to save Mesa and suffered a fatal wound, and now he had suddenly manifested overwhelming power and crushed Battle. Glancing down, he saw that the gaping hole in his chest from earlier had completely healed. Even after taking a few deep breaths, he felt no discomfort. It really is fast. Has it been about a minute now? The reason he could recover so easily was because the magical power drawn from the shepherd combination was far stronger than his physical body. Just as a low-ranking healer would struggle to heal a high-ranking noble. While a high-ranking healer could heal a lower one with ease, Turan's body was already a bit stronger than that of an average family head, but his magical power had far surpassed even that level. "Teacher Ran, are you okay right now?" When he turned his head toward the voice behind him, he saw Mesa's face, a mix of relief and concern. Anyone deeply familiar with soul magic would know that methods of gaining such sudden and immense power usually came with severe side effects. You don't have to worry, this power, it doesn't come with any particular price. Strictly speaking, it wasn't that there was no cost at all. Turan understood that the creation of the shepherd's symbol within him had been heavily influenced by the hearts of others, their faith and belief in him. By fully envisioning himself as the being they longed for, he had been able to combine the four symbols. In other words, the moment he became something different from the being they wished for, his symbol would lose its power. If he were to turn his back on the weak who sought protection, or ignore the wolves that tried to harm them. First, I need to get the situation under control. The wizards of Najin had collectively gone berserk and turned into monsters, but most were dealt with by Mesa, and the rest were subdued by the Parsha army. The possessed bodies were either all killed during the earlier battle, or if any survived, they had already fled. As for the wizards of Aravian, every one of them stood blankly, as if they had lost all will to fight. They seemed deeply shaken by how Battle had been killed in an instant. "Since the fight's over, I'll leave the cleanup to you." Perhaps it was the backlash from having stayed conscious for such a long time. As soon as he felt that everything was finally over, a wave of overwhelming fatigue washed over him. He sensed that it wasn't something he could recover from with just a day or two of sleep. With lips and tongue half paralyzed, Turan forced them to move and gave Mesa one final request. "Monarch, might be nearby, be careful." That was the last thing he was able to say before losing consciousness. Chapter 203. After Turan had fallen asleep as if he had fainted, the wizards of the House Parsha immediately began organizing the battlefield. The most urgent task was identifying and managing the wounded who were not yet dead. However, the healers, having nearly exhausted all their magic power during the battle, could only gasp for breath. "There's no time, quickly use healing magic." "Wait, let me just catch my breath for a moment." "People are dying, what do you mean rest? Enough, send that person over here." The one who had been shouting in a heated voice shut his mouth when he saw the woman who stepped in his way. That person was none other than Mesa Aravian, who had just moments ago swept away nearly half the monsters that had charged at them in an instant. "Send the wounded this way." Mesa Nim. Several magic artifacts that helped with recovery, similar to the healing potion magic artifact used before, came out of her pouch. Thanks to the addition of her powerful magic power, quite a number of those in critical condition were able to overcome the crisis shortly afterward. In the meantime, those who were relatively unharmed began carrying out the usual tasks required in wizard warfare, such as burning the corpses of monsters, identifying the deceased, and distributing magic power according to their merits. However, there were some matters that were difficult for them to handle on their own, one of which was the treatment of the surviving Aravian prisoners. "What should we do with these individuals?" Gamo Nim, TL note. Gamo here means something like Lady of the House, or Matron, originally. Mesa was not formally engaged to Turan, so she was neither his spouse nor anything official, but they naturally called her Gamo. One would have to be a fool not to know who the father of the child growing in that noticeably rounded belly was. Mesa, who had been staring at the prisoners with a heavy expression, soon shook her head and let out a small sigh. "For now, lock them all up with the restraints we prepared. Make sure they are thoroughly monitored, take out the healers separately and have them heal our wounded." "Understood." Some of them tried to act familiar with Mesa, but she deliberately avoided looking at the prisoners. If Turan had been well, she might have acknowledged them to prepare for eventually seizing control of Aravian, but that was not the situation now. Even while taking care of all the work, Mesa kept the unconscious Turan close by her side. She had not forgotten the last thing he said, that the monarch might be watching them from somewhere. Once the treatment was complete, Mesa returned to the tent with Turan. Looking down at her lover, who was sleeping with an innocent expression, she let out a deep sigh. Could it really be that there are no side effects at all? She had heard from him that it was power without cost, but the change was so great that it was hard to believe it literally. Hadn't he become incomparably stronger than he was just a moment ago? Of course, Turan had never lied about something like this before, but this could very well be his first lie. While she was deep in thought, the nobles of Parsha, having completed their organization, came to Mesa to ask about the next course of action. What was the original plan? We were to return to Kalamaf first and reorganize. Then do that. Mesa knew well that she was neither a particularly brilliant strategist nor a tactician. She had no deep knowledge learned in that field, nor was she a natural genius. Therefore, it was at least a wise decision to move under the grand strategy that Turan had laid out. Turan opened his eyes exactly 3 days after he had collapsed. The moment he opened his eyes, he paused slightly at the sight of bright blue eyes, then gave a broad smile. At that sight, Mesa, who had a lot to say, also let out a laugh and shook her head. "Did you sleep well? Like a rock. Where are we?" "We're about a day's distance west from Kalamaf." Upon hearing that, he lifted his upper body and realized that they were inside a large carriage. It had originally been built to conceal Mesa's body, so it was spacious enough to carry both of them comfortably. "How long have I been out?" 3 days. If you didn't wake up soon, I was about to slap you, but you got up just in time." "That would have been bad." While chatting lightly with Mesa, Turan turned part of his consciousness inward. He could feel that his 4 symbols, which had once been completely shattered but now had taken the form of a boy holding lightning, were still intact. Unlike other gods who had to combine their symbols to fully exercise their power, for him, the form of these symbols seemed so natural that there was no need for any combination. "Now that you're awake, tell me, what's with that power? Any side effects?" "As I said before, there aren't really any side effects, just a few things I need to be careful about." For Mesa, who was feeling anxious, Turan calmly explained the insight he had gained this time. After hearing everything, she looked at him with an expression of disbelief. "A new god's symbol? Then does that mean you became a god? I can now use power similar to that of the gods. But if you're asking whether the power itself is equal to theirs, then not quite." It was true that he could draw out strength beyond the magic power he had through the fusion of the shepherd's symbol, but that didn't mean the total amount of magic power had increased. "Oh, speaking of which, what about Battle's body? I've secured it. Should we absorb it now?" "We should. 3 days is still within the safe zone, but just in case." There was the possibility that hostile forces, including the monarch, might secretly try to steal the body, and even if not, if a powerful wizard like Battle were to be turned into an undead spirit, it would be a dreadful disaster in itself. "But before that, we should let everyone know that I'm awake." As Turan murmured and opened the carriage door, a few wizards walking indifferently right beside him jumped up as if startled by a seizure. Family head, you're awake." "Yes, sorry for falling asleep at such a critical time." "Not at all, we were only waiting for family head Nim to open his eyes." Turan was flustered by their reaction to the point that some even started to cry. And it wasn't even someone from House Parsha, but someone dispatched from Varaha. This was because the divine might Turan had shown in the previous battle had been transcendental, even by the standards of powerful family heads, but such things were hard for the person themselves to feel. Because of the noise stirred by the news that the family head had awakened, the marching column came to a halt, and he had no choice but to meet with the high-ranking officers of the army and acknowledge their efforts before handling other matters. Fortunately, none of the powerful nobles of Parsha, including Haram, had died. There were fewer casualties than expected. The battle on the surface itself was rather one-sided, and thanks to Gamo Nim's intervention just before those monsters could cause real damage. At Haram's words, Turan glanced at Mesa, who was sitting by the carriage entrance, then nodded with a sound. Now that she had revealed herself in front of everyone, there was no longer any point in hiding it. "How many prisoners do we have?" "About 800. Since there are too many, we only put restraints on the nobles. The knights have been disarmed and are following under supervision." "Well, that should be fine. Unless they're idiots, they wouldn't remain loyal after seeing that scene." The sight of the surviving nobles and a considerable number of knights from Najin simultaneously transforming into monsters had been terrifying beyond belief. The very thought that such an evil magic user had existed within their own army would naturally crush any remaining will to fight. "Line up all the prisoners." "Understood." At Turan's order, the surviving wizards from the Aravian and Najin sides quickly lined up in several rows. They looked at each other with anxious expressions. Though the likelihood was low, they couldn't help but worry that the Parsha people might simply kill them all on the spot. Don't be stupid. Why would they do that when every wizard is precious? But you saw it too, that horrible magic, just thinking we might end up like that too. At the whispered suggestion that they might be killed because no one knew when they could turn into monsters, the faces of those nearby also turned pale with fear. However, contrary to their pessimistic expectations, Turon simply walked past the lined-up prisoners and quietly observed them. His attitude was so indifferent that it made people tilt their heads, wondering what he could possibly be discerning by just looking like that. Of course, in reality, he was examining each of their inner selves through the power of the mimic's sacred relic. This one's Frost, that one's Storm, this one's Ruler, that one's Pyromaniac. As I thought, the bodies controlled by the monarch have already fled. From what he had seen before, the puppets controlled by the monarch did not show bloodline symbols, and there were none like that among the prisoners. They must have either died during the battle or escaped amidst the collapse. Having confirmed the potential threats, Turon next stepped down from the carriage and took Mesa's hand. Originally, they would have needed to be cautious to hide her pregnancy, but since everyone had already seen it, there was no longer any need to conceal it. After all, getting thousands of wizards gathered here to all keep their mouths shut was something even a real member of the pre-god tribe couldn't do. "Where's Battle's body?" "Behind the carriage. I froze it so it wouldn't rot and smell." Oh, as she said, a block of ice was hanging behind the carriage. Battle's headless corpse, stripped of all his magic artifacts, was wearing only underwear and looked nothing short of grotesque. There was talk about dressing him in something since he was the family head of House Aravian and my father, but I didn't feel like it. When he glanced over, Mesa made excuses as if feeling guilty. Naturally, Turon had no intention of treating him with any courtesy. Personally, Battle was the enemy of Harun, and publicly he was the right-hand man of a villain who had committed countless unspeakable atrocities. Then, yeah, the number of people who could absorb the magic power without loss was 4 in total. Turon and Mesa took 1 spot each, and the remaining 2 went to a few nobles from Parsha and Varaha who had not yet reached their limits. It's done. As expected, they quickly reached their limits after absorbing only a small amount of Battle's magic power and had to keep rotating. Such was the overwhelming power held by a family head of a great noble house. Compared to them, Turon didn't feel much from absorbing Battle's magic power. He was already equal to or slightly superior to Battle in terms of pure magic quantity, so it was no more than absorbing the power of an equal-level wizard or magical beast. Once I absorb this too, there really won't be any joy left in absorbing magic power. There were only 5 remaining family head-level wizards in the world besides Turon. Mesa, Salif, Osul of House Lavidas, Raman of House Zahar, and Roder of House Carmine. Since all of them had less magic power than Battle, the thrill of growth would soon become a thing of the past. As he was lost in thought, watching the 2 remaining positions rotate several times, Mesa suddenly let out a short gasp. "Why, I think the 4th one just opened." Even as he asked, Turon already had a good idea of what had surprised her. Next to the 3 symbols that resided within her, the 4th and final symbol, a clenched fist, had appeared. Mesa had succeeded in fully awakening all 4 bloodlines of the Thunder Lord. So that's what the monarch wanted, someone with the potential to awaken all 4 bloodlines. Whether it was deliberately set up that way or not, the moment the 4th bloodline opened, Mesa reached her limit and could no longer absorb any more magic power. Eventually, Battle's body, having had all its magic power drained, was burned to ashes on the spot. A few of the Aravian prisoners watching from a distance showed signs of agitation, but there was no need to pay them any attention. The wizards of Parsha and Varaha, at least, were cheering at the sight. Feeling the slightly increased power within him, Turon ordered the march to resume and entered the carriage with Mesa. "Can you make the Thunder Lord's symbol?" "Yeah." "Want me to try?" As if she had been eager for it all along, Mesa didn't even wait for an answer before activating the power of the Thunder Lord. Just like the phenomenon he had seen from Battle not long ago, when the clenched fist struck Anvil with a hammer, lightning and wind arose. A surge of violet lightning crackled up from Mesa's hand. "This is it. Careful. If it hits the carriage, it could blow the whole thing up in one shot." He had already experienced just how terrifyingly destructive that violet lightning was not too long ago. He decided to put off exploring the power of the Thunder Lord's symbol in detail and began analyzing the newly awakened Shepherd bloodline ability instead. "So, the bloodline powers from Aravian and Zahar are still intact, right?" "Yeah. I can still sense lightning and wind and the sense of smell. It's still there." "Don't." When Turon teasingly pretended to sniff, Mesa flinched and reached out in a panic. With a loud bang, Turon's body slammed into the corner of the carriage. Sorry, I didn't mean to go that far. As expected of the fighter bloodline, you're no pushover." Luckily, the outer walls of the carriage were reinforced with enchanted magic artifacts. Otherwise, he might have been flung straight out and become the butt of a joke. Once Mesa gave birth and her body fully recovered, it seemed he would be no match in hand-to-hand combat. Of course, things might be different if he activated the Ruven bloodline through the Mimic's sacred relic. Rubbing the back of his head, Turon checked his body again and tested a few simple spells, then shared his impressions. So far, nothing seems too different in terms of standard spells. I can control lightning and wind well, and the tracking and concealment abilities are intact. The difference seems to be in the skill side. You mean the Shepherd has new skills now? Not exactly. The Shepherd combination he created had never existed in the original game, so there was no way there'd be pre-existing skills for it. In fact, Turon had lost the skills he could use in the past from the Storm and Zahar combinations. He no longer felt that intuitive grip in his mind, like a handle he could pull with ease. Unlike that, magic that I feel is suitable for a shepherd seems to be judged as equivalent to skills, like using a slingshot to launch something, for example. Besides that, he could replicate many of the effects that had previously existed as skills in similar ways. The acceleration skill from the Storm combination could be replaced with the footsteps of a shepherd chasing away wolves, and the concealment skill from the Zahar combination could be reinterpreted as the shepherd's cloak that hides his presence to keep the sheep calm. In a way, it's pretty much an all-purpose setup. I wouldn't go that far. I have to genuinely feel that it fits, so I can't use it in a way that doesn't make sense. Maybe with other people, sure, but you can't lie to yourself. Of course, there were people who could lie to themselves, but Turon was not that kind of person, and perhaps that was precisely why he had been able to gain this kind of power. As they were talking, Turon suddenly seemed to remember something and dug into his pouch. Now that I think about it, I completely forgot about this guy. Battle's soul. I made sure to catch it in advance. It's unfortunate we lost all the others, but he's probably the one who knows the most about that guy's plan. Publicly, Battle was the head of House Aravian, and even from the god's perspective, he was seen as the monarch's right hand and partner. If there was only one person he would share his plan with, it would most likely be Battle. But just as quickly as Turon extracted the spirit form and entered the prison filled with anticipation, he soon came back out with a disappointed expression and sighed. Of course, he's doing the exact same thing Kadram did. Consciousness isolation state. Yeah, just like Kadram before him, Battle had completely isolated his spirit form from any external stimuli. Turon already knew well from experience that normal stimuli wouldn't work in this state. Ironically, Battle had once told Turon the solution to this as well, though Battle probably hadn't wanted to share it. We'll have to return to Kalamaf and interrogate him. How are you going to do it? Drag him out, the same way he did it. Conveniently, in Kalamaf's underground prison, there were numerous criminals captured from across the gray zone, especially those with no hope of reformation. If he could use any of those bodies, Turon would be able to inflict upon Battle a pain he had never before experienced. Half a day later, the Parsha army returned safely to Kalamaf just as the sun was setting. Having received prior notice, the citizens of Kalamaf welcomed their returning heroes by throwing flowers and cheering. Glory to Parsha! Victory after victory! Of course, there were a few instigators planted among them, but the fact that most were genuinely smiling and shouting loudly showed that House Parsha had not lost the people's support. Turon, riding Tilly alongside Mesa, waved to the crowd in thanks. In the midst of it, people who noticed Mesa's pregnant figure all showed shocked expressions as if they had seen a ghost. I can't hide it anymore now. That's right. Judging by her relieved expression, Mesa had been quite upset to keep it hidden for so long for strategic reasons. After fully returning to their base, Turon quickly sought out Ashes and first asked about the current state of the southeastern front. It's not too bad. Lavita's reinforcements just arrived recently. Already, looks like Osul Nim organized a separate unit. Elite troops mounted on magical beasts. Given the considerable distance between Lavita's capital and the Parsha-Zahar border, they wouldn't have arrived in time otherwise, so it was indeed a sound decision. Thanks to the strengthened alliance force of the three houses, the Zahar army had now retreated toward the Emerald Desert. More importantly, is everything completely wrapped up on your side? Pretty much. Najin is effectively beyond recovery now. Once the returning forces are rested and we rotate in those who were on capital defense, we can solidify control. There was no longer any need to dispatch a proper army to the Aravian Najin region. Most of their main forces were either dead or captured, with only a few hundred knights and nobles having escaped. Even if the monarch tried something in that region, he wouldn't even have a suitable high-ranking noble body to use anymore. Then we'll take our time with Aravian and move to completely subdue Zahar. You going in person, I would have if they'd kept attacking, but since they've retreated, we can take it slow. This is an important time. Their aggressive offense had only begun because the two major powers, Aravian and Zahar, had simultaneously launched a full-scale invasion. If they had stayed passive, they would have had their territory ravaged and ended up like prey torn apart by wild beasts. That's why they had taken an active defense posture. But now that one side had collapsed and the other had retreated in fear, there was no longer any need to do so. Especially since they now had countermeasures in place against the mass soul magic targeting fetuses of certain bloodlines, which had been a serious issue before. Let's have Salif return and rest for now too. Once the critical matters are resolved, we'll move in earnest. Their next move would come after the birth of Turon and Mace's child, the first child to be born bearing the name of Parsha. By then, Zahar would be facing an enemy that was nothing short of a nightmare. Chapter 204. Several hours after sending a message to the city located in the southeast, Salif returned to Kalamaf clutching Baige's leg, which he had used for the communication. Perhaps because he had been scratched multiple times by her claws during the process, his hair and the sleeves of his clothes were a mess. "Ah, she scratches like hell, knock it off already. I told you to hold my leg gently because it hurts." As always, the person and the beast quarreled with bad chemistry. Turon, familiar with the sight, shook his head and quietly listened to Baige's whining. "That damn bird seems to get more ill-tempered by the day," she said to grab her leg more gently, "but if I do that, I might fall off." Apparently, the memory of having fallen once in the past still lingered with him. After a brief chat, Salif, like the others, was informed in detail about the events that had occurred in the western region. The maneuver of the two forces, the crisis, the victory that overcame it, and the hidden story behind it. Naturally, what interested him most was the new symbol combination that Turon had created. A shepherd makes me want to have a spar for the first time in a while. It's not the time to waste energy yet, so later. More importantly, how's the situation with Zahar? While he had received a rough update through signal fires, there was no way that could be as detailed as hearing it directly. At that, Salif scratched his tangled hair and explained. "You have to consider them completely gone. From what I've scouted several times, they've apparently retreated to places several days away from the gray zone. If it's that far, it's hard to call it a feigned retreat. Of course, since it was difficult to track the movements of nobles, some of them might have stayed behind for separate operations, but Turon didn't think that possibility was high. They too would know of the existence of someone who could completely see through their concealment. Judging by the timing, it seems they retreated after hearing that you defeated battle. As expected." After discussing things to that point, Turon did not forget to add a request for Salif, who was heading off to meet Barit, to thoroughly check the ruins in the east as well. In the current situation, if Monarch were to attempt a reversal, that would likely be the move, though it remained unknown how many hands he could mobilize for it. While Salif took a short break at the Varaha base and returned, Turon elevated the alert level of Kalamaf to its literal peak. Hundreds of knights stationed around the base monitored every passerby, and the nobles always carried loaded muskets, staying vigilant for any disturbance. Of course, that did not mean they stopped detecting external movements. Scouts equipped with separate communication devices rode magical beasts to check the border zones between Aravian and Zahar, as well as the status of the Carmine army stationed in the northeastern coastal region. Thus, several weeks passed. "Hugh," a suppressed groan came from beyond the door. Leaning against the wall, Turon suppressed his mental fatigue and once again sharpened the senses of the sacred relic. His senses, now sharper than ever, could detect the flow of all magic power within several kilometers in every direction. The range had become so vast that Turon's consciousness couldn't keep up, forcing him to focus on specific locations individually. "You look extremely tired. Someone might think you're the one giving birth." While he was on high alert, Ash's voice came from the side. Turon gave a small laugh and shook his head. "This is nothing. It's not as hard as actually giving birth. True, still it's a relief. At least there's no chance of dying during childbirth like commoners. Due to poor sanitary conditions and such, ordinary people without magic power often died from excessive bleeding or complications while giving birth, but fortunately wizards had no such risk. Although the physical enhancement from magic became extremely weak just before childbirth, it was still enough to give birth without major issues. In other words, they retained a level of strength somewhere between that of a normal human and a knight. If that weren't the case, nobles like Rita who gave birth to over a dozen children would have literally had to risk their lives. I heard that for commoners, it's not unusual for their first childbirth to take 10 hours. That's terrible. I probably would have died from anxiety by now. Even though he knew noblewomen typically took at most an hour or two to give birth, the situation still had him on edge. Still, the fact that Rita had entered as the midwife was greatly reassuring. She had given birth to more than 10 children herself and had assisted other nobles with childbirth as well. The advice to stay out and not watch the birth scene directly had also come from her. There were apparently men who couldn't share a bed with their wives anymore after seeing it firsthand. Though Turon had seen more than enough gruesome sights in his time, there was no need to go against the advice of an elder unnecessarily. "Ah, it's over." At that moment, Turon turned his head at the presence he sensed from inside. He could feel a small and delicate life separating from Mesa, and Rita lifting and tapping the baby. Turon had to show great patience as he waited for the call from inside to come in. "You may come in now." As he opened the door and entered at Rita's summons, the first thing that hit him was the strong smell of blood, which had already been noticeable from outside. Mesa, looking somewhat gaunt from the ordeal, was lying in bed holding a small, wrinkled baby. Though the interior of the room as well as his own body and clothes had been thoroughly disinfected with magic to prevent bacterial infection, Turon, just to be sure, disinfected himself with fire once more before cautiously approaching. Mesa, watching this, gave a small laugh and said, "Aren't you being a bit over the top? You never know, your complexion looks bad, just a moment. If it's healing magic, no need, I already got plenty from reading him. I'm just exhausted, that's all." As she said, he could feel Mesa's grip slowly regaining strength in the hand he was holding. It was the effect of her body, no longer needing to remain weak after childbirth, quickly accepting magic power. Rita, who had been quietly watching from the side, spoke softly, "You don't seem very interested, but it's a boy." "I see." In truth, Turon didn't think it mattered much whether it was a boy or a girl. Unlike ordinary people, gender wasn't a particularly important factor in the world of wizards. If anything, while there was some disparity in physical combat ability due to physique, it was a gap that could easily be overcome with a greater amount of magic power. At Rita's words, Turon finally turned his gaze to the baby Mesa was holding. Since the baby hadn't opened its eyes yet, he couldn't tell the eye color, but the newborn hair was a slightly darker gray than Turon's. He kind of looks like a monkey. "You have nothing nice to say about your own son." At his overly honest remark, Mesa let out a laugh of disbelief. Her strength seemingly returning, she handed the baby to Turon and then stood up, stretching as she rubbed her abdomen. "The stretch in my belly is all gone too, my body feels light. It's kind of a strange feeling, I don't feel like I've just had a baby." As she said, Mesa's belly, which had gone through childbirth just minutes ago, had smoothed out like magic. If not for the blood-stained clothes and the newborn, no one would have guessed she had been pregnant. This was thanks to healing magic working exceptionally well on her post-childbirth body. While Mesa was relaxing her body, Turon activated spiritual perception and observed the child's spirit form. Though not yet fully formed, the child's spirit form was much more solid than what he had seen before. "It looks like the adjustments made last time were properly applied, just a little more reinforcement should do it. Are you going to use a soul again this time?" "Of course." The soul to be used this time was from one of the Varaha half-elves who had been the most uncooperative. Perhaps because he had no real will to live, he simply decorated his room and secured just enough food to satisfy his appetite, and from then on did whatever he pleased. Now it was time to pay the price. "This is outside, isn't it?" "Wait, don't tell me." Turon immediately seized control of the spirit form, silencing its mouth, and once more opened the child's spirit form to begin adjustments. What he was about to add now was none other than a fourth bloodline. Turon clicked his tongue softly at the rate at which power within the spirit form was being consumed. Indeed, at this rate, it'd be nearly impossible to do this with just one subject. Originally, granting a fourth bloodline through soul magic was a task close to impossible. That was truly the domain of the gods. However, because Turon and Mesa's son was born between those with the potential to possess four bloodlines, bestowing such power was far easier compared to others. Even so, unless he used the soul of a god that had endured for thousands of years, wielding power equal to dozens of ordinary wizards, it would have been impossible to grant the fourth bloodline. There was a reason they were so obsessed with Mesa. A short while later, Turon confirmed that the child had acquired the potential of the Chaser bloodline, and with the last remaining spirit energy, he completed the adjustment and dispersed the now hollow soul. "It's done." Originally, he had also considered giving the child the power of the fighter or enchanter bloodline as the fourth. Though it would be a difficult combination with the hunter bloodline, those powers were useful enough on their own, especially considering the immense value of a top-tier enchanter capable of creating sacred relic-class magic artifacts. However, now that the symbol combination of the shepherd was complete, both Turon and Mesa agreed that it would be better to pursue a path with proven success. He had already confirmed through a few simple experiments just how powerful the combination of these four bloodlines could be. Watching all this, Rita cautiously spoke up. "Unless truly necessary, it's best not to pass down the soul magic talent adjustment technique to the next generation. No matter how I think about it, it's hard to imagine it being used for good. It's something to consider." Yes, probably so. For now, they still had plenty of God's souls to use freely without guilt, but once those were exhausted, human nature would inevitably turn toward living human souls. If this technique were carelessly passed down, one day in the distant future, all humans might become mere materials for soul magic, with only wizards remaining to kill and be killed until mutual destruction. Wiping away that horrifying thought from his mind, Turan gently brushed aside the damp newborn hair of the child, still moist from the recent cleansing. Even now, the wrinkled facial features that resembled a monkey seemed to bear traces of both him and Mesa. Thank you for being born, Luska Parsha. That was the name of the first child of the House Parsha. The news that the first child of the House Parsha had been born soon spread throughout all of Kalamaf. The commoners who had no knowledge of magical matters were abuzz with excitement over the birth of an heir. But naturally, those who knew better did not make such a fuss. After all, it was still unknown what bloodlines the child had inherited or what level of magical potential he possessed. Although both parents were family head-level powerhouses, an almost unheard-of combination even in the span of thousands of years, magical potential could not be calculated so mathematically. Rarely, even among the highest-ranking nobles, weaklings of low noble or knight level could be born, while among commoners, nobles, or even high-ranking wizards could appear through atavism. Of course, the core members of the House Parsha, those deeply versed in the most intimate secrets of soul magic, already knew that the child possessed the potential to rival or even surpass the heads of other great noble houses. As he passed along what people outside were saying, Turan gently patted Luska's back, who had just finished eagerly nursing and filling his belly. Before long, a cute little burp came out. Burp. To be honest, even with all this adjustment, there's no guarantee he'll become the strongest wizard. A wizard's combat ability wasn't determined solely by magic power, bloodline, and magical skill. Though those factors carried great weight, others, so-called combat talents, also played a major role. Things like resistance to pain, creativity in overcoming crises and defeating enemies, and combat intelligence. These were capabilities that couldn't be enhanced through soul magic. At Turan's words, Mesa, who had been adjusting the front of her gown, shook her head and responded, "He doesn't need any of that. As long as he's healthy, that's enough." Having taken the baby back into her arms, she kissed his cheeks over and over as if she couldn't contain how adorable he was. Though at first she had said it didn't feel real that she had given birth, once she had nursed him, maternal love seemed to overflow. In contrast, Turan didn't feel quite such an intense sense of fatherly love. Of course, since it was his and Mesa's child, if anyone so much as laid a finger on him, he would rip them limb from limb without hesitation. Still, when he looked into those round gray-blue eyes staring up at him, something tickled in his chest. It felt like he was gazing at a replica born from a fusion of himself and Mesa. Then Mesa let out a deep sigh and said, "Just thinking that I won't be able to see Luska for a while is unbearable. There's no helping it. Everything we're doing is to create a world where he can live safely. I know I do, but babies can suddenly get sick, right? I mean, our Luska is a healthy one, but still, you never know." Redenim promised to look after him. "He'll be all right." Luska, who was now 15 days old, was destined to be apart from his parents for the time being. Turan needed to lead the reorganized Parsha army along with Salif to deal with Zahar, and Mesa had to seize control of Aravian, where most of the high-ranking nobles had been wiped out. Naturally, neither of them could manage such things with a newborn in their arms. Yet, they also felt uneasy about leaving the child alone in Kalamaf, so after some deliberation, they decided to hide him in the safest possible refuge during the remainder of the war. After the final feeding, the two approached the jade mirror located in the basement of the family head's mansion. Standing guard nearby as always, Armenia opened his eyes wide when he saw the baby in Mesa's arms. "This Turan's brat. He's tiny, that's right, don't eat him." "I absolutely won't." At Armenia's indignant protest, Turan laughed, gave his chest a few pats, and stepped through the jade mirror. A moment later, they met Salif and Barit at the Varaha base, and both gently touched Luska's cheek and ear as he lay bundled in cloth. The baby whined as if annoyed, but he didn't cry. He's a calm one. "I heard babies usually cry their heads off at the slightest thing." "I'm told he rarely cries. What about you, any news?" In response to Turan's question, Barit, standing nearby, replied with a smile. "I've been trying plenty day and night, but no results yet. Still, time will take care of everything, I'm sure." At the bold comment that didn't match her youthful appearance, Mesa, standing beside her, blushed instead. A little later, they stood in front of the House Varaha family head's study and recited a secret incantation. "Om Amagaverkana Mahamadramani Padma J Vala Pravartya Hum." Upon chanting the incantation, a door appeared, leading to a secret chamber beneath Helio City. What had once been a barren place was now transformed into a well-decorated nursery. "You still remember that? I already forgot." "The homeowner shouldn't forget." Turan, responding to Salif's cheeky remark, stepped through the spatial gate alongside Mesa, who held the baby in her arms. Waiting to greet them inside were Rita and several maids who had arrived earlier to prepare the room. "You're here already? That was quick. Looks like the setup is already complete. It should be more than sufficient for the child to stay in comfort." The secret space was filled with soft furniture throughout, designed so that even if the baby fell or bumped into something, no serious harm would come. If there was one drawback, it might be the lack of windows making it feel a bit closed in. But that couldn't be helped, it was underground after all. After exchanging greetings and thoroughly inspecting the facility, Turon nodded in satisfaction. High-quality dried food, a magical freezer filled with bulk frozen provisions, and even books prepared to ward off boredom while staying inside. It was all, in a word, perfect. Very nice. This should be more than enough to last a few months. No one can enter unless they know the password, so security shouldn't be a concern either. Salif nodded in agreement. Ever since Luska was born, everything from his body had been isolated to prevent any chance of being tracked by tracking magic. And beyond that, this space itself was protected with additional interference measures to block such spells. The only other ones who knew the password were the former Varaha half-elves now trapped within Turon's soul prison. This place was a space where Monarch could never harm his child, no matter what he tried. And if the child fell ill or was injured, Rita would provide immediate care. I'm sorry to ask this of you when you must be so busy with your soul chain research. The one and only concern was that Rita, who should have been focused on her research, was now spending her time here instead. But it wasn't as if there was a suitable wet nurse to take her place. There weren't any other Lavida's nobles Turon trusted enough to entrust his son to. Knowing well that Rita didn't have much time left, Turon wore an expression filled with guilt, but she simply reached out to stroke his head and gave a warm, grandmotherly smile. Don't make that face, Lord Parsha. Looking after children has always been my greatest joy. You'll just have to resolve everything quickly and return. I'll do my best, but don't push yourself too hard. After sharing a laugh with the cackling Rita, Turon led Mesa, who had been crying as she pressed her forehead to their sons for the last time, out of the room. Now, Luska's hiding place had become a completely isolated space where no one could interfere. At least, not until they had cleared away all the threats from the outside world. Chapter 205. After securing Luska in a safe place, Turon returned to Kalamaf and headed first to the underground prison. An area teeming with death row inmates captured from various places, even from the land of Varaha. There was no innocent soul here. Turon had personally used the Eye of Truth to confirm what crimes they had committed and whether they had indeed committed them. The deepest part of the prison had originally been occupied by Nia, the princess of the White Elves, but her place was now vacant. Since Rita would be working as Luska's nanny for a while anyway, she had been allowed to treat this time as a vacation and spend it with the White Elves of Varaha. Directly across from there, a middle-aged man with a bushy beard sat tied to a chair, his eyes half dead. You're a mess, Battle. You mocked Harun Nim, but your stench is even worse. Battle Aravian, once the master of the great noble house Aravian and one of the most powerful wizards in the world. Now he was bound in the body of a filthy commoner criminal. Several magic artifacts for restraining magic power were layered upon him, in case he might somehow unleash power the same way Harun had. Startled by Turon's voice, he sprang up reflexively. No need to be that happy to see me, so have you thought of saying anything? At the question, Battle tightly closed his mouth and lowered his head. Knowing that this meant defiance, Turon let out a small sigh and extended his hand. For several hours, terrible screams echoed through the space. Battle lay sprawled in front of Turon, who was wiping his hands with a handkerchief, looking no different on the outside than before. But the repeated destruction and regeneration seemed to have left an imprint in his memory, as he trembled like a fish that had been filleted alive. You have quite some backbone for your position. Turon had thought that by shoving Battle into a death row body and torturing him, he could easily extract all the necessary information. Experience had taught him that fallen gods' endurance and willpower were generally worse than that of resolute commoners. But contrary to expectations, Battle, surprisingly, withstood Turon's torture for days without giving in. Even though he clearly felt every ounce of pain, he remained silent in response to questions about Monarch's whereabouts and plans. Then we'll meet again. Turon left those words behind and departed. He didn't tell Battle that he would be leaving Kalamaf for a while. It was to make him imagine tomorrow's torture and feel even more fear. And the less information he had about the outside, the more pressure he would feel. After coming up to the surface, Turon headed for the conference room. There, the senior members of House Parsha, having completed all preparations, were already waiting for him. You've arrived, family head. Having spent so much time with Luska, such formal meetings now felt strangely awkward. Turon glanced briefly at Mesa and Salif, then checked the operation map laid out on the large round table. What has changed from the original plan? Nothing. Good, then we begin today. The contents written on the parchment were simple. The army of House Parsha would split into two and conquer the world. It was the beginning of the final operation that would end all wars. With the birth of the first descendant, the allied forces of the three houses had taken a brief rest. News that they had begun moving again quickly spread. The first army departed from Kalamaf and moved west. led by Mesa Aravian and 300 or so wizards. Though they were few in number to conquer even two fallen great noble houses, conquest wasn't their true purpose. They were merely solidifying a throne they had already all but claimed. Following the roads of the old empire, passing through forest regions, they swiftly advanced north and reached the Taking Plains in about 2 weeks. So this is the Taking Plains. They say it's the most fertile land in the world, but that must be an old tale now. The wizards of House Parsha looked around and spoke in a tone that sounded disheartened. Just as they said, the current state of the Taking Plains was desolate, despite never having suffered a proper war. Due to multiple conflicts, the number of wizards had dwindled, and infighting had prevented proper magical beast hunting from being carried out. In just a few years, there were heaps of collapsed villages, ruined by magical beast attacks or raiders' raids. So much so that even some cities in the border regions could no longer be considered safe places. You're the only wizards in this city? Why yes, that's correct. Mesa shook her head at the fact that only half a dozen knights had come out to greet her. From what she heard, some members of the wizard family ruling this city had died in an accident, and a few others had joined the expedition to Kalamaf and were now missing. She left behind the promise that if the nobles of that family ever returned, they would be pardoned on the condition of swearing loyalty, and then continued north. Before long, Zavalin City appeared, originally a city of House Burke. We're back. Just how many years has it been? Still, nothing's changed. The knights of House Burke who followed Mesa looked around the city with nostalgic expressions. Though the former ruling House Burke had fled in the night, and the city no longer enjoyed its former glory, it didn't seem to have fallen too far. Understandably so, as it was a territory once ruled by an enchanter house and still had many magic artifacts. With the cooperation of former government officials who had once served House Burke, the city was reorganized and the Parsha army continued north along the road. After passing through several cities, the capital of Aravian, Morgan City, finally revealed itself. Why is this city so huge? Even Zavalin was more prosperous than Kalamaf, but how do all those people eat and relieve themselves? How's it all managed? The country bumpkins from Kalamaf clicked their tongues in awe at the majesty of the metropolis with a population nearing 1 million. Naturally, the citizens of Morgan City observed the Parsha wizards from a distance, peeking at them in secret. Fortunately, no one bold enough to come forward and shout at them to get out of their land appeared. After all, they were people educated for thousands of years to obey under wizards. Passing by the murmuring crowds, Mesa finally entered the Fortress of Light for the first time in a long while and stood face to face with the wizards of Aravian. About 100 in number. Even counting knights along with nobles, it was a severely lacking number. The kind of scale one would expect from a normal wizard house, utterly insufficient for maintaining public order in a metropolis like Morgan. Of course, most of the public order was handled by commoner police, but considering there were things beyond their ability, more people should have been present. Moreover, most of them were either too young or too old to participate in the war. These are all the wizards of Aravian bloodline. Why yes, that's correct. Mesa, looking at them with cold eyes, first called out about 20 names. Those called stepped forward, bewildered, not knowing why they were being singled out. Your families may have failed, but they died trying to do the right thing, so I'm giving you consideration. Ah, only then did they realize that those being called separately were close to the assassins in the battle assassination attempt. Now that Parsha had won the war, they were considered meritorious contributors. Of course, to the loyalists who had supported battle, they were collaborators who had thrown their lot in with another house. But at any rate, it was that other house that now held the reins of power. At that moment, one girl among them cautiously raised her hand and spoke. Masonim, what is it? My parents participated in this war, and could you tell me if they're still alive? It was common knowledge that hundreds of Aravian wizards had been taken prisoner in the last battle, but their exact list was not accessible. That was classified information of House Parsha. Since she had intended to disclose it anyway, Mesa turned her gaze to the adjutant beside her and spoke. Do you have the compiled list? Why yes, family head. The adjutant, who had reflexively almost said lady instead of family head, hastily corrected himself. For Mesa was here not as the wife of House Parsha's family head, but as the new family head of Aravian. Of course, with Parsha having won the war, it was already settled that Aravian would fall under their control, but justification was always something worth attending to. I will now announce the list of prisoners, so please listen carefully. Astria Aravian, Arjun Aravian, Eve Salud. As Mesa read out the names of Aravian wizards who had been captured following her instruction, reactions among the listeners were divided. Those who heard the names of their family members let out sighs of relief, knowing they were at least alive. Those who did not hear any names consoled each other, saying they had likely escaped rather than died, but all of them showed darkened expressions. While quietly observing their reactions, an elderly woman with white hair suddenly jumped out and shouted at Mesa in a loud voice of condemnation. The whore who crawled into bed with a Zahar half-breed has come. I heard you bore the child of the bastard who killed your father. What face do you have showing up here? Ah, grandmother, stop her quickly. Though relatives of the old woman rushed to stop her, it was impossible to take back the voice that had already been shouted. In the terribly heavy atmosphere that followed, Mesa silently stared at her for a moment before opening her mouth. Your name is Russia, right? Battle's sixth cousin. The Aravian wizards gasped as she mentioned the name of her deceased father without any honorifics. You should remember how your sixth cousin treated me. Are you saying things like that because you don't remember, or because you don't want to remember? Or are you resentful because your son died last time? Died trying to take an innocent hostage and use them for threats of all things. At Mesa's taunt, a bolt of lightning magic burst from the old woman's hand in a surge of fury. A spell powerful enough to incinerate an ordinary person in an instant and even pose serious danger to nobles stunned everyone. Ah, stop it. Just as the surrounding Parsha nobles moved to stop it, Mesa raised her hand to hold them back and received the spell. With a crackling sound, the lightning wrapped around her upper body and was sucked away meaninglessly. Seeing this, one Aravian noble muttered blankly, Sky Guardian. Those who recognized that the powerful sacred relic passed down in Aravian was wrapped around Mesa's upper body let out soft groans. Under everyone's gaze filled with despair, Mesa took out a long hammer. Heaven's punishment, an high-grade sacred relic once wielded by Battle Aravian, which had even inflicted a fatal wound on Turon. Mesa swung the hammer lightly like a stick and slammed it down on the spot where the old woman had stood. Erg! With a loud crash and a scream from someone nearby, a violet lightning bolt exploded. Moments later, they realized that nothing remained where the old woman had been standing. A single person had been completely obliterated without a trace. I'd love nothing more than to grind all of you into dust. But for now, I'll end it here. If I paid back every grudge, no one would be left alive. There were too many things Mesa still had to do to vent all her anger on the surviving members of Aravian right away. The tacking planes had to be reorganized quickly so she could clean up the Najin side as well, and she also needed to find the spiritual base of the Aravian gods, which was likely hidden somewhere here. Watching such a Mesa, the surviving members of Aravian realized instinctively. Their new head was not particularly friendly toward them, and if they wanted to survive, they would have to grovel flat on the ground. The powerless heir who had once been manipulated by adults had returned as a ruthless tyrant. While Mesa was firmly suppressing the survivors of Aravian, Turon, and Salif, led the allied army of the three houses, Parsha, Varaha, and Lavidas, eastward. Though Turon had been to the Emerald Desert multiple times before, it was his first time marching with an army. Because of that, he paid close attention to logistics such as drinking water and light cloaks to block sunlight. Look how stuffy this sandstorm is. Looks like they camped around here. Turon intentionally ignored Salif's complaints and examined traces of what had once been a military encampment. While surveying the site, Bige returned from the sky. How is it, Bige? Nothing nearby. I see. What did she say? She says there's nothing in the vicinity that appears to be Zahar's army. Using Bige's transcendent vision and tracking magic, the search radius extended over 100 kilometers in every direction. If even with such a skill she couldn't see any sign of thousands of wizards gathered, it likely meant the enemy had gone farther east. You don't think they circled around and are planning to attack us from the east, do you? They wouldn't be that reckless. Even if they were, we'd get word right away, so don't worry too much. Now that the Aravian army had been defeated, a significant portion of the Varaha army had returned to its capital, Helio City. Even if Zahar intended to throw a wrench in the works by launching a surprise attack on Varaha, it would be difficult to instantly capture the Temple of the Sun, which blocks concealment abilities. Moreover, once some time passed, Berit would likely summon the army from Kalamaf using the Jade Mirror, making it even less likely. Eventually, the Parsha army continued marching eastward along the old Imperial Road that stretched across the desert, heading for Axum. During their advance, they passed by Banifal City, which they had seen before. Is this that place? Yeah, it used to be a pretty decent city. The ruined Banifal City and the collapsed Tomb of the Gods beside it. The site, like remnants of a once glorious civilization, made even the allied wizards feel a bit uneasy. That guy who defected said they had set a trap here to catch you. Right. They had set up a barrier and planned to ambush me the moment they got word I'd arrived. Unfortunately for them, the one who was supposed to activate the barrier and give the signal betrayed them, and the whole thing fell apart. If not for Kim Woong's betrayal, or rather, if that betrayal hadn't been part of some larger trap, it might have been one of Monarch's best chances to capture Turon. Afterward, Turon sent people to bring in the leaders of small towns and villages around nearby oases. Naturally, when commoners suddenly found themselves standing before the head of a great noble house, their legs trembled and they could barely stand properly. No need to act like that, have a glass of date wine. Thank you, my lord. The middle-aged man accepted the drink with an overly grand tone, the origin of which was unclear, and it slightly eased the tension among the others. Is the reason Banifal City still hasn't been rebuilt due to House Zahar's orders? And no, not exactly. But for a city to be sustained, there needs to be an oasis, and I understand that since Banifal's oasis dried up, they didn't bother trying to redevelop it. Originally, Banifal City had been maintained solely as a tourist spot because of the Tomb of the Gods, and with that site now destroyed, there was no longer any reason to rebuild. Most importantly, during wartime, it was risky to move resources around carelessly. In other words, House Parsha and Turan were effectively one of the main reasons the city remained unreconstructed. I see. Then, while Turan was taking the time to hear each person's opinion one by one, he sharply glared at the next woman who stepped forward. Who did you say you were? My name is James. I'm here as a representative of the Merchant Guild leader of Oz City. Oz City, I've been there before. Isn't there a place in the market that sells fruit juice frozen with magic artifacts? You know it. At Turan's words, James responded with a delighted expression, nodding along. The unexpectedly warm attitude caused the nearby Parsha wizards to show signs of confusion. Does that woman have something? She was a commoner woman around 40 years old, not particularly beautiful, and Turan clearly had no desire to take her as a concubine. Nor did she seem to possess anything exceptional among those gathered here. And yet, Turan spent more than 3 times as much time conversing with James compared to the others. After she bowed politely and stepped back at his dismissal, Salif leaned in and whispered, "What's going on? Did you notice something?" "No, it's just a city I've visited before. I stopped by there on a little trip before going into the Tomb of the Gods. I have a lot of memories. That woman just now, I couldn't see any symbol inside her." Turan replied outwardly to Salif's question, then secretly conveyed his voice using wind magic. Salif's expression hardened upon hearing that, because he too understood what it meant for a human to show no internal symbol at all. Just like the former head of House Najin, only monarchs' puppets ever appeared that way. Ah, so that's what it was. Yeah, that's what it is. There was no way it was a coincidence that one of Monarch's puppets would show up in front of the Parsha army at this moment. Without any further words, the two exchanged a glance and reached the same conclusion. Chapter 206. Turan had the influential figures of the nearby region rest at a lodging near the camp, then called a few of them out separately. However, since there was a high chance that they would be too nervous to speak properly if he showed up in the form of the head of House Parsha, he disguised himself with a mask, pretending to be one of the nobles. They were tense, wondering why they had been summoned again, but when asked the unexpected question about what kind of person James was, they answered honestly, albeit with some confusion. "She is truly a saint, a saint. A saint? Yes, I mean, I'm not sure if calling her that would be disrespectful. It doesn't matter." According to them, James was a renowned figure even among the commoners in the surrounding areas. Originally, she had entered as the concubine of a wealthy merchant, but lost her husband at a young age and inherited a vast fortune and merchant group. Supposedly, she expanded that merchant group several times over and also raised her son, who was born out of wedlock, into an excellent merchant. Considering that desert people are particularly reluctant about women participating in social activities compared to other regions, she was truly a formidable woman. Moreover, even while growing her merchant group, she only employed fair and upright methods, becoming a role model for many merchants, and every year she donated large sums of money to help the poor and suffering. Just hearing the stories made her seem like an impeccable and truly great person. So you're saying she's never been involved in anything suspicious? Of course not, absolutely never. Did any of you receive any kind of heads up from James beforehand? No way. She's absolutely not the type to do such a thing. Thanks to using the Eye of Truth, Turan could tell that many of the local influential figures genuinely respected James. There were a few who disliked her, but it was mostly out of jealousy rather than any wrongdoing on her part. Having gathered all the information, Turan let out a small groan as he sat facing Salif. "This is strange, right? For a puppet of the monarch, she's acting far too righteous, don't you think? She might be in a dormant state. Like the gods, just as when Turan first met Emir, who resided in the body of Renaud Najin, the gods could, if they wished, have the residual subconscious left in a spirit form move the body on its own. In such cases, the personality of the possessed body thought and remembered through physical means. That is, the brain, so it was virtually identical to the original consciousness before possession. Though in reality, since the contents of the spirit form were entirely devoured, it was no different from a puppet show. The gods often used this dormant state when traveling long distances or dealing with bothersome and tedious tasks. With some adjustments, they could make the possessed individual perceive the god's personality as someone existing within themselves, or even believe all past actions were done out of their own will, like with Renaud. In any case, following a similar principle, it was possible that the monarch had only prepared to inject consciousness at any time, and the actions themselves were being carried out according to her own will. In that case, their encounter might not have been the monarch's intention at all. Rather than being some traveler who happened to end up here, she's someone who has lived here for decades, so the latter seems more likely. So how do we look into it more closely? I'm thinking. Whether to break through head-on or pretend I don't know anything. What allowed Turon to uncover the monarch's identity was the mimic's sacred relic, which let him perceive the symbol embedded in someone's inner self. Monarch couldn't possibly know that. Even Harun only knew that Turon could mimic the god's skills by observing them, but not the mechanism behind it. However, if he were to press or kill Jaime here, Monarch would at least realize that Turon could see through his puppet. Would it be right to expose that fact and proceed with the investigation? After much deliberation, Turon decided on a direct approach and instructed a nearby knight to bring Jaime back. A short while later, she entered the tent with a slightly dazed expression. "I was told you summoned me, great head of House Parsha. Have you ever thought that your body might be moving according to someone else's will?" "Huh. What on earth do you mean?" At Turon's direct question, Jaime reflexively asked back as if it were nonsense, then quickly covered her mouth in realization. For a mere commoner to talk back to the head of a great noble house, such impudence was enough to warrant being torn apart on the spot. However, when Turon did not rebuke her and simply looked at her with a calm expression, she seemed to realize that this was not a question thrown out at random and fell into serious contemplation. "I'm not entirely sure what you mean by the body moving on its own, but the truth is, I do sleepwalking. It's so severe that I've sometimes worked or met people while asleep." She didn't sleep much at night but would often doze off during the day, and during those moments she said she had made important decisions or invented new products. After hearing her out, Turon nodded and activated spiritual perception to cast soul magic. It was the same spell he had used some time ago when torturing battle, one that prevented the target's spirit form from remaining dormant. "Are you a god?" "What? Don't answer with a question, just reply. And no, how could someone like me possibly be? Then are you from Earth? What's th? If you don't know, just say no. No. Are you a player? No. After asking several questions that could identify the target while avoiding the name Monarch, Turon dismissed Jaime, who still looked dazed. Salif, who had been listening quietly from the side, immediately asked, "Well, there were no lies in what she said." Even though he deliberately threw several types of questions that were hard to avoid by saying they weren't lies, none of them worked, so unless she could completely avoid the eye of truth, it was clear she at least had no awareness of being Monarch's puppet. She was manipulated and controlled to become a notable figure in this city, and in the process, it doesn't seem like she did anything particularly wrong. He had no idea what the intention behind it was. If she had secretly extracted information from the Zahar faction, he could assume she was raised for espionage, but that didn't seem to be the case either. As Turon pondered, Salif asked offhandedly, "So you're not going to kill her?" "It's kind of risky to just leave her." "Not for now. It would likely cause more trouble in various ways. If he openly killed a woman who was regarded as a saint in the region, it could seriously damage the reputation of House Parsha. Even if commoners couldn't resist against wizards, they could at least run away out of fear. If rumors spread that House Parsha slaughtered commoners like insects, it could make it difficult to not just dominate but also control the Emerald Desert. And even though her spirit had been devoured and only the shell remained, it still felt uncomfortable to kill someone who had done so much good. She probably can't do anything grand with just a commoner's body anyway. For now, it's better to assign someone to keep watch over her separately. Well, if that's what you think. Having reached a conclusion, Turon selected one of his knights who was originally from the Emerald Desert and instructed him to secretly keep an eye on Jaime. He even gave the knight one of the few remaining pigeon-type magical beasts to use as a means of immediate contact should anything happen. The knight's eyes sparkled with a sense of duty. "It could get dangerous, so if anything seems off, just run immediately." "I will follow your orders." Perhaps because the instructions and encouragement had come directly from the family head, his voice was overly loud. After confirming the situation near Ravana City, the Allied forces rested exactly 2 days before resuming their march. During that time, there had been several sporadic resistances by Zahar's wizards, but they were of little consequence. They always kept their surroundings brightly lit during marches and rests, and thanks to firearms, they always had superior range and firepower. As the Allied army crushed several minor resistances and continued its advance, it kept making contact with influential figures in nearby regions. Through this, they learned that the Zahar army, which had attacked Parsha not long ago, had gathered in the capital Axum. Are they planning a final resistance? Not a very wise decision. The nobles of the Allied forces evaluated the enemy's actions as such. Now, with the armies of the three houses combined, there were 150 nobles alone and nearly 2,000 knights. In addition, with two family head-level wizards like Turan and Salif, their power surpassed even that of Aravian or Zahar at their peak. Perhaps if they had employed guerrilla warfare, Zahar's specialty, it would have been a different story. But by allowing the enemy to reach a defensive stronghold, it was tantamount to conceding defeat. So then, why were they choosing such a strategy? While pondering this for a while, Turan reached out toward Bige, who was flapping her way over from afar, allowing her to land on his arm. "I'm back. You've done well." Nothing happened? Yep, for the past few weeks, Turan had continued sending Bige to patrol different regions during the march. To Helio City, the capital of Varaha, connected to Kalamaf, to Merum, the capital of Lavidas, and even to Morgan, the capital of Aravian, which Mesa had gone to occupy. Although Bige was fast enough to travel from one end of the world to the other in 3 or 4 days at full speed, it was a grueling schedule. This also reflected just how anxious Turan had been about the enemy's movements. No news at all, that makes it all the more suspicious. In truth, he had expected an attack targeting one of their other strongholds based on the enemy's movements. If the Zahar nobles hid themselves in a group, or if a few of the gods used skills to apply wide area concealment, they could move undetected. Because of this, he had left a significant portion of the troops in Kalamaf and Helio, and even assigned some to Mesa, who went to occupy Aravian. There were even criticisms that the main force here was now too under strength. However, contrary to expectations, the enemy seemed to be truly helplessly holed up in the capital Axum, preparing for their last stand. Well, what can we do? All that's left is to knock once and see what breaks. Exactly. Once they had begun moving, turning back now would have been absurd. It would not only give the enemy time to recover, but Lavidas would not want to risk sending a massive army twice either. And so, they kept moving eastward toward the setting sun for about 2 weeks. At last, in the distance, he saw the massive oasis and walls he had seen once before. He had returned to Axum City after a long while. "A messenger? Yes, I come to see the ruler of the Grey Zone," at the outer garrison of Axum City. Turan frowned slightly as he looked at the woman who bowed before him. Quite tall for a woman and possessing mid to high-level magic power, her name was Errol Zahar, daughter of Talais, sister of Karim, and also Turan's aunt. But Turan showed no hint of familial affection despite standing before his blood relative. Truthfully, he didn't feel much of such emotions to begin with, and as commander-in-chief of the Allied forces, he especially couldn't afford to show such sentiments. "What do you want to say?" The head of Zahar seeks peace negotiations. When she cautiously held out a proposal written on parchment, one of the nobles beside them took it, shook it a few times, then brought it to Turan after unfolding it. To the head of Parsha, the great Turan, we acknowledge that this situation is greatly our fault. However, if we may offer an excuse, we too were deceived by battle. That man merely sought to use us, giving us false hope of returning to Earth, and when things didn't go as planned, he cut off contact, leaving us in the dark. If you're looking for him, visiting Zahar would only be a waste of time. I understand that Kim Woong/Riddle Zahar have already surrendered to Parsha, so I assume you've heard from him about what we saw. If you would show mercy to us who had no choice but to cling to a sliver of hope, we shall pledge eternal loyalty. We sincerely await a favorable response. Phoenix, the letter's contents were so submissive they bordered on servility, casting aside even the minimal arrogance and pride a god might retain. Turan, wondering if there might be hidden sarcasm embedded in diagonal or vertical lines, read through it several more times, but there seemed to be nothing of the sort. "Is this letter from Raman?" "Yes, it is. If they wish to surrender, tell them to disarm and come out to us. Then, after being restrained, those without guilt will not be harshly punished according to procedure." Of course, even if they did surrender, Turan had no intention of leaving Zahar's possessed vessels alone. Kim Woong had, due to his abilities, remained to protect Axum even back then, but all those left now were ones who had either executed or stood by during the death of his father, Karim. "Since it's morning now, I'll set the deadline as when the sun reaches its peak in the sky." A few hours would be enough time to gather opinions and respond. After hearing the response, Errol bowed politely, then returned inside Axum City. Watching this in silence, Turan slowly lifted himself into the air and headed from the camp toward Axum City. The Allied army's wizards were flustered by their leader suddenly moving alone, and several guards and knights on the city wall who saw this were frightened and quickly ducked out of sight. After a short breath, Turan unleashed his voice forward, massively amplified with wind magic. "To the citizens of Axum City, if negotiations fail, the Allied forces of Parsha, Varaha, and Lavidas will begin their assault on House Zahar at noon today. We do not wish to harm ordinary citizens, so we advise you to evacuate." Though the tone wasn't especially harsh, his voice boomed, spreading past the walls into streets and alleyways alike. It was a voice so divine that it invoked a sense of religious awe, as if the gods of the heavens themselves were speaking. This too was something Turan could now easily do, something that would have required enormous magic power before. After all, was it not only natural for the shepherd to speak directly to his flock? However, even with Turan's warning, the citizens of Axum City could not easily attempt to flee. What should we do? Should we run? What if we get punished later for that? To Zahar's wizards, those fleeing now would appear to be people who didn't believe in their victory. As citizens of an ancient capital that had endured for thousands of years, it wasn't easy for them to ignore this. To them, House Zahar were worshipped as descendants of the gods. Obeying the enemy's words was tantamount to apostasy. I'm leaving, seriously. Yes, I've had enough. I already settled my assets not long ago, so I'm going to live in the countryside now. Even so, there were still those who followed Turan's words. Most were people who had lost loved ones during the recent chaos, both in the civil war over the change of family head and during Turan's infiltration. They knew all too well how easily powerful wizards' battles, like natural disasters, could claim human lives, and they chose the path of avoiding involvement. While Turan watched at the western gate to make sure no wizards were among the evacuees, Salif checked the armament status of the allied wizards. His past experience as Parsha's armament officer clearly showed in his actions. Hey, the inside of this gun is filthy. I told you not to let it get like this. Sorry, sir. He suddenly picked up a musket and checked the inside. When he thrust his soot-blackened finger forward, the faces of the knights grouped under the same unit turned pale. About half a day passed like that. As the stream of evacuees began to dwindle, and after finishing a meal with his subordinates, Turan confirmed there was no further response from Axum City and glanced over at Salif. It seems like a refusal, seems so. At the very least, if opinions were divided, they would have sent another envoy asking for more time. Such silence was effectively a refusal, and the wizards of House Parsha completed their final preparations and began clearing the camp. They had just finished eating, so their physical condition was at its peak. It was the perfect time for battle. All forces attack, bring down the Red Fortress. Just as before, Turan's voice, amplified by wind magic, rang out thunderously through the thousands of Parsha troops and into the distant city of Axum. If the earlier message had been a solemn and kind recommendation, this one was the furious roar of an enraged god. Some of the Zahar knights, trembling with fear before they even realized it, saw smoke rising from the allied camp beyond the city walls. They had no way of knowing that it was smoke from a fired cannon, or that the explosion they hadn't yet heard was due to the slower speed of sound. Because the cannonball that had flown in from afar had already torn his body to shreds. Thus began the siege of Axum City. Chapter 207. With a heated roar, the cannonball fired from the Allied forces shattered the walls of Axum City, along with several police officers and knights standing atop them. It was a hit rate hard to believe, considering that it was a shot made without a proper gun carriage or even knowledge of ballistics. This was because, as it had been when Turan threw stones in the past, the cannonballs contained magic that tracked their targets. Although they were much heavier and could not produce such dramatic changes as stones or metal balls, as long as they flew in a similar direction, minor deviations would be automatically corrected. Jump down, don't stand on the wall. The wizards of House Zahar, who had planned to launch a preemptive strike on the approaching enemy troops by using the height difference, were startled and leapt down from the walls. After a few minutes of continuous cannon fire with dozens of cannonballs exploding, a section of Axum City's wall finally collapsed completely. It wasn't just a small hole that formed. Rather, a large enough passage had opened for hundreds of people to pass through at once without issue. Advance. With a quiet order, Salif was the first to move forward. As the family head of the Guardian bloodline and possessing the most durable body, he was truly a person well suited to lead the front. Please spare me. However, what awaited the Allied forces as they entered the city were not bloodthirsty enemies but dying citizens. When the walls collapsed, buildings beneath were destroyed, and a significant number of people had been killed or injured. How terrible! Turan did not turn his eyes away from those dying people. It was a sacrifice he had to accept to hunt wolves, but the moment he justified it as not his fault, he would become no different from those fallen gods. Just as he was about to pass by the victims and head toward the Red Fortress, a sharp arrow was caught by Salif's hand. Kill the invaders! With a furious voice, the wizards of House Zahar hiding among the ruins launched a simultaneous attack. In an instant, the sounds of sharp gunfire, the heat emitted by various spells, and screams turned the streets of Axum into chaos. I got hit in the arm. This is poison Lavitas. Is there any healer of the Lavitas bloodline? Damn it, I feel completely surrounded. Only then did the Allied forces realize that House Zahar had planned their strategy from the beginning with urban warfare in mind. True to its age of thousands of years, the buildings of Axum were densely packed and towered high. Dealing with attacks from House Zahar's wizards, who hid between them dressed indistinguishably from civilians and then suddenly struck, was no easy task. I am not one of them. Then stay down. Die. Now, all civilians who hadn't yet evacuated due to injury or panic had effectively become potential enemies. Because of that, even though the allied wizards had numerical and qualitative superiority, they could not simply crush the enemy. What's more, the enemy was now attacking not with the conventional throwing weapons they had used before, but with new methods. With a bang, more than 10 wizards were blown away. Just moments before, a boy who had been running away in a panic suddenly hurled a leather pouch that exploded. They had begun using gunpowder weapons, once seemingly exclusive to House Parsha. Though the method was primitive to an incomparable degree, it was still undeniably a threatening attack. Damn disgusting bastards. However, not even they could stop Salif at the front. With the halo unique to the Varaha bloodline glowing behind him and his whole body wrapped in white flames, he shot lightspeed beams with every wave of his hand, toppling House Zahar's wizards. It was a result made possible by his persistent training, allowing him to adapt a beam skill originally usable only on a large scale. At that moment, a figure appeared next to Salif, as if silently rising. Looks like I'll have to step in. You sure you need to conserve your magic power to deal with the higher-ups? At this rate, we'll suffer too many losses breaking through. It's better for someone like me who can detect wizards to step up and preserve our forces. Even as Turon spoke, he snapped his fingers to create a few fireballs, spun them around, and fired. 4 wizards of House Zahar, hiding behind a stone wall as a shield, were burned to death without even letting out a scream. There were plenty of other ways to attack as well. When he confirmed that there were no civilians nearby, he would vaporize water of death and spray it to burn their lungs alive. Or at times, he would catch flying arrows or concealed weapons and throw them back to kill. Once Turon took the lead, the Allied forces' advance became significantly faster than before. Following behind Turon, who walked ahead in long strides, Salif hastily tried to stop him. Hey, you're moving too fast right now. At this rate, the rear formation is going to collapse. We need to go faster. Why, I suspected it when they declared surrender and then kept resisting. These bastards are waiting for something. Compared to how they had bowed their heads and begged in disgrace, the current situation was clearly a setup for urban warfare. Moreover, most of those continuing to attack the Allied forces were either knights or low-ranking nobles. If they had truly lost hope and were making a final desperate stand, then it would have made more sense for high-ranking nobles like Raman to join the urban battle as well, or for the nobles to flee separately and engage in guerrilla warfare. The way things were being handled now clearly indicated that they had some plausible solution, but it wasn't ready yet, and so they were buying time. Salif, who found Turon's reasoning plausible, also let out a heavy sigh with a grim expression. Still, while listening to Salif, Turon continued moving forward until he noticed something like a barrier made of magic power on the ground. To confirm, he conjured Light of Judgment and extended a whip to strike the ground, and at that moment an enormous explosion and shockwave slammed into the two of them. The two of them were flung dozens of meters away in an instant. After standing dazed for a moment, they looked at each other and burst into laughter. It wasn't exactly appropriate behavior for such a serious situation, but their appearances, covered in soot and looking pitch black, were just too ridiculous. Are you a crow or something? Look who's talking. After teasing each other, the two looked forward again and saw that the ground on the path they had just been walking had completely caved in. It was clear that the Zahar forces had intentionally dug out the ground and buried a large amount of gunpowder. There was something on the ground, so I touched it to check. If you hadn't triggered it yourself, a lot more people would have died. If the Allied wizards had walked over it and it had exploded then, it could have killed at least hundreds. Compared to this, the traps Turon had laid for the Varaha nobles earlier were child's play. The barrier they had sensed was likely installed to conceal the smell of the massive amount of gunpowder. It seemed they hadn't expected that barrier to be detected at all. After creating water to lightly rinse off their bodies, the two led the Allied forces forward again. They discovered a couple more traps like the one before, and one of them had no barrier at all, so they barely detected it by smell. Those following behind were all armed with firearms, and the enemies had been using a lot of gunpowder for attacks as well, so everyone's noses were half numb. A moment's carelessness and they might have missed it. Had they marched for about an hour, finally, after pushing through about half of Axum City, the red fortress began to appear in the distance. You pushed through all of this last time too? Sure did. Muttering that it was truly insane, Salif fired a beam to kill a House Zahar wizard. Back then, I moved while blending in pretty well. Escaping was just flying away, so it didn't even take a minute. Wait. As he murmured, Turon hardened his expression and focused on his sense of smell. I smell blood. Of course you do. People are dying everywhere right now. Not here, from over there near the red fortress, and it's the smell of blood that's been sitting for quite a while. Turon explained as he spoke, simultaneously drawing a conclusion in his mind. A ritual that sacrifices many humans and uses unknown techniques to offer them as tribute. converting ancient ruins left behind by the old gods into a special power. The Red Fortress of Zahar was more than sufficient to serve as the subject of such a ritual. As for the human sacrifices, they could have easily used any of the countless citizens of Axum or brought others from elsewhere. I'll go first. Can you handle things and bring them after? Of course, don't push yourself, I'll follow quickly. Got it. Leaving command of the allied forces to Salif, Turon immediately took off from the ground. Though it had taken over an hour to cross half of Axum City, it didn't take even a minute to reach the other half. Covering several kilometers in an instant, Turon fired a steel ball toward the barrier that hung in the sky above the Red Fortress. With a thunderous crash, an illusion like shattering glass spread through the air and the barrier disappeared. How horrific! The stench of rotten blood, which had only faintly registered before, now stung his nose with overpowering intensity. It was strong enough that even an ordinary person could tell from a distance that something was terribly wrong. It was obvious now that the barrier that had surrounded the Red Fortress until moments ago had served to conceal this smell. Looking down from above, Turon thought the Red Fortress should now be called the Black Fortress. That's how it looked, with symbols drawn in dark, dried blood smeared across the floors, walls, and every part of the buildings. With the sense of a sacred relic, Turon scanned the inside of the fortress and fired a steel ball toward the nearest presence of the enemy he detected. With a rumble, a building collapsed, revealing the Zahar nobles who had been hiding there. Damn, he's already here. Number looks like he left the main force behind and came alone. Shut up and block him quickly. As murmurs rose, so did their magic power. Though the distance made it hard to see their symbols clearly, Turon could tell they were possessed by fallen gods. In response to these wolves that devoured humans, the shepherd symbol shone even more brightly. It's coming! The first thing that flew toward him was a teal beam fired from the hand of a bearded man. Turon responded to what was likely a skill with the same technique as before, spinning a fireball to gain momentum and launching it. The opponent, who had been sneering, looked shocked as his skill shattered under the fireball spell. What, how? Had it not been an established truth over thousands of years that skills held an overwhelming advantage over magic? Before he could even process the unexpected outcome, the fireball that shattered his beam pierced his chest. Of course, the defensive magic artifact he wore could not stop it. Activating spiritual perception, Turon confirmed that the spirit form rising from the dead body was heading somewhere southeast. As expected, they relocated their soul anchor. They must have made that decision knowing that if they left their soul anchor in Axum, it would be captured the moment the city fell. When one of them was killed so suddenly, the other gods flinched and backed off, but in that moment Turon couldn't reach the escaping soul. No matter what, they all likely had at least spiritual perception, so they would definitely detect their own spirit form leaving their bodies and retaliate. Just after he had taken down one of them, another attack flew toward him and it felt strangely familiar. Turon deflected the ice axe swung by a lanky man and opened his mouth to ask, Are you Emir? That's right. Why? The symbol embedded in that body was also familiar. It was a tangle of Berserker and Frost, following after Chaser and Hunter. No wonder he hadn't seen him during the last battle with Aravian, he must have been here all along. Where's Phoenix? Obviously went to kill your brat. Leaving him like that was practically begging for a stabbing, wasn't it? At Emir's sneering, Turon felt his heart sink for a moment, but he struggled not to show it. If they had really dispatched a special forces unit targeting Luska, there was no way they would openly admit it. If you're not going to talk, there's no helping it. You'll just have to die. Murmuring quietly, Turon immediately fired a steel ball loaded into his slingshot. Emir quickly tried to block it by raising an ice barrier like before, but there was no way someone like Emir could withstand an attack that even the heavily armored battle couldn't endure. Unless the body he possessed was exceptionally powerful, which it wasn't, being only at a high-tier level at best, there was no chance. GHHK. As Emir collapsed, vomiting blood with his solar plexus pierced clean through, Turon approached without hesitation and smashed his head with a kick, confirming the kill. It was a dramatic change, considering how he had barely escaped with his life when he infiltrated this place before, severely wounded by the attacks of the possessed ones. Of course, that time it had been largely because Battle and Phoenix were present. Having dealt with two possessed hosts in his preemptive strike, Turon dodged incoming attacks, hurling himself aside. Zahar nobles who had gathered after hearing the commotion joined in, and what had been a 6-against-1 fight quickly escalated to dozens against one. However, Turon shattered the gods of Zahar with a combat style that left no openings whatsoever. Using accelerated flight magic, he kept a wide distance, surrounding his body with wind to deflect incoming projectiles, then used night to block the enemy's light and conceal himself as he one-sidedly ravaged them. In the end, nobles of mediocre strength only held real power when someone of family head level stood at the center, and the current Turon had already transcended even the realm of such beings. As he was wiping out more than a dozen Zahar nobles who hadn't participated in the urban battle, a familiar face appeared. It was his aunt, Errol Zahar, who had come as a messenger earlier. Turan drew light of judgment and beheaded her, then let out a quiet sigh upon realizing the spirit form flowing from her body was extremely faint. She was a human like him, not a possessed host. It can't be helped. At the very least, anyone who had stayed within this fortress was practically an accomplice in the gods' massacre of wizards. Of course, some might have had grievances, perhaps they were coerced under hierarchy or their families held hostage, but how could he possibly consider all that right now? They're definitely doing something in there. Zahar nobles, who had once emerged so confidently, were now completely dispirited and desperate to avoid him. Seeing this, Turan turned the suspicion he'd formed earlier into certainty. If Phoenix had been here, he should have revealed himself by now. If he had, Turan would have had to withdraw, unable to face him while also fending off other enemies. In other words, Phoenix was clearly engaged in something too important to come out and face Turan right now. The problem is, I can't sense his presence. Even the barrier that had been installed at the former residence of the Zahar family head, and many others within the Red Fortress blocked detection of magic power from the Mimic's sacred relic. Considering that there had been no such measures at the Aravian side's quarters, it was probably Kim Woong's technology. Just because he had defected didn't mean all the barriers he previously installed had disappeared, so if Turan wanted to find the hidden Phoenix, he would have to search or destroy every building in the area. No, wait a minute. At that moment, just as Turan recalled something, a roar rose from behind him. The allied wizards he had left behind earlier had finally begun pouring into the Red Fortress. At the front, Salif kicked the fortress gate open in a single strike and entered. Considering that the walls of the Red Fortress themselves were originally sacred relics, it meant the entire structure had now lost its mystical power. Not late, am I? Not yet, probably. The Zahar nobles, seeing the allied wizards pouring in, began to retreat as if their morale had crumbled. Taking advantage of the opening, Turan immediately put into action the idea he had just thought of. The librarian burst out from the soul prison, looked around, and grimaced with a groan. What is this place now? The screams of the souls are enough to deafen me. You remember the pattern that was in the library and the tomb of the gods, right? The librarian made a slightly sulky face at Turan's disregard for his complaint, but then he responded seriously, realizing this was no time for jokes. I remember, but why? I think this is the same pattern. Could you perhaps compare it and tell where the center is? At Turan's words, the librarian let out a hum and looked down. Since Turan was flying, the librarian was also at a high vantage point and could view the entire fortress fortunately. There. The spot the librarian pointed to was, coincidentally, not far from the restroom Turan had previously snuck into. Turan dove toward the location and, using the momentum, stomped the ground to cast Earthmover bloodline magic. The surrounding terrain shattered and shifted in an instant, creating a massive hole. So there was a basement here. The underground level was sealed with the same material as the outer walls of the Red Fortress, and whether by design or not, that wall seemed to have retained its strength. Turan immediately poured out a large amount of water of death he had newly prepared and brought with him. Rather than slowly melting it bit by bit as before, he poured it until it pooled, and the floor began to corrode rapidly. Moments later, as soon as a person-sized hole opened, Turan endured a bit of stinging pain and swiftly slipped inside. What? How did he get through the ceiling? The first thing he saw, along with a startled voice, was Phoenix Raman. Next to him were the two possessed hosts who had survived and escaped the previous battle, and a young man with night-level magic power. The young man, upon seeing Turan, briefly wore a look of irritation before quickly smiling and speaking. Ah, Turan, long time no see. I owe you from last time, don't I? He spoke in a friendly tone, as if addressing a friend, but it was laced with arrogance, the certainty that he was fundamentally a being far above. Without even needing to approach and check the symbol, Turan could sense who was dwelling within that night. The steel ball that flew from his hand immediately burst Monarch's head. Chapter 208. A knight whose head was crushed collapsed on the spot. Right beside him, Phoenix quickly raised his hand to block the blood splatter from hitting his face and spoke with a dumbfounded expression. Hey, isn't this usually when you're supposed to hear at least one word out? I figured that's what you guys wanted. The thought that the best strategy was to do the opposite of what the opponent wanted was something he had to keep to himself. Because even as he gave that answer, he was already launching a second attack. However, unlike a moment ago, Phoenix skillfully blocked the attack flying toward him. A mysterious mass of mucus formed between his hands, entangling the steel ball and stopping it. What is that technique now? It seemed to be an application of an alchemist's skill, but there was no time to analyze it in detail. The two other possessed bodies next to him had already realized there was no intention to talk and were launching attacks as well. Turan blocked the pitch-black flame flying at him with wind and kicked away the opponent attempting close combat. In the meantime, Phoenix, who had dispelled the mucus used for defense, immediately picked up his bow and aimed it at him. That bow? He still remembered just how terrifyingly fast and powerful the arrows shot from that bow were when he had infiltrated Axum before. A weapon with a guide rod attached to the bow to adjust the trajectory, reducing the size of the arrows to less than half, thereby allowing high tension to be applied to smaller projectiles. Tongue even faster than the sound of the bowstring being plucked, the arrow launched in that manner flew out. But thanks to his much-enhanced magic power, Turon recognized and successfully defended against the attack. Damn it, as he deflected the attack with the guardian magic artifact on his forearm, Phoenix twisted his face and let out a low curse. If the distance had been greater, he could have threatened with various techniques, but this place was too narrow for using a bow. At that moment, a commoner burst out from a hidden door in the corner. Panting heavily as if he had been running, he was wearing a white gown that reached down to his knees. Hurry up. Do it now? I thought we had to wait. There's no time for that. While the two other possessed bodies were exchanging blows with Turon, Phoenix swiftly tossed the orb that had been held by the dead knight. The commoner, holding an item that resembled the key they had found in the library, fled through the back door. Even while engaged in battle with the other two possessed bodies, Turon could tell from their exchange that the commoner was another puppet of the monarch. He had just destroyed one a moment ago, and yet the monarch was already using a new body. It was a situation different from the expectation that shifting consciousness from one body to another quickly would be difficult. It seemed that within a short distance, the consciousness could be transferred quickly, or something had been set up so that upon destruction, it would immediately move to the next body. In any case, what he had to do remained unchanged. Kill these bastards here and take that key. Whatever its purpose, if it was something the monarch was doing, it had to be stopped no matter what. But there were many obstacles to chasing right away. The surroundings were made entirely of red fortress outer wall material, meaning he couldn't break through and had to follow the path. And the route the monarch had disappeared into was blocked by Phoenix and the two possessed bodies of House Zahar. Just breaking through head-on would be dangerous. Though he had grown stronger by obtaining the shepherd's symbol combination, the opponent was still a god powerful enough, even if not on the level of Battle or Harun. If they had tried direct combat, he might have been able to end it quickly, but they were blocking the passage and sticking to defense, making it hard to take them down fast. What is this place? Just then someone slipped in through a hole in the ceiling, causing everyone to turn their heads. Salif, who had dropped down abruptly, looked around with a puzzled expression and said, "What the hell is going on here? Stop them." At Turon's shout, Salif responded with a loud good, and immediately summoned a pure white flame threatening the three possessed bodies of House Zahar. The underground area, which had been dark just moments before, instantly lit up so brightly that not a single shadow could remain. The Silver Sun's flame was nearly a natural enemy to those who were derivatives of the Night Hunter. Though he did not possess the healer bloodline and thus couldn't wield perfect power, his quantity of magic power was overwhelmingly superior. And unlike the possessed bodies, he was a fully intact human being. There was no need to bear spiritual loss to draw out the power of bloodline combinations. As the possessed bodies of House Zahar quickly retreated, Turon used the opening to follow the path toward the room where the monarch's puppet had disappeared. Seeing this, Phoenix shouted urgently, "Stop him! They're Aheg!" One of the possessed bodies, who had hurriedly tried to launch an attack at Turon, was engulfed in white flames and screamed as it burned to ashes. Another, terrified after witnessing this, couldn't bring himself to approach, and Salif immediately shot a beam at Phoenix, who was chasing after Turon. As he hurriedly twisted his body in panic, he burst out in anger at Salif. "Don't interfere, you're the one who should stay put." He didn't quite understand the situation, but he was certain of at least one thing: he couldn't let that woman interfere with Turon. With that conviction, Salif relentlessly fired beams toward the path Phoenix was trying to take, blocking his advance. The look on his face, as if he were about to go insane at any moment, was as good as a reward. "You damn NPC bastard." Turon had once said that was the term the fallen gods used to belittle modern humans as fake beings. For spiritual life forms who possess such fake humans to utter such words, it was truly arrogant. As if forging a weapon from the light of judgment, Salif crafted a longsword from white flames and charged at Phoenix. "Here, have a taste of this NPC's sword." Thanks to Salif, Turon successfully separated the possessed bodies of House Zahar and spotted a spiral staircase. From below drifted a strong scent of fresh blood, quite unlike the smell from outside, indicating that some similarly repulsive ritual was currently underway. Rather than descending the stairs, Turon leaped down in one motion and opened the door on the opposite side, where several commoners appeared. Who are you? A few men and women dressed in white clothes, all of them were commoners and no symbols could be seen within them, which meant they were all monarch's puppets. They appeared to be in the middle of smearing something that looked like human blood and flesh on the walls to create bizarre patterns similar to those above ground. Seeing this, Turon swept them away with a wind conjured from a light flick of his hand. Just like the bandits he had encountered during his first journey long ago, the puppets were flung against the walls by the wind and died with their bodies crushed. There, at the very back of the room, he saw the puppet that had received the orb earlier. It was muttering something with 6 orbs embedded into its body. That place appeared to be the central core of this ritual, so that was beneath the spot the librarian elder had pointed out. I should have come down one more level. With that thought, Turon immediately moved to stop the ritual the monarch was performing. It wasn't about stopping it simply because it was his enemy's doing, nor was it about morality because many humans had been sacrificed. It was the most primal, purest sense of danger as a living being that moved him. Without even the time to load the steel ball into his slingshot, he gripped it in his hand and hurled it straight. The flying steel ball scattered the installed orbs on the ground in all directions and from the shockwave alone left the monarch beside them in a critical state. Gook! With a scream, the keys flew off in all directions and the glowing dark red pattern faded. In just a few steps, Turon closed the distance of dozens of meters and realized the monarch's puppet was still alive. He got lucky. Because his internal organs were already half crushed, it was clear he wouldn't survive without healing magic, so Turon prioritized retrieving all the keys first. Unlike the one from the library, their color was faint, suggesting the power within was not substantial. Perhaps they had been consumed during the earlier ritual. Kuh! At that moment, the monarch, who had collapsed in the corner, let out a small laugh. Turon grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and lifted him up, asking, "I doubt you'll answer, but I'll ask anyway. What were you trying to do here?" Whatever it was, it didn't seem like something worth enduring the Allied forces' invasion for. Although the monarch's true body was still unaccounted for, House Zahar had already fallen. Having lost all useful agents, the monarch had no option left but to hide in the shadows of the power Turon had created and flee for the rest of his life. Considering that he, riding Bige, could cross the world in a few days, there was no place where the monarch could hide and establish a satisfactory force. In response to Turon's question, the monarch gave a weak laugh and opened his mouth in a dying voice. "This is your fault. I didn't plan to go this far. If only you had given, Mesa, what are you talking about? You'll find out soon enough." As expected, he had no intention of giving a proper explanation. His aim seemed only to mock Turon. If there was any gain, it was confirming with the eye of truth that he was indeed trying to do something. Turon applied slight pressure and snapped the puppet's neck, then threw the corpse against the nearby wall for a finishing blow. The puppet slammed into the wall at several hundred kilometers per hour, shattered completely with a grotesque noise. For now, it seemed he had succeeded in stopping the ritual here, so the next issue was helping Salif, who was fighting on the upper floor. Flying up the spiral staircase with flight magic, Turon soon saw Salif locked in battle with Phoenix. "Is it over, MHM? Damn." Seeing Turon, a look of dismay appeared on Phoenix's face. Although unclear, he had probably expected the monarch's puppet below to accomplish something. Even so, he likely didn't believe he could take on both Turon and Salif alone. Then, Phoenix took a truly unexpected stance. "I surrender." It wasn't just words. He threw away his bow, knelt down, and raised both hands over his head, a gesture that clearly conveyed his intention to give up the fight. Salif, who had been about to bring down his flaming sword, hesitated with a flustered expression. What does this bastard have no pride? Just moments ago, he had been ranting about NPCs, and now this sudden reversal. Hearing the spontaneous criticism born of sheer bewilderment, Phoenix nodded without hesitation in agreement. "Yes, I am a beast with no pride. Please take pity on me. I will obey your will, whatever it may be." Seeing that, it became clear that the surrender letter he had received earlier had indeed been written by him personally. Turon was just as dumbfounded by such an attitude. With the eye of truth, he could tell that there wasn't a shred of falsehood in Phoenix's words, but even so it didn't change what had to be done. The body Phoenix was possessing, Raman's power, was far too dangerous to leave alone. "Kill him, got it." By the time Salif responded, the flaming sword had already smoothly sliced through his cervical spine. As Raman's headless body collapsed to the ground, Turon immediately released his spirit form and extracted Phoenix's soul. Unlike the other fallen gods, he did not resist and obediently followed Turon's guidance into the soul prison. What was he thinking? Well, I guess we can find out slowly next to battle. If he stays cooperative, we might even check it separately soon. Turon stared silently at Raman's decapitated body, then spoke to Salif. "Collect the corpse at least. He is your father-in-law after all." Berit doesn't seem particularly fond of him, but unlike with Mesa, it's not like she saw her father as a mortal enemy. Ah, of course, by that logic, even Mesa couldn't really be considered enemies with the real battle, the one not possessed. Battle Aravian had become a possessed body long before Mesa, before even her mother was born, likely at least 300 years ago. While Salif gathered the corpse, Turan went back down to the second basement floor, had the librarian memorize all the patterns, and then cleared everything out by summoning flames. Even as the hellish heat reduced the corpses and patterns there to ash, not a single soot mark touched Turan's body. He had preemptively created a vacuum barrier using wind magic. Breaking through the smoke-filled basement and emerging to the surface, he was met by Salif, who recoiled in shock as he saw the billowing smoke. "What the hell were you doing down there?" "It was too messy, so I cleaned it up." "What's the situation?" Gunfire could still be heard now and then, suggesting the remnants of House Zahar were still resisting, but it was much quieter than before. Salif nodded to confirm it. "Well, it's pretty much over. Even before I got here, most of them were already on the verge of surrendering." Declaring that the Red Fortress was fully occupied, Salif added in a meaningful tone, "So how does it feel to have conquered the world?" "World conquest." Turan looked out at the half-ruined city of Axum along the path they had advanced through. "Maybe because it doesn't feel real, I don't feel that happy." It was probably because there was still something unresolved that left him uneasy. While the Allied forces secured the Red Fortress and sorted the prisoners of House Zahar, Turan headed for the residence of the Zahar family head, a relatively safe place. There, under Salif's guard, he immediately entered the Soul Prison and found Phoenix. "Welcome, Tyrannim." Phoenix appeared as a man in his mid-20s with narrow, nervous eyes, thin lips, and a sharply defined jaw. Even in this spiritual realm, he behaved as if he had completely submitted to Turan. In hindsight, Phoenix's manner wasn't particularly surprising. When he first met Turan in Talai's body, he had acted arrogantly, but as soon as Turan became the head of a new great house, he had bowed his head without hesitation. To put it kindly, he was the logical and calculating type. Bluntly, he was the classic coward who bullied the weak and groveled before the strong. And among such types, it was rare to find someone who so blatantly threw away all pride and dignity. "Let's get to the point. Do you know what the monarch was trying to do?" "I thought I did, but now I'm not sure." The words were vague, but the eye of truth confirmed they weren't lies. Turan twitched his brows slightly, showing his emotion, and asked again, in more detail. "The original plan was to use the full power of the Red Fortress to pierce a hole in the world's barrier and flee back to our homeland. He believed that you Tyrannim wouldn't follow him that far, and even if you did, once you knew you couldn't return, you'd go back. He wanted to open a hole and cross over to Earth." "Yes," Turan recalled the monarch's puppet mumbling while surrounded by the gathered keys. "So that had been a ritual to open a portal to Earth. Why go through all the trouble to do that here in Axum? There were few remaining places where one could stably extract power from ancient ruins, and this location, Axum, was said to be near the center of the world, making it advantageous for opening such a hole." He could roughly understand the meaning when Phoenix added that it was like piercing fluttering paper, how stabbing the center is easier than poking at the edges. Though whether it was actually true, he couldn't be sure. "You confirmed all of this with the eye of truth, right?" "Of course, but we ran out of time. If we just had 1 or 2 more days, it would have been enough." According to Phoenix, the failure seemed to be because the ritual had to be performed hastily when Turan suddenly invaded. "Is that all? What do you mean, exactly?" "I'm asking if the monarch had any other schemes he was planning through you all. Did Kim Woong really defect without any hidden agenda?" "As far as I know, yes." That too was the truth. Which made it ironic that they had kept 4 top-ranking nobles on prison guard duty at all times, fearing he might betray them. Of course, there was still the possibility that he had made a separate deal with the monarch, so there was no way to be completely sure. "What about the monarch's true body?" "I don't know. You did all this for a guy who wouldn't even show you his real body. We had no other choice." The native forces following Turan Parsha had already matched or even surpassed them. Now rejected by the world they had once built, they were so desperate that they clung even to a rotten rope. Phoenix spoke in a desperate tone. You'd think from his words that he was the one who had been wronged, as if he hadn't helped kill innocent gods and label them all as devils. "So in the end, you don't know anything either." Really, the monarch was something else. From the attitude he showed in his final moments, it seemed he had been up to something, but he hadn't even revealed it to Phoenix, one of his last remaining allies. Then again, judging by how Phoenix had spilled everything as soon as he was captured, not sharing anything had been the right call. The one most likely to have been told the most was probably Battle. Otherwise, there would have been no reason for him to endure such torture while holding out so stubbornly. He's not still holding on out of loyalty to the monarch alone. Does he believe the bastard still has a way to turn this situation around? How? Wondering what kind of method that could be, Turan asked Phoenix one last question: the location of the new soul stronghold set by the gods of House Zahar. He received an answer: an uninhabited island in the South Sea southeast of Axum. As soon as he dismissed his spirit form and returned to his physical body, something violently shook him. Turan. "Hey, get up, what?" It was so urgent that Turan wondered if House Zahar had prepared a trap to collapse the entire Red Fortress. "Come outside, quick, I can't explain this in words." Wondering what was going on, Turan made his way out and noticed that the color of the light entering from outside felt off. It was still midday, so golden sunlight should have been shining through the window, but instead, a reddish hue reminiscent of sunset was bleeding in. Surely time hadn't sped up while he was in the soul prison. His thought was interrupted as he stepped outside and immediately understood why Salif had caused such a fuss. Under a crimson sky heated so red that the sun itself could no longer be seen, giant humans so enormous they were recognizable from a great distance were descending upon the land. Chapter 209, Giants those are. How long had they been staring blankly at the scene? A murmur from someone unknown slipped into the ears of everyone nearby. Giants. A different race from mythology that ruled the Emerald Desert in the distant ancient times before the descent of the pre-god tribe. Each one was as powerful as a great sea serpent, so weak gods found it difficult to fight them even one-on-one. But they were hunted to extinction by the arrows of the night hunter Odas. It was said that the flesh and souls of the slain giants were used by the monarch to create the monsters in the underground labyrinth, and their bones were ground down by the lame goddess to make bricks for building the Red Fortress. Yet now, around this area of Axum alone, at least 4, possibly more than 5 giants had revealed themselves. Some of them only seemed close because of their massive size but were in fact far away, yet one of them was descending very close to Axum. If that truly was a being as powerful as the giants from mythology, then the wizards of Axum would surely be crushed without even being able to resist. Could this be the result of the ritual monarch performed? There was no way to guess how he had done it or why he had committed such an act. Could it be retaliation because Turan interfered with his plans? No, that was a method that didn't match the behavior the man had shown so far. There was certainly some gain he sought to obtain through this ritual. It was just that, for now, they couldn't determine what exactly that gain was. In any case, that was something to ponder only after dealing with the immediate task at hand. Let's at least try talking to it. If that doesn't work, we'll have to hunt it. Is that possible? We have to try. Will you help? At Turan's words, Salif let out a scoffing laugh. Why even ask? Should we bring the others too? At the very least, even if we just have them fire a cannon, it might be some help. They still didn't know how powerful that monster was, but at the very least, it didn't seem like bullets fired by knights would have any effect. If it truly possessed strength comparable to the giants in mythology, it was questionable whether even the magic of high-ranking nobles would work. First, they would have the cannons fired, and if that didn't work, they would retreat and the two of them would have no choice but to deal with it themselves. Fortunately, thanks to the quick surrender of Phoenix, not much magic power had been consumed, and it had long since been recovered. Turan selected a small elite group from the allied army based on the strength of their magic power and immediately advanced toward the giant. Can we win this? Don't be scared, you bastards, we have our family heads with us. Yeah, those things were defeated once before after all. Though there were a few who shrank from the overwhelming pressure emanating from the giant, fortunately, most trusted Turan and Salif thanks to the accomplishments they had shown thus far and moved forward. Drawing strength from the presence of the shepherd standing behind them, like a sheepdog confronting a predator larger than itself. Had they known that these giants were monsters, whom even the ancient pre-god tribe had hesitated to face one-on-one, they would never have found the courage to move. Within a few minutes, having exited the city of Axum through the eastern gate, they now trembled before the sight of the giant, which had come within a few hundred meters. Its height was probably just under 50 meters. Though the number was 50 meters, it was so high that even at a distance of several hundred meters, one had to crane their neck just to see its head. At a glance, it looked like a scaled-up human, but upon closer inspection, the overall body structure was entirely alien. Its head was much smaller than its frame, its arms longer, and its legs shorter by comparison. Its facial features were also uneven and distorted. Completely naked, its genitals were fully exposed, and shockingly, it had both male and female organs simultaneously. None among them fully understood the concept of the uncanny valley, but instinctively all felt discomfort at the sight. That giant was something entirely incompatible with them. At that moment, the giant, which had been standing blankly, suddenly turned its head as if it sensed the approaching group's presence. Its eyes, bulging out like buttons, rolled in their sockets and drool dripped from a mouth torn vertically. "Hey, you, looks delicious." The resonance was so immense that, although it merely muttered as if to itself, the voice reverberated through the entire body even at a distance of several hundred meters. Well, considering the size of that monster, the distance between them was no more than a dozen meters in practical terms. Startled for just a moment by that voice, the nobles shuddered once more when they realized that the giant was speaking the same language as them, and then felt fear and disgust upon understanding the meaning of its words. "Family head, should we order an attack?" Someone spoke up like that, then suddenly opened their eyes wide as they realized that Turan, who had been at the front speaking to it, was no longer there. There was no way the head of House Parsha would have fled out of fear upon seeing the giant. If so, before the thought could even be completed, an explosive roar and a horrific scream erupted from the giant's face. Turan had stealthily approached and from close range embedded a steel ball into the giant's eyeball. WHHHH. Unlike the previous mutterings, the resulting sound was on an entirely different level, a pressure so intense it felt like the ground would be overturned by sound alone. If they had been knights or lower nobles, they might have died from the shockwave alone. Though the nobles screamed from the pain of their eardrums tearing, they swiftly aimed the cannons they had brought. Fire, though none of them could hear Salif's command due to their ruptured eardrums, it was not difficult to grasp its meaning from his gestures, lip movements, and expression. Groups of 4 enchanted the cannons with ignition magic, and massive cannonballs charged with magic power were launched one after another. "It's hot!" The giant, whose one eye had been crushed by Turan's railgun strike, let out another scream as it was bombarded with cannon fire. Of course, the power of the cannonballs was barely enough to pierce the giant's skin. Considering that those same cannonballs could easily penetrate walls several meters thick, the level of defense the giant displayed was downright unreasonable. But for living creatures, there are always parts of the body where even modest force can inflict significant pain. Targeted with a concentrated assault to its exposed genitals, the monster covered between its legs with its hands, and like kicking gravel, it kicked massive boulders toward the nobles who had fired the cannons. Just as they sensed the danger from multiple house-sized boulders flying toward them, Salif, who was at the front, extended multiple strands of light of judgment and deflected them. "Don't worry, keep firing." Normally, the mechanism of light of judgment is to combine light and fire to cut through matter with intense heat, but Salif deliberately reduced the heat and used only physical force, wielding it like a whip of light. Thanks to that, the flying boulders failed to injure the nobles with the cannons and instead bounced powerlessly in all directions. When the angry giant saw Salif and raised its hand to crush the small dwarf-like figure, a spear of lightning, conjured by the hidden Turan, struck precisely at that raised hand. The electric shock lit up the surroundings several kilometers, and the giant couldn't even scream as its entire body convulsed. Grrrr. Watching silently in concealment, Turan let out a small sigh of relief. It's weaker than expected, maybe it's not a real giant after all. He remembered how close to death he had come just fighting the remnants of the great sea serpent in the past. Compared to that, this giant was far more manageable. It might take a bit of time, but it seemed catchable even if he fought it alone. Well, thinking about it, the difference in strength between then and now was enormous. Each steel ball he casually fired now was far more powerful than the boulder throws that had once been their best weapon against the great sea serpent wraith. If Turan's group back then had encountered this giant, they might have had to take considerable risks or even accept death. Back then, even attacking until all their magic power was drained might not have been enough to inflict a fatal wound. But at least one thing was certain: this giant was far weaker than the real giants spoken of in myths and oral traditions. "We can win, keep attacking," Turan revealed himself and raised his voice to boost morale. Though most couldn't hear him due to ruptured eardrums, the simple fact that he had appeared visibly was enough to raise morale. What followed was a somewhat tedious but stable style of hunting. The nobles continued to fire at the weak points, preventing the giant from easily reacting, while Turan flew around, relentlessly embedding steel balls and lightning strikes. Salif played the role of an anvil in front of the nobles, and whenever the giant got too close, he would drive a white flame sword deep into its instep to force it back. Once he was kicked squarely by the monster, but he blocked it with his sacred relic shield and hurled his body backward to disperse the impact, so he wasn't seriously injured. After about 10 minutes of this, the blood-soaked giant finally collapsed onto the ground, and the allied army's wizards let out sighs of relief. "We won. It wasn't as bad as we thought." "Is this the time to be saying that, healer?" "Over here, my bone's broken." The healers prioritized those whose heads had been smashed by rock fragments or had broken limbs, then moved on to fix ruptured eardrums. Meanwhile, Turan and Salif stood over the dead giant's body, speaking with serious expressions. "This thing's just an empty shell." "An empty shell? Yeah, try absorbing its magic power. Let's see." "Oh, you're right." As Salif reached his hand toward the giant's corpse, he immediately understood what Turan meant. Though his own magic power had already reached its limit in growth, he could at least sense how much magic power he could absorb from a being. Shockingly, this giant didn't offer even the minimum amount of magic power one would expect from the weakest magical beasts that even knights could hunt. At this rate, there's no satisfaction in taking it down. Considering that without Turan and Salif, even dozens of nobles armed with cannons wouldn't have been able to hunt that monster, the result was downright horrifying. Even worse, the giant's body, drained of its magic power, soon began to crumble into ash like dust. It couldn't even be used to build structures like the Red Fortress. Seeing that nothing remained, the wizards of the allied army wore expressions like they'd just seen a ghost. The giant we killed, it's gone. More importantly, what the hell is going on? Why did a giant appear? That question was exactly what Turon most wanted to ask. What on earth was happening? A human with wings? Yes, they took everyone away. I barely managed to survive and... In the residence at Morgan City. Mesa frowned as she watched the survivor from a nearby city sobbing uncontrollably. A noble of House Aravian standing next to her carefully offered an explanation. It's probably the birdfolk. From the old myths, I know. The person who spoke lowered their head cautiously and backed away in response to her sharp tone. A mythical creature suddenly appearing, what kind of absurd situation was this? For a moment, she felt bewildered, but Mesa quickly issued orders to dispatch a subjugation force led by a few Aravian nobles. However, the dispatched force returned in just 2 days, having suffered devastating losses. They're monsters, we need stronger forces. The family head must take the field. What blasphemy is that? At a survivor's outcry, the already disgraced nobles of House Aravian shouted in alarm, but Mesa calmly nodded. That seems to be the right course, prepare for deployment. She still held resentment toward the nobles of Aravian, but she couldn't blame all the people of the Tacking Plains for it. Turon wouldn't have done so either. Before long, a subjugation force was formed, centered around Mesa, the family head of House Aravian. Composed only of nobles from the Aravian bloodline with flight capabilities and the quick-footed Partia nobles mounted on magical beasts, the force arrived at the site of the previous unit's annihilation in just a couple of hours. Is that it? How horrible. Where one of the nobles pointed, there were humans impaled on long wooden stakes. They were already decayed and reeked with a foul stench. With a wave of Mesa's hand, all the wooden stakes snapped and the corpses were laid down neatly. Prepare them. Yes, family head. In truth, preparing them didn't mean doing anything elaborate. Given the situation, it wasn't as if they could leisurely search the bodies and verify identities. To check if there were any wizards among the dead, they attempted magic power absorption and, after confirming, used ignition magic to cleanly cremate the bodies. That was sufficient. As they were gathering and burning the corpses, the smoke and smell seemed to draw the birdfolk from afar. Are those the birdfolk? They don't look that strong. Unlike the spirit forms of the Aravian bloodline with wings on their backs, the birdfolk had arms that had transformed into wings. After silently observing the subjugation force, they let out a series of harsh screeching noises, then dove at them at terrifying speed. Gah! An Aravian noble who had no time to respond was struck down with a desperate cry, scattering blood as he fell. As the startled group attempted to counterattack chaotically, Mesa raised her hammer high and unleashed the power of the Thunder Lord. With a surge of violet lightning dominating the sky, dozens of birdfolk instantly collapsed. It was a deliberately weakened and Wideria attack, so it wasn't fatal, but it left their bodies paralyzed and completely immobile. Attack them! The Aravian nobles, red-faced with shame at being humiliated before their new family head, and the Partia nobles, angry at having shown weakness before their leader, unleashed their fury. Overwhelmed by the combined wrath of both wizard houses, the grounded, barely alive birdfolk were swiftly exterminated. Though they had decent resistance to lightning, their hides and bones weren't nearly tough enough to withstand bullets. Their defense is lacking, like avian magical beasts, but their speed and attack power are dangerously high. Just look at those claw strikes. Now I understand why the first subjugation force was wiped out so easily. That's certainly true, but one person nodded in agreement as they looked at the arm of the Aravian noble who had been attacked earlier. After finishing the subjugation and returning, Mesa was greeted by a mass of wizards lined up before the Wall of Light. Who are all these people? A report family head. Astoran City has, our city Canaan is in more urgent danger. In Ramig, dozens are being eaten every day, everyone's face twisted at the reports that cities across the Tacking Plains were under attack. Having overcome the immediate crisis, Turon decided it was time to gather more information, so he led the allied army back to Axum City and pulled a hand mirror from his pouch. Though it hadn't reacted at all earlier, it now vibrated with a high-pitched whine, indicating that someone was on the other side. Ashes, did anything weird happen over there? You too? At Ash's question, Turon felt a bad premonition and immediately asked in return. The answer was just as he'd feared. Yeah, the color of the sky shifted strangely, and then dwarves appeared. They spoke fluently like humans and used strange tools. They demanded we become obedient slaves. Fortunately, they had temporarily retreated due to the attacks by the wizards assigned to protect Kalamath. Dwarves who spoke fluently like humans. Turon recalled the dwarven race that once lived hidden in the canyons of the Grey Zone. What those creatures said had never reached the level anyone would call fluent. They were a people who had once built a great civilization but lost their intellect and fell into ruin due to monarchs' meddling. In other words, it meant that the ancestors of the ancient dwarves had reappeared in the gray zone. Well, that's still better. Over here, a giant has resurrected. You mean the giant from myth, the one the night hunter shot and killed? Yeah, we've taken down one so far, but there are probably several more around Axum. Have you checked on the Varaha region yet? Not yet. I'll check right now and contact you. A few minutes after the mirror connection was cut, Ashes contacted him again and gave a report just as Turon had anticipated. In Helio City and other areas near the Land of Five Lakes, goblins thought to have gone extinct long ago had begun to appear, so it's really come to this. Do you know something? It's probably the result of the ritual that bastard we're trying to catch performed. Maybe it's even a side effect. Why Monarch had done this was still unknown. It could be seen as a form of retaliation against Turon and the natives who had interfered with him, but that was quite different from the behavioral patterns the man had shown until now. It doesn't seem like this situation is limited to just around the Emerald Desert. It might be a global catastrophe. Turon's guess was accurate. The changes were occurring truly across the entire world. First, in the Western Forest region, it was not the stragglers barely clinging to remnants of their power, but the true Dark Elf Lords, those who once commanded hundreds of undead spirits who awakened. Having been dispirited after losing their powerful leaders, they now rallied with joy at the call of the returned lords. In the swamps of Lavitas, several elf lords who commanded elemental spirits opened their eyes. Unfortunately, their descendants had long since gone extinct, but even on their own, these beings were formidable and threatening. Similarly, in the snowy fields of Najin and the frostwind forest of Ruven, yetis with thick white fur covering their entire bodies slid across the snow, and in the grassy plains, herds of centaurs with the lower bodies of horses began to gallop. The very first action taken by these ancient different races upon appearing was to reach out toward the prey that had increased to absurd numbers compared to their original era. The great noble houses and other wizard families could not easily respond to the sudden disaster. Of all times it was now, the closing phase of a world war in which numerous great noble houses had clashed in alliance. With so many wizards either dead or taken as prisoners by enemy forces, there was no way to properly respond to the invasions by the different races. Of course, even if the war hadn't happened, wizards, who had long since declined compared to the ancient gods, would not have been able to completely stop these invasions. But at least the damage would not have been so devastating. Indeed, the world was returning to the distant ancient times before the descent of the pre-god tribe. Back to the era when countless different races ran wild and treated humans as prey, feasting upon them without restraint. Chapter 210. It took Turon 2 days to hunt down all 4 giants that had appeared near Axum. Not only did it require time to recover stamina and magic power after each successful hunt, but even the elite hunting unit had difficulty keeping up with the giants' movements. The giants, befitting their enormous size, moved rather slowly, but because their stride was so long, their movement speed was astonishingly fast. Even nobles of mid to high rank running at full strength struggled to catch up with the giants' large bounding steps. If those creatures had merely kept wandering without draining the water of the oasis or attacking nearby nomadic tribes and cities, it would have taken ages just to chase them down. After hunting all the nearby giants, Turon returned to Axum and immediately sought out Phoenix in the Soul Prison to inform him of the current situation. Explain. Even if you ask me to explain. With a troubled expression, Phoenix said he could only explain it as Monarch having deceived them and done something else. According to the Eye of Truth, that statement was not a lie. Fine, let me change the question. Do you have any idea why this phenomenon is happening or how we might resolve it? Well, this is merely a personal opinion. That's fine. Tell me, perhaps wanting to win even a little favor from Turon, Phoenix responded eagerly with an exaggerated expression. When he tried to persuade us before, he once used a special tool to show us the boundary of the world. I know. I've been there myself. Now that a few more keys to that boundary had been gathered, it was possible to come and go without rest if one wished, though in doing so one's spirit form might suddenly explode. He explained that the boundary of the world was also known as the Sea of Spirit Forms. When all life dies, the remnants of their spirit form become wraiths or undead spirits, and their essence flows into the Sea of Spirit Forms. Phoenix added that this was where he learned why Turon wasn't some reincarnation of Oda's. In that Sea of Spirit Forms, not only did the powerful god's spirit forms no longer remain, it was a place where they couldn't possibly remain in the first place. The boundary of the world is a place where there is nothing and thus can become anything, a material of origin. If, as he claimed, a hole was opened in the world by some ritual here and some essence from the Sea of Spirit Forms flowed into the world, could it take on the form of what it originally was, perhaps a different race? This is all just a hypothesis. For that to happen, we'd have to assume Monarch has the ability to extract only what he wants from the Sea of Spirit Forms. Whether he has that ability or not, I do not know. It was entirely possible that he did have such ability. He already possessed the greatest aptitude for soul magic thanks to his bloodline ability, and he had also been a researcher in this field for thousands of years. Moreover, the strange technique he used, which involved drawing patterns with blood and flesh, had an unknown origin. At best, one could only guess that it might be some forgotten ancient human technique, like soul magic. In any case, the conclusion that came from the conversation with Phoenix was clear. To resolve this chaos, Monarch had to be captured. Not some puppet of his, but his true body, wherever it might be. After finishing the conversation, Turon took a brief rest and then announced his intention to divide the Allied forces in Axum City into three large groups. First were the wizards of the Lavitas who had helped annihilate House Zahar. Assuming this incident had also occurred in the Suraf wetland, their goal was to return and stabilize their main house. Tell Osel Nim that we will not forget this support. Understood, family head. Thank you for making arrangements so we can return quickly. It's something I was obliged to do. The man who had come representing the Lavitas wizards bowed respectfully and withdrew. Though the Emerald Desert was no longer a safe place with giants appearing everywhere, at least that many wizards working together should be able to protect themselves. The second group was a security unit composed of wizards from House Parsha and House Varaha. They were tasked with maintaining security in the area by managing the captured Zahar wizards. Of course, it was out of the question for them to hunt giants on their own, so their role was to evacuate people and minimize damage when giants appeared nearby. I trust you. We will not bring shame to your expectations, family head. Moved by Turon's encouragement, the young noble Borea, who had once visited House Carmine as a messenger, shouted with emotion. It was he who had been placed in charge of this security unit, having been selected based on his loyalty, leadership, and individual combat ability. In truth, for the Allied forces to fully take control of the Emerald Desert, they would have to continue hunting giants. However, it wasn't feasible to leave the main base unattended under such circumstances. Still, given their numbers, if these troops actively engaged in relief efforts, it would reduce the damage at least enough to save face. Lastly, the third and largest unit was the main force that would head to Helio City under Salif's lead. There, the troops of House Varaha and House Parsha would split, with the Parsha side returning to Kalamaf via the Jade Mirror. And Turon, belonging to none of the three groups, decided to return directly to Kalamaf, writing Bige. I'll leave it to you. Don't worry, no matter what attacks, I'll protect them all. News had already spread that dwarves had appeared in Kalamaf and goblins in Helio. There was no telling what might happen if he took his time over the course of a few weeks, so Turon needed to return quickly. It would be best if Mesa returned in time, but if something had emerged in the Tacking Plains, she would be busy. Since Turon was the most mobile, it was best for him to go personally. After completing all preparations, Turon flew west with Bige. Along the way, he saw oases and cities reduced to ashes by giants and several lines of people evacuating. At times, he encountered giants engrossed in destruction or lying asleep from overfeeding, but he did not hunt them. From prior experience, he knew that these giants were as tenacious in life as they were massive, and it took a considerable amount of time and magic power to kill even one of them. Those horrifying monsters were worse than the great sea serpent in that they wouldn't die easily, even if he entered through their ears and scrambled their brains. Now that I think of it, the great sea serpents are a concern too. If real great sea serpents had been revived in that sea, how would they interact with the merfolk? Not knowing the original relationship between the two made it impossible to predict how things would unfold. The best-case scenario was that the great sea serpents found it offensive that the merfolk had used their corpses to transform and thus became hostile toward them. The worst-case scenario would be the royal families of the various mermaid kingdoms all gaining priest status and learning to transform into great sea serpents. Turon figured he should ask Armenia about this when he returned. In fact, the reason he hadn't gone to the sole strongholds of the Zahar god tribe, which were said to be on southern islands, was because of those concerns. Among the countless islands in the South Sea, it was hard to pinpoint exactly where they were located, and if he encountered a great sea serpent and it ended up coming ashore, it would become a major problem. Thus, 3 days passed. Since Bige was already a bit tired and they had to rest along the way while avoiding a giant or two, Turon arrived at Kalamaf a day later than originally planned. Fortunately, aside from some singeing on the walls, Kalamaf didn't appear to have sustained any serious damage. Turon avoided the barriers and landed quietly in the garden, then passed by startled servants and headed to the office. I'm back, Ashes, you're back. Perhaps he was exhausted from leading the Kalamaf wizards in Turon's place, but Ashes looked far more worn out than he had in the hand mirror. You have no idea how much I wished you'd come back even a day sooner. Seriously, my place is more suited for a house steward managing household affairs. Did something else happen? The dwarves have occupied all the surrounding roads. With dwarf soldiers armed with steam muskets scattered everywhere, logistics and transportation in the gray zone had effectively been cut off. Communication was limited to signal fires and letters delivered by tamed flying magical beasts. For now, things were manageable, but if the situation dragged on, severe food shortages were sure to begin in some cities. You didn't send out a suppression force. If we send one and they're stronger, that's the end for us. It was a somewhat overly conservative and safety-oriented decision, but still an understandable one. After all, the true capability of these intelligent dwarves was still unknown. Any news from the Carmine side? Come to think of it, no, why haven't we heard anything from them? As Ashes said this, a strange emotion passed over his face. A mixture of anxiety and dizziness, as if something had gone wrong, and the unique confusion of someone who doesn't fully realize the source of what they're feeling. There's a lot to do. I should find out what's going on there as soon as possible. I'll start handling things after I stop by the Varaha side. After announcing that a major dwarf hunting operation would begin that afternoon, Turon headed down to the underground quarters to find Armenia. As always, he was soaking the lower half of his body in a water-filled bathtub, but for some reason he looked more drained and limp than usual. "Oh, you're here. You don't look well. What's going on? I suddenly started feeling like this a while ago. Something's wrong." Turon instinctively sensed that Armenia's condition was somehow related to the changes in the world caused by Monarch. Unfortunately, it seemed the person himself couldn't pinpoint anything other than the sudden loss of strength. Turon also asked if he knew anything about the relationship between the returned great sea serpents and the merfolk, just in case, but it was in vain. "I don't really know. All I've heard from Father is that we used to serve the great sea serpents long ago, but, judging by his expression when he said that, I don't think they were good masters." It was fortunate to at least have gotten that much of a clue. Turon told Armenia to rest more and then traveled through the Jade Mirror. Helio City, like Kalamaf, was weighed down by a heavy atmosphere, and perhaps because of that, the reaction to Turon's arrival was unusually noisy. "The family head of Parsha is here. Have you come to save us from the goblins?" Slightly flustered by the unexpectedly dramatic response, Turon quickly made his way through the crowd to find Berit. And he soon understood why they were reacting this way. They're abducting children by climbing over the city walls. Yes, I thought they were just mythical monsters, but their physical abilities are beyond imagination. They're cunning too. The goblins, another race with muscular bodies and shark-like sharp teeth, were effortlessly leaping over Helio City's high walls as if they were mere fences, breaking windows and stealing away children. If any adults in the house noticed and resisted, they were crushed to death with a single punch. Even though numerous police officers and knights had been stationed, a single goblin could easily overpower several ordinary knights, making it difficult to deal with them. More importantly, what happened with the war against Zahar? I assume you came here because it ended well, but, Saul is safe, right? He's very healthy. When she heard that Salif was leading the allied forces to Helio, Berit uncharacteristically welled up with tears. Afterward, Turon briefly stopped by the safe house to confirm that Luska was secure, then went down to the underground prison to find Kim Woong. As requested, Berit had treated him well, and despite being confined underground, he showed no signs of deterioration. "You came sooner than I expected. I've taken care of Phoenix, so there's nothing to worry about, though I haven't caught that guy yet." "Phoenix, already I suspected as much, but still." Kim Woong's eyes widened with genuine surprise at Turon's words. Turon still avoided mentioning Monarch's name, not wanting to reveal his location. The moment he said that name, Monarch would know that someone closely related to him was here somewhere. "Then what's the reason you came to see me? I wondered if you knew anything about the current situation." Naturally, since Berit hadn't gone out of her way to explain the situation to a prisoner, Kim Woong was completely unaware of the worldwide God-era return phenomenon. After hearing everything, he spoke with a serious expression. "If the giants are returning, then the Emerald Desert is doomed. What would happen if real giants clashed with the current great family heads? No need to even say it. They'd be crushed, just flattened." According to Kim Woong, the true bodies of the pre-god tribe who had crossed over from Earth were so powerful that even the weakest among them could fight or overwhelm 3 or 4 heads of great noble houses at once. And the giants, on average, were even stronger than those weakest gods. In fact, their leader, the Giant Queen, was such a formidable being that only top-tier gods like the Night Hunter or the Thunder Lord could hope to face her. At that level, it's clear the giants we're seeing now aren't in their complete form. At present, Turon was probably capable of fighting 3 or so high-level wizards of family head caliber, like Osul, without too much trouble. If he had the advantage of a surprise attack, he could likely take on even more. In other words, he had gained power comparable to some of the relatively weaker gods of the past, which meant that in theory, he should be evenly matched in a one-on-one battle with a giant. Therefore, there was a possibility that these creatures could grow stronger. If Monarch expanded the hole he'd torn in the boundary, or if the giants absorbed more of the power leaking from it and regained their prime capabilities. Should I go out and help? No, for now stay here, sorry, but I can't release you until we've captured that bastard. Well, then there's no helping it. Kim Woong, who had casually offered his opinion, gave a bitter smile at Turan's response. Though he had said he was satisfied with life here, he still seemed somewhat frustrated deep down. Of course, people aren't content just with eating well and resting. Mesa, too, had often felt depressed since being cooped up constantly after becoming pregnant. The pressure of not being able to move freely could be heavier than expected. Still, there was no way Turan could let Kim Woong roam free, not knowing what might have been done to his body or soul. As a convert, the best reward Turan could offer was to treat him well, keep him alive, and detain him in comfort. This underground prison in Varaha had been reinforced after Salif's parents escaped last time, and it now had enhanced defenses, making it the most secure location if Monarch attempted anything using Kim Woong's body. I just hope everything gets resolved. I wouldn't dare hope to gain a new body here, but I'd at least like to live out this last life meaningfully. Speaking as if to himself, Kim Woong left Turan with a final piece of advice. If you want to find a clue about this incident, it wouldn't be a bad idea to look into the House Najin. From what I know, it's a bloodline that bastard painstakingly crafted over a long time. Of course, they'd likely have tried various ways to erase traces by now, but if Turan seriously dug into it, something would surely come up, in Kim Woong's opinion. Leaving Varaha's underground prison, Turan returned to Kalamaf via the Jade Mirror and took some of the remaining troops at the main estate outside with him. There was much to be done, but the first order of business was making the area around Kalamaf at least somewhat livable again. At the very least, the capital needed to function properly. My goodness, we're going on an expedition with the family head. Don't get too excited, idiot. Maintain the dignity of a knight of Parsha. Naturally, all of the proper elite troops had already been deployed with the Desert Expedition Force, so those remaining here were mostly recent inductees, inexperienced greenhorns, or elderly wizards past their prime. Just like it had been with House Aravian's main estate. These men were either overly excited or visibly nervous about serving directly under the family head, but Turan didn't go out of his way to reassure them. As long as the dwarves didn't suddenly display some absurd mythical power, Turan alone would be more than enough to handle them. The reason he had brought these men was to test and measure the dwarves' capabilities together. He needed a clear sense of how strong they were to determine the right size for a subjugation force. Tracking the dwarves themselves wasn't difficult at all. Having already encountered the degenerated modern-day dwarves in the past, Turan was able to use tracking magic on dwarves, and now his tracking magic was so potent that, if he willed it, it could reach from one end of the world to the other. If only I could use this tracking magic to chase Monarch. It was an impossible thought, as he hadn't obtained even a single clue about Monarch's true body so far. Tracking magic could locate a target through countless methods, but it couldn't find someone through magical abilities as a medium. After briefly pondering this, Turan realized the target had drawn near and informed his subordinates behind him. They're hiding behind that hill. Everyone focus on defense. Getting injured is fine, but if you die, I can't bring you back. Yes, family head. Perhaps spurred on by their spirited reply, the dwarves hiding beyond the hill flinched, then began to move in unison toward them. Sensing over 100 presences approaching, Turan slowly took to the air. He saw the dwarves marching forward, steam muskets in hand. So this is what the ancient dwarves not manipulated by Monarch looked like. The dwarves he had seen in the past were twisted, bipedal mole-like monsters. In contrast, the returned ancient dwarves looked much more human. First of all, unlike their modern counterparts, their eyes were intact, black and shiny, and their noses and front teeth were recessed, making their facial features more similar to humans. Their bodies were much less muscular and leaner, with minimal hair, and if you removed their heads, they could easily be mistaken for hairy humans. As they flinched at the sight of Turan flying toward them alone and raised their steam muskets in unison, the one in the lead suddenly shouted sharply, "Stop, cease fire!" The lead dwarf who halted the attack stared intently at Turan, then removed his military cap and bowed slightly. "With gray hair and the ability to fly through the sky, you must be the devil lord who governs this region. I am Al Rakuyo, guardian of the Honorable Republic. As an intelligent being, I seek dialogue." Chapter 211. At the exceedingly polite request for a dialogue from the dwarf, Turan felt considerable confusion. A dialogue now all of a sudden, more than that, what is this republic? It's a word he had never heard before. He briefly considered ignoring them and launching a direct attack, but Turan slowly descended to the ground. After all, whatever tricks they might try, he could wipe them out with a single gesture, and in truth, he too was curious to have a dialogue with them. I couldn't communicate with the giants anyway. Despite hunting giants several times in the Emerald Desert and attempting to talk after neutralizing them, all efforts had failed. Their temperament was so violent that no matter how much he beat, stabbed, or cut them, they never surrendered and continued to attack. The only words he had managed to hear from them were things like "looks delicious," "die," and "stay still." He didn't even dare to ask if they had memories of the old era or anything like that. Seen that way, this request for dialogue was clearly an opportunity. To request a dialogue as an intelligent being, what nerve coming from those who just recently tried to enslave the people of my land. It's all a misunderstanding. If you just give me a chance, I can explain. At this point, Turon felt curious enough to want to hear what kind of nonsense they were about to spout. It was amusing to watch a mole that looked vaguely human waving its arms and speaking fluently. Calling himself the guardian of the Honorable Republic, Alracuyo began to calmly explain. Those who invaded your city recently were the evil royalists. They divide society by class into kings, nobles, and slaves. In contrast, we Republicans pursue equality for all intelligent beings. Of course, I know that devil lords like you also divide by class, much like the royalists. But from what I've heard, those who inherit the blood of devils possess immense power and long lifespans. Even though your kind may have different strengths, dividing by class among our own kind, who are equal in ability, is not the same. For now, the Eye of Truth was telling Turon that Alracuyo's words were not complete lies. Turon lightly tapped the ground with his foot and created 2 stone chairs and 1 large table. Whoa, is that the power used by future devils? That's amazing, the dwarves murmured among themselves in low voices. He thought that Alracuyo was the leader and that was why he spoke so fluently, but it turned out they all spoke just like humans. Let's sit down and talk. Upon hearing that a meeting was being held with the dwarves who were originally scheduled for subjugation, the wizards of House Parsha were puzzled but accepted it. Since the family head himself had decided, what could they say? As they hadn't built up enough trust to exchange food yet, Turon brewed a tea made from stonecrops brought as military rations, and Alracuyo brought a tea made from barley roasted until it was nearly burnt. Do dwarves also drink tea when talking? Saying this in a situation where I should be making a good impression might come off as arrogant, but it was actually we who introduced tea culture to your kind. To the humans who were more primitive before the devils arrived. Whether it was true or not, Turon couldn't tell, but since Alracuyo himself seemed to believe it was, Turon nodded and drank the stonecrop tea. The dwarf army standing behind and the wizards of House Parsha were still wary of each other, but the 2 leaders at the front were projecting a rather calm atmosphere. Turon's confidence came from overwhelming strength, but as for where the dwarf general's confidence stemmed from, that was still unknown. Let's go back to what you were saying earlier about the royalists. I'm not particularly good at political education, but to put it simply, the royalists are those who believe in the sanctity of bloodlines. They think only the descendants of kings should rule as kings, that nobles' children become nobles, and that commoners and slaves must forever serve from below. You guys, in other words, Republicans, are not like that. That's right. We Noran, whom you call dwarves, don't have a privileged class inheriting devil's power. So-called kings or nobles are not physically or mentally special beings. Therefore, no one has the right to stand above others, and no one has the duty to stand below. That is republicanism. As he listened quietly, Turon thought it sounded like something he had heard somewhere before. What the fallen gods had said about their world, about democracy that had emerged on Earth, was quite similar, and it also resembled the content of a book about human rights that Salif had once found somewhere. So what you're saying is, your dwarves are divided into royalist classes who serve a king, and republicans who believe everyone is equal, and you're currently in a civil war. That has been the case for truly a long time. The sun and moon have risen and set at least 100,000 times. Since a year has 365 days, that meant at least several hundred years. To nobles, such a span of time might be nothing, but if these dwarves had lifespans similar to humans, it would not be a short time. So it was those bastards who came looking for us and tried to force us into slavery. We, the citizens of the Republic, absolutely do not support slavery. If prisoners are taken, it should be something managed solely by the state. As he said that, Alracuyo subtly rolled his eyes. In that sense, we did occupy the nearby roads and were forced to capture a few of your people, but if this meeting proceeds successfully, we will return them all. We've already gained everything we wanted from them. What did you gain? Information about how this era is operating. As Turon conversed with the dwarf before him, he couldn't help but be repeatedly impressed. It was intelligence and dignity that made it hard to believe this was the same race as those bumbling fools who shouted awkwardly and fired guns. He was newly struck by just how horrifically Monarch had brought this race to ruin. You didn't eat them, did you? If food is lacking, consuming prisoners of war is allowed, but we did not do so this time, out of respect for you, the Devil Lord who rules this land. From what I hear, among Devil Lords, you especially care for the humans you raise. Considering the situation, they had chosen only the most proper responses, as if they had thought it all through. If they had eaten his sheep, Turon would have captured all the dwarves and tortured them to death to extract information. In contrast, the other side was showing an attitude worthy of respect. Still, asking a few questions out of curiosity should be acceptable. After all, they had abducted his sheep without permission to extract needed information. The reverse should be allowed as well. Then let me ask something too. Were you summoned directly from the ancient times to this place, or did you die and then come back to life? We died and then came back. Alracuyo's face darkened as he answered. Though his appearance was somewhat alien from that of a human, the subtle changes in his facial muscles were clearly visible. Our final moments were truly horrific. We had to hide in the deepest burrows, watching as the mutants came in and destroyed and violated every trace of our most brilliant civilization. If only our army had remained intact, we could have shot them all down, but unfortunately we had no power. Turon knew exactly what the mutants Alracuyo referred to were. They were modern dwarves modified by Monarch, a race that had lost sight and intelligence but gained immense physical capabilities. Alracuyo seemed to be the last survivor of those who fought back against them to the very end somewhere in the valleys of the Grey Zone. My last memory was being caught by two mutants and having my head torn off. I died watching my spine stretch out like a tail and my headless body being chewed up. And then when I came to, I was here in this era in this place with my body perfectly intact. According to Alracuyo, not only him but dwarves from various eras had suddenly appeared, all in a state of confusion. There were even cases where two of the same individual came back to life. Fortunately, the royalists had some coordination among the kings and moved quickly, while the Republican citizens had to vote and elect representatives, so they were slightly delayed in acting. So that's how it is. Thanks to that, Turon was able to roughly infer how the New World return had occurred. The return of the non-human races to this land seemed to be done by reviving those who had died in ancient times. Given that magic power was closely related to the soul, and that the dead giants' bodies had almost no magic power, it appeared that these beings had been revived with only the shells duplicated. In other words, they were functioning by thinking only with their brains without souls. So what is it that you want? Cooperation, of course. We've already suffered one defeat at your hands. We don't want to go through a second. We will fully cooperate, so please allow our civilization to continue existing. No sooner had he finished speaking than Alracuyo stepped down from the stone chair and knelt on the ground. A few dwarves cried out urgently, "General," but he lowered his head as if he hadn't heard them. Are you the representative of those dwarves? I am, at best, a representative of our honorable republic. I do not represent all citizens of the republic. According to his explanation, the Republicans were not one unified group either, but consisted of entities like the Elegant Republic, the Valiant Republic, and the Wise Republic. Likewise, there were multiple kingdoms on the royalist side too. Why are you choosing to surrender without even seeing my power? Surely you've heard that this is an era in which the gods have already left. I know that the strongest devil lords have all departed this world, but I also know that their descendants are still very much alive. I've seen traces of your power as well. If one can bore a hole into a mountain as if playing around, they may not be quite equal to the devil lords of old, but would still be an enemy beyond our ability to confront. There were traces of throwing practice left near Kalamaf, and seeing one of those had apparently convinced them to abandon any thoughts of resistance. Even back then, Turon had been far weaker than he was now, yet could have easily crushed dwarves like vermin, so it was a wise decision. Turon looked at Alracuyo, still kneeling, and the dwarves standing behind him, falling into thought. It was because he remembered how extremely wary Monarch had been of them in the past. Monarch said that if dwarves are left alone, they're too smart and too creative, and could eventually become a danger to humanity itself. Judging by the stories of the gods' ancestors, the humans of Earth, and their immense power, it was hard to dismiss the idea entirely. He had heard that the weapon they boasted of, the nuclear missile, had enough power to obliterate Kalamaf in a single strike. Of course, Turon too could incinerate every person in Kalamaf all at once if he wished, but completely erasing the city itself as if it had never existed was not so simple. From that perspective, if scientific technology were to be allowed to develop unchecked, firepower surpassing that of great noble houses could end up in the hands of the dwarves. But Turon shook his head as he recalled the current situation. This was a time when even that kind of power might be necessary. How much stronger had they become thanks to the guns and cannons created with knowledge brought from the borders of the old world? If he could cooperate with those dwarves and adopt their knowledge properly, it would surely be better than just a handful of wizards running around trying to do everything. Fine. If you promise not to eat humans and swear loyalty to me, I'll grant you all the rights you can obtain as residents of this land. May I know specifically what those rights are? It means you'll be treated equally with humans. As long as you abide by the laws of this land, not even nobles, the so-called descendants of devils, will be able to harm you without justification. I'll protect you. We can discuss the details later by bringing in people to handle the practical matters, but for now, if you agree to this condition, I'll approve of your response. At Turan's words, Alracuyo thought deeply for a long while, then nodded. Every time he twitched his nose, the beard on his cheeks wriggled. Very well. We too will return and present this proposal again and vote on it. Then we shall return to discuss it further. After that, Alracuyo informed Turan of a way to identify the dwarves of the Honorable Republic. Dwarves mostly identified one another by the emblem on their armbands, and theirs bore a symbol of two overlapping leaves. Then, next time we meet, I hope the negotiations will proceed properly. In the meantime, we'll be hunting your kin who are blocking transport routes around here, so make sure not to wander about carelessly. I will bear it in mind. Once the meeting ended, Alracuyo returned 20 humans they had captured nearby, as promised. Speaking with them, Turan heard that the dwarves had simply subdued them and inflicted no excessive violence, and nodded in understanding. So that's how it was. Yes, that's correct, sir. Understood. Pack up and return. We're just grateful, truly. The survivors appeared deeply moved by the fact that their family head had brought an army and rescued them from the dwarves. Feeling a quiet embarrassment at the thought that yet another legend about himself would be written, Turan spoke to his army. As you all heard, one of the dwarf factions has requested cooperation. That doesn't mean you should treat them with undue friendliness. The majority of dwarves are still otherworldly beings with a nature that drives them to eat humans. Understood. We haven't wasted much time yet, so we'll continue with the subjugation operation. What was today's objective? To secure all roads near Kalamaf, the wizards of House Parsha shouted loudly. 3 days later, Turan found and eliminated 4 more groups of dwarves wandering around the Kalamaf area. 3 of them were kingdoms, and 1 was a republic that called itself the Wealthy Republic. The dwarves from the kingdoms were dressed rather plainly compared to the republicans, with only the noble classes possessing more luxurious attire and better weapons. Among them were even cannons, whose projectiles exploded on impact the moment they reached the target. Turan couldn't even begin to guess how those explosions that discharged massive amounts of steam actually worked. Moreover, the dwarves had captured modern dwarves, those who had lost their sight and intelligence but gained strength, and used them as soldiers. They chained their ears to carts or whipped them directly into attacking. Of course, all such efforts were meaningless in front of Turan. With a single gesture, a lightning strike incapacitated dozens of dwarves wielding steam rifles, and steam shells exploded midair, roasting the dwarves in their path. Arun, it's the Devil Lord, the Lord of Devils is here. It seemed clear that the Honorable Republic faction that had quickly grasped the modern situation and chosen to surrender right after being revived was an especially intelligent group among the dwarves. Turan initially thought that the 4th group, the Wealthy Republic, might be similar, so he held back slightly at first. But when he captured them and searched their supplies, he found bundles of dried human jerky among their combat rations. Immediately, Turan repeatedly beat and healed the one who appeared to be their leader until he extracted information about their base and how to infiltrate it, then annihilated them all. Not even those hiding in the deepest burrows of a secret canyon could escape the hydrochloric acid gas. Jaya, the screams that echoed from inside the burrows didn't last long. That's because the first thing vaporized hydrochloric acid burns is the lungs that take in air. Thus, while clearing out the dwarves blocking the roads around Kalamaf and attacking various areas, a messenger from House Carmine arrived for Turan. I come before the head of House Parsha. The young noble, in a tattered state, had a face Turan felt he had seen somewhere before. After a moment of thought, Turan realized this was someone he had met during the time he had disguised himself as Anil. What is it? What Turan had asked of House Carmine in this war was to hold off any great sea serpent mermaids that might invade toward Kalamaf. They had accepted and taken up the ruined old Often port as a base, but had since fallen out of contact after the New World return. Turan had been too busy himself to bother visiting them in person. This is a letter from our family head to the head of House Parsha. Receiving the letter handed to him by the Carmine noble, Turan clicked his tongue lightly in surprise. Its contents were truly unexpected. The great sea serpent mermaids attacked the surface, and although the damage was severe, they were successfully repelled. We've identified their base now and recommend pursuing them together to finish them off. Chapter 212. Could it be they're pulling the exact same trick as before? That was the first thought that came to Turan after reading the letter sent by the head of House Carmine. Although there was some variation, wasn't the pattern exactly the same as the trap that Gemel had planned when he visited in person in the past? Of course, ordinarily, people wouldn't use the same trick twice. But on the flip side, there was also the tactic of exploiting that very mindset and catching one off guard. After all, once someone falls for an obviously blatant trick, they tend to unconsciously lower their guard, thinking, surely they wouldn't try the exact same trick again. After silently staring at the letter for a few minutes in thought, Turon slowly folded the parchment. Tell them I'll contact them soon. It's an urgent matter, so they need an immediate response on the spot. Is the master of Parsha someone beneath the head of House Carmine? To think you dare to rush for an answer. The noble of House Carmine, who had been mumbling with a flustered expression, bowed his head under the intimidating pressure from the nobles of House Parsha standing beside him. After he left, Turon gave the order to his subordinates to return to Kalamaf. After riding for several hours and arriving at the city, the citizens welcomed the warriors who had returned from several days of dwarf hunting. Please look this way. Haha, is all this really necessary? The wizards of Parsha laughed foolishly, seemingly pleased by the scene. It was proof that in these confusing and fearful times, people had come to desperately rely on the wizards who protected them. While allowing the returnees to rest, Turon also confirmed a message sent from Mesa, who was currently governing the Aravian region. The Birdman tribe is rampaging all over the Taking Plains. It looks like it'll take time to get the situation under control. Bige, who had flown all the way from the Taking Plains with the letter, grumbled quietly, too many fake birds there, weak but annoying. To her eyes, the ones with human bodies and bird wings attached to their arms only looked like mere imitations of birds. Of course, by Bige's standards, weak was relative. From the context, it was clear that using an ordinary flying magical beast as a messenger would almost certainly result in it being shot down mid-flight. For now, it seemed they had no choice but to rely on Mesa to handle the Aravian side for a while. When sending Bige, he had also requested her to check on the Najin side, but if it was beyond her capabilities, there was nothing that could be done about it. After spending about 10 minutes playing with Bige, who had worked hard, Ashes arrived with a tired expression. I heard something strange on the way. They say the Carmine side want to finish off the Great Sea Serpent. Is that a lie or is it true? I don't know. Even if the messenger was telling the truth, it might just be that he believes it's true. They probably know about the Eye of Truth, so they must have taken that into account. Is that so? So what's your conclusion? In response to Ash's question, Turon shared the conclusion he had reached after pondering on the way back. For now, I'll play along. You'll play along. They still don't know what I'm capable of. If I only use the same level of abilities as before, they'll eventually reveal their true colors. Whether they choose to cooperate sincerely or try to pull something shady. What had changed since before was that Turon now possessed powers they were not yet aware of. When one lacks power, they have to constantly be on edge, not knowing what tricks others might pull, but someone with power can afford to calmly say, go ahead, try to fool me. Whether it's the Merfolk or the Carmine bunch, they're both powder kegs that could explode at any moment. It's time to start cleaning things up. If they cooperated sincerely, Turon was even willing to overlook the past invasion in alliance with the Great Sea Serpents to some extent. But if not, if they were trying to pull some shady trick, then the upper echelons of House Carmine would be replaced that very day. Oh, by the way, while I was gone, did any word come from those guys? Those guys, the dwarves? Yeah. They called themselves the Honorable Republic or something, right? Nothing yet, maybe they ran away. At Ash's words, Turon let out a quiet hum. Based on what he'd heard before, it was likely that they still hadn't reached a consensus within the community and were unable to make a decision. If not, it could simply be that their nest was much farther from Kalamaf than expected, so it was taking them a long time to travel. In truth, either way, it didn't matter much. As evidenced by the fact that Monarch had once sought to borrow the power of the Night Hunter to exterminate the dwarves, the Night Hunter's tracking ability was so precise that it could locate even the secret bases the dwarves had built using all their technological prowess. Turon, who had elevated tracking magic to the realm of a skill by manifesting the shepherd's emblem, could now display a similar ability. No matter how deeply they hid, he would eventually be able to find and wipe them out. If they refused to submit and chose only to hide, then all that remained was to prepare the appropriate punishment. In any case, if they send a proposal, accept it, but don't let them into the city. Without me, our forces aren't overwhelming yet. Got it. We've cleared out the dwarf gangs near Kalamaf, but we'll set aside time later to re-establish contact with more distant places, so notify the vassals via beacon. Ashes quickly wrote Turon's instructions down on parchment. Even after returning from hard work, the duties of the head of House Parsha were endless. This is unexpected, our messenger hasn't even returned yet. Still, isn't it a good thing that I came quickly? Head of House Carmine Roder looked at Turon with a slightly bewildered expression. After all, the messenger he had sent would still be on his way back from the vicinity of Kalamaf, yet Turon had suddenly flown in with an unknown person, so his reaction was understandable. Well, yes, it's good that you came. But still, don't you think your numbers are a bit too small? Out of the current troops, the only ones who can fight properly underwater are me and this guy here. Turan pointed as he spoke, indicating Armenia. As always, Armenia, who had been holed up underground, wore a complicated expression, likely troubled by the fact that he now had to face his own family in battle. When he removed his mask and revealed his merman face, Rotor let out a low whistle. As expected, you must be the merman prince they're so desperate to kill. That makes sense then. Guns and cannons, being powder-based weapons, were useless underwater. Even aside from that, there were barely any who could fight underwater using fluid manipulation magic with real proficiency. Those familiar with such tactics from the Grey Zone were mostly wizards from Offen Port, but they had all perished during the last Great Sea Serpent invasion. While they were talking, Turan used the power of his eye and the sacred relic to scout the Carmine forces. At least it's not a lie that they fought a battle and suffered heavy losses. Among Rotor and the other possessed bodies, there were several whose magic flow was unstable, as if they had been injured, and the overall numbers had decreased noticeably from the previous report. More than that, I'd like to hear how things are going on the seaside lately. The seaside? You already know, don't you? All sorts of old-era races are popping up on land. If great sea serpents have also appeared, this wouldn't be the time to hunt merfolk. Even if they had, if Turan's theory was correct, the enemies would be somewhat weaker than the real great sea serpents, but still just as threatening. To Turan's question, Rotor shook his head and denied it. No great sea serpents have shown up, I'm sure of it. When those things start rampaging, the sea has a completely different feel. You can tell right away. Having heard the answer he more or less expected, Turan fell into thought. Why had everything else appeared but the great sea serpents hadn't shown a trace? Was it because the merman race already existed to mimic their form, or was it because Monarch didn't want to unleash them into the world? Even Armenia's weakened state might be related to that somehow. Either way, if the great sea serpents hadn't descended, now was the perfect opportunity. If he didn't wipe out Armenia's relatives now, they'd be an ongoing nuisance for a long time. Then let's head out immediately. Straight to the point. I'll get things ready, so give me about 30 minutes. Shortly after, Turan carefully observed the wizards of House Carmine gathering along the shore. As expected, all knight-class individuals without bloodline abilities were excluded, and only nobles with at least mid-tier capabilities or higher had gathered. Anyone below that level wouldn't be able to deal effective damage to the Great Sea Serpent in the first place, so it was only natural. In truth, unlike when fighting humans, numbers often didn't mean much when facing these kinds of massive monsters. For example, if someone like Turan were struck by a knight's magic, it might drain a minuscule amount of magic power to neutralize it. However, a giant monster with power equal to Turan's could withstand such attacks with nothing more than its physical body, without consuming any magic power. While Turan was briefly lost in thought, Armenia, who had been silently following behind him with his mouth shut, finally spoke. Turan, what is it? Now that I'm by the sea, my condition is starting to improve. I figured as much. That was one of the reasons why Turan had brought the weakened Armenia here. If the place for giants was the Emerald Desert, and for dwarves it was the Grey Zone, then perhaps the sea was where the great sea serpent merfolk belonged. It seemed that hypothesis was correct. Then, does that mean I can't stay in Kalamaf anymore? At Armenia's somewhat disheartened voice, Turan burst out in a hearty laugh and shook his head. Well, if you're okay with feeling a bit weak, you can stay anytime you want. Do whatever you like. From the beginning, Turan hadn't taken Armenia in because he expected him to possess the transcendent power of the great sea serpent or because he offered the jade mirror, but simply because he was an unusually kind merfolk. Even if the mirror disappeared and Armenia could no longer transform into a great sea serpent, Turan would not abandon him. And upon hearing that, Armenia's eyes welled up with tears. Turan, you're truly a kind devil. It's been a while since I've heard you say kind devil. The laugh only lasted a moment, and then Rotor informed them that everything was ready, prompting Turan to do some light stretches. Let's move out. Good, I'll leave the navigation to you. Not long after, a warship carrying several dozen nobles and a single merfolk began heading out to sea. Come to think of it, it had been quite a while since Turan had crossed the North Sea. The last time might have been when he'd acted under the identity of Anil. Turan leaned against the edge of the deck, powered by the Carmine noble's magic, letting the sea breeze wash over him. Right beside him, Armenia stood with his mouth agape, looking dazed. What are you doing? Breathing in salty wind instead of water, it feels like it gives me strength. Turan was about to tell him to stop because he looked like an idiot, but then he held his tongue. So what if he looked stupid? If it really gave him strength, then it was something to be encouraged. Perhaps it was thanks to the combined power of the dozens of powerful Carmine nobles steering the ship. The warship's speed was astonishingly fast. They had perfectly coordinated the technique Turan had once used with Mesa and Salif, pushing the ship with seawater, and even had a few sea magical beasts pulling it from the front. As a result, it only took 2 days for the ship that had departed from Offen Port to reach a location in the middle of the North Sea. Since Bige would be of no use underwater, Turan had sent her off for reconnaissance and spent time playing with Armenia. With tracking magic, he could sense that a large number of merfolk were gathered below. About 10 minutes later, Roder came to inform him they had arrived right above the enemy's base. Just head straight down from here. Your accuracy's impressive. Anyone would think you've got a chaser's ability. At Turan's words, the Carmine God tribe members all glared at him in unison. In truth, one among them had fused Frost, Rapids, and Chaser bloodlines to gain an extraordinarily advanced tracking ability, though only within underwater environments. The reason they reacted that way to Turan's comment was because the source of that power was likely one of the two Carmine God tribe members who had been captured. In other words, even though they were in a cooperative relationship, they still resented Turan for not releasing their kin. Let's go in, right, let's go Armenia, got it. Leaving only a few behind to tend to the ship, the merfolk subjugation squad all leapt into the sea together. Splash. As the cold seawater soaked his body, Turan activated the Carmine bloodline for the first time in quite a while. He felt the strange sensation of seawater inhaled through his nose being converted into oxygen and flowing through his body. From here, go straight down. Perhaps they were using a technique that transmitted sound through the water as a medium, as Roder's voice reached Turan with a slight delay. Turan responded with a nod, then grabbed the fin of Armenia, who had transformed into a large shark right beside him. Ah. After a bit of practice, Turan succeeded in mastering the method of transmitting voice underwater. It was partly due to his innate talent, but mostly because he was already used to sending his voice through wind, and the technique felt similar. Let me ride with you. Can't you swim on your own? Armenia replied in a whining, echoing sound wave-like voice, but despite his complaints, he obediently carried Turan as he descended downward. The ocean, which was fairly bright just a few meters deep, rapidly darkened as they went lower. 10 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters, 500 meters. Before long, they were surrounded by pitch-black darkness beneath the sea. Turan thought that if it weren't for the power of the Carmine bloodline, the water pressure alone would have been quite a nuisance, when suddenly, lights began to appear far below. We're here, it feels like, coming back to my homeland after a long time, Armenia mumbled quietly beside him. Though this was surely a new hideout the merfolk had built, and completely different from the place he used to live, the fact that it was an underwater dwelling seemed to stir up feelings of nostalgia. The merfolk's underwater base looked like the ruins of an ancient kingdom submerged by a flood. Buildings carved from coral and stone clung tightly to the solid seabed, and glowing deep-sea fish were tied in places, illuminating the darkness. One merfolk, noticing the approaching wizards, screamed at a frequency only their kind could hear and fled. The presence of powerful enemies approaching must have been enough to suppress even their instinctual hunger. Moments later, 6 massive great sea serpents began to appear one by one around the base. Devils, have you come to wipe us out? Armenia, traitor to your own kind. At the shouts of what appeared to be his brothers and sisters, Armenia, still in shark form, visibly shrank. Urged by Turan's sharp patting on his back, he reluctantly took on the form of a great sea serpent as well. While the other merfolk measured about 50 to 60 meters in length, Armenia was clearly over 80 meters at a glance. He seemed even larger than when Turan last saw him in the library. And the only one of comparable size, the merfolk king, a great sea serpent, glared with wide eyes as he swam toward Armenia. Father, I won't waste words, boy. Come back, I'll forgive everything. The merfolk king was openly trying to coax Armenia back. It made sense, given their desperate situation. They couldn't afford to completely reject a traitor. Even if Armenia decided to rejoin the merfolk, it was uncertain whether they could still win against Turan and the Carmine nobles. Father, can't you reconsider? Turan promised not to attack humans. If you agree he won't harm us, that's not a merfolk's life. That's the life of livestock. You've been to the surface, so you must know what a dog is. Is it so joyous to eat food handed down by a master to breed at the master's command? Armenia fell silent, unable to respond. As Turan quietly listened, he stepped forward to face the merfolk king directly. So you're saying you'd rather die than give up a life of ruling the seas and eating humans at will? And what will you do about it, monster? If our ideals differ, we settle it by force. At the sight of the slingshot in Turan's hand, the merfolk king and the other great sea serpents growled quietly. They knew all too well what that slingshot could do, having once hunted the undead great sea serpent together. Well then, shall we begin? As Turan loaded a chunk of ice created from frozen seawater into the slingshot and spun it, the great sea serpents interpreted it as a signal to attack and roared in unison. As the sea serpents and merfolk charged forward in an instant, the Carmine nobles in the rear also took up combat positions. Let's go, attack, all of you. As the thundering shout from behind spread through the water, Turan's body spun upside down. The wave from Roder's thrusting trident and the ice projectile Turan fired collided, creating a massive shockwave. Chapter 213. I never thought they would betray me so immediately like this. Turon's first thought as he countered Rotor's sudden attack from behind. He had already suspected the Carmine bastards would betray them. He tried his best to suppress it, but the hostility directed at him couldn't be fully hidden in their eyes or tone of voice. What he hadn't expected was the timing of the betrayal. He thought they'd wait until the mermaids were dealt with and the group was somewhat worn out before striking, but to try and hit him from behind right as the battle began. Did they secretly conspire with the other side beforehand? If that were the case, things might get more complicated, but judging by the mermaids hesitating in apparent confusion, that didn't seem to be it. To anyone watching, it looked like the enemies had been caught off guard by this sudden internal conflict. As that line of thought passed through his mind, Turon saw Rotor, startled, pulling back the trident he had thrust out. "You bastard!" Turon focused on the short trident in his hand. Even though it had been used with a light thrust, it had created a powerful shock as if to turn the sea upside down. Inside that weapon was a power equal to Aravian's Heaven's Punishment, Harun's long musket, or Turon's own mimic sacred relic. The weapon the Mermaid King had previously used must have been an inferior imitation of that item. So that's the true King of Calamity. Considering that the original owner of that sacred relic was Monarch, it seemed the bastard had handed it over to manipulate Carmine. Since they had done similar deals before, Monarch had likely urged them to act immediately in exchange for giving the sacred relic in advance, which was originally promised for later. Now he could see what they had in mind. The situation had already been somewhat balanced. But if Carmine now wielded the King of Calamity, the war between the Carmine and Mermaid factions would end in overwhelming victory for Carmine. If the betrayal came at the end of the battle, the others would have been on guard. So the plan must have been to catch them off guard right before the clash, deal a massive blow, and then use the sacred relic's power to wipe out everything. As a plan, it wasn't half bad. If Turon hadn't had the power to counter the King of Calamity's attack or had been defenseless, he'd have ended up incapacitated, like the time he was pierced by battle's lightning. If he activated the La Vita's bloodline in the middle of the sea, he would lose his underwater breathing ability, making treatment impossible, essentially a guaranteed death. In using that sacred relic's power, they could have even massacred all the great sea serpent mermaids allied with Armenia. However, what Rotor and the Carmine god tribe had overlooked was that Turon had been on alert against them all along, and he now possessed enough strength to fend off their ambush. "Armenia, they're enemies too, don't trust anyone but me. Got it." At Turon's shout, Armenia, who had been standing there blankly, not understanding the situation, quickly swung his tail. The Carmine nobles nearby screamed and tried to flee, but a few were caught by the tail and crushed. Seems like they didn't even bother sharing the full plan with anyone outside their own group. Well, if they had, I might have noticed sooner. Just a passing thought, Turon felt a vibration emanating from the King of Calamity aimed at him again. Water, being a medium that transmits vibration even more effectively than air, made the resulting shockwaves incredibly intense. Turon quickly took cover behind an ice shield to avoid the shockwave. Getting hit once helped him understand why Rotor had been so desperate to obtain that sacred relic. To be able to unleash an attack comparable to Aravian's Heaven's Punishment over such a wide area, within the underwater environment, it could be considered an even more powerful magic artifact. In fact, the fact that it partially pierced through defenses made it even nastier. However, this didn't mean Turon was in danger. Very few even within House Parsha knew what he had become now. The Carmine bastards and the mermaids knew nothing, and even Monarch had only seen Turon shatter Battle's skull by shooting a steel ball through a puppet from afar. The completion of the Shepherd combination allowed him to organically link all four emblems, which meant that most of the magic he now performed as himself essentially functioned like skills. It didn't just mean he could draw out more power than before. Where did he go? I definitely lit up the area. The Carmine wizards instantly lost track of Turon, who had hidden himself in the water, and startled began conjuring orbs of light in every direction. However, even as the deep seafloor lit up like midday, Turon did not reveal himself. It's definitely manageable now. Though the concealment ability he had as a shepherd still consumed a great deal of magic power in the presence of light, it was no longer as dramatic as before. That was because his ability now held superiority over ordinary light magic. While they were momentarily flustered by Turon's continued invisibility, what struck the Carmine wizards next were the mermaids. Whatever had just happened, the current situation appeared to them as an opportunity. The damned devils who had seemed ready to wipe them out at any moment were now split into two factions and fighting each other. If given time, those two might end up tearing each other apart, but there was also the risk that they might reconcile. So their best chance at survival was to attack one side now and reduce its power. "Wait, now's not the time for us to fight each other, you stupid mermaids." The Carmine wizards hurriedly sent waves carrying their intention for a ceasefire, but most of the mermaids were far beyond the point of listening, their eyes rolling back with bloodlust. Let alone the commoner-class mermaids, who were practically slaves to instinct, even the more rational noble mermaids were going wild, riled up by the scent of human blood. The royal mermaids, who could transform into great sea serpents, still retained some reason. But even they, instead of targeting the now invisible Turon or Armenia, who was at least their kin, chose to strike the Carmine nobles first. Cuke, the scream of a Carmine noble, dissolved helplessly into the seawater, flooding his mouth. The battle that began in the middle of the sea was utter chaos. The three forces, Carmine nobles, Armenia, and the mermaids, clashed in every direction. Front and back, left and right, up and down. Armenia made clever use of the situation. Knowing that if he got surrounded by either the Carmine nobles or the mermaids, he would be overwhelmed, he skillfully weaved along the border between the two sides. Amusingly, the mermaids sometimes mistook Armenia for one of their own royal kin, and even died by taking ice spears thrown by Carmine nobles aiming at him. Likewise, Turon actively used disguise to fuel the confusion. Remaining hidden, he quickly stole the upper garment of a dead Carmine noble, changed his face, and fought among the mermaids, only to suddenly kill a nearby Carmine noble and disappear again, repeating the process. Thanks to that, Roder and the Carmine wizards couldn't afford to trust even those beside them. If any one of them happened to be Turon in disguise, it would mean instant death. Their only stroke of luck was that this battle was taking place underwater. Had it not been, invisible railguns would have been flying in from all directions. Not to mention, lightning-based attacks were practically neutralized here. Damn it, how the hell did it come to this? Roder Carmine, known among his comrades as the lawyer, gritted his teeth as he looked around. Right up until the battle began, Turon had seemed solely focused on the great sea serpent in front of him. So how had he been able to counter the ambush so precisely? If only this ambush had succeeded, they could have turned everything around. They could have taken care of those arrogant mermaids, once their slaves, now rebels, and eliminated Turon, who dared try to stand above them despite being just an NPC. If it was true that Turon had destroyed House Zahar, then killing him and crushing the Parsha faction would have given them the chance to reclaim center stage in the world. Just as that thought crossed his mind, an ice spike tore through the water, aiming for Roder's side. If not for the vibration detection ability granted by the King of Calamity, he wouldn't have noticed such a stealthy attack. Dodging it and creating another vibration that pierced a hole through a great sea serpent's body, Roder then saw a Carmine noble get devoured by Armenia. The man, who shared the same type of possession as Roder, mouthed words at him in terror. Help me? They knew that the death of the flesh did not necessarily lead to the death of the soul, yet death on this battlefield was still something to fear. There was no guarantee that their souls would return intact the moment Turon won. Of course, the soul base that Gemmel and the other Carmine God tribe members knew about had already been abandoned and relocated long ago, but if they were captured here without returning, even that would be meaningless. In fact, the soul form of a comrade who had just been devoured by Armenia was immediately seized by Turon, who had also summoned his own soul form right beside it. Where's he keeping his body? Is it attached to the body of that great sea serpent? The moment one draws out their soul form is when they're most defenseless, so it would be best to aim for that moment. But finding it somewhere on the enormous sea serpent, which was nearly 100 meters long, was no easy task. Even more so with two great sea serpents constantly targeting him. Roder quickly moved, narrowly dodging a wide-open maw filled with sharp teeth, grinding his teeth as he did. You bastards! With a growling sound, the four emblems within Roder activated their power. Rapids, Frost, Earthmover, and Minstrel. As the trident struck the ground, a strong vibration rang out, shaking the sea floor and stirring up the surrounding currents violently. The range reached several kilometers in all directions. Yuya, stop, you're dragging us in too. Please save us, family head. The currents were so turbulent that even the mermaids transformed into great sea serpents couldn't maintain their balance, let alone the weaker ones. Thousands of commoner mermaids had their innards crushed from the shock of the current in an instant. The Carmine nobles also screamed, but the currents were too fierce for any sound to carry. Even Turon was forced to abandon his concealment under the crazed turbulence and emerge. Just for a moment, his brain was so shaken that maintaining magic became difficult. Resistance to this kind of shock wasn't something one could handle with just excellent physical abilities. Looks like I've got 20 fingers. Looking down at his hand and trying to regain focus, Turon finally noticed that Roder, having found his target, was drawing a vibrating blade, and he responded accordingly. Just as Ymir once had, he summoned an ice shield. Though connecting ice manipulation to Shepherd skills was difficult, so it wasn't classified as a skill, the ice magic Turon cast with his Carmine bloodline activated was top tier. Turon, if you were going to betray me, you should have been more thorough. Their voices didn't reach each other, but just from lip movement and facial expressions, they understood one another well enough. Turon subtly shifted his gaze to confirm that Armenia was still in fierce combat with the Mermaid King, and the other mermaids were still busy clashing with the Carmine nobles. None of them could afford to pay attention here. It meant this was the perfect situation for a one-on-one duel. Once again concealing himself, Turon used the sea currents to swiftly close the distance and immediately drew out an ice whip. With a boom, a shockwave exploded around Rotor's body, deflecting the attack. He shouldn't be able to detect attacks not in contact with his body, so it must be a barrier-type skill. Despite the puzzlement, the assault continued. Just like when he had used Light of Judgment in the past, Turon rapidly melted, froze, and reshaped the created ice. As a result, his attacks looked like a giant ice octopus with dozens of limbs striking from all directions. Of course, there was no one who could perceive that. Rotor tried to spread the vibrations as widely as possible to attack the invisible Turon, but by then, Turon had already figured out a way to defend against the attack to some extent. As the incoming shockwaves were enveloped by dozens of layers of ice barriers, each layer absorbed some of the force, weakening the vibration rapidly until it dissipated. He had instinctively grasped that multiple thin layers were more effective against vibrations than a single thick one. At the same time, as Rotor's attention was drawn to blocking the ice whip, an ice spike slipped through the disrupted vibration barrier and pierced his abdomen, tearing into his organs. Though things like gunpowder explosions or magnetism acceleration couldn't be used underwater, Turon's shooting technique using a slingshot had already ascended into the realm of skills. Rotor saw the blood from his mouth mix and scatter through the seawater and urgently looked for reinforcements. But then it struck him, against an invisible Turon, brute force in numbers meant little. It was only then that he realized this had been an unwinnable fight from the very beginning. All he could do was wear a defeated expression. After Rotor's death, the Carmine nobles, having lost their will to fight, attempted to flee, but it was nearly impossible to shake off mermaids in the sea. At that point, Turon began attacking the mermaid side to restore balance. He ambushed one of the surviving great sea serpent royals and pierced its head, killing it. When the enraged queen charged in over the death of her child, Turon dove into her gaping maw and released a massive electrical surge from within. When the Mermaid King, who had been fiercely fighting Armenia, saw this and rushed in, Turon quickly used the Carmine nobles as shields to cause mutual destruction between them. In the end, he joined forces with Armenia to take the Mermaid King's life. In the end, the mermaids fought until the last one and all died, and only a few Carmine nobles who fled the fastest managed to survive. Whether they would be able to return to land while avoiding other mermaids or magical beasts was uncertain. But in any case, all the possessed hosts had been captured, so the leftovers didn't matter. The sea where the battle had ended was now thickly tainted with the blood and flesh of mermaids and humans alike, a stark contrast to its once clear beauty. Naturally, many marine magical beasts attracted to the remains had begun to gather, but Turon left them alone. With the recent wars being so numerous, there weren't many wizards left in need of magic power, and left unattended, they would simply become undead spirits. Of course, he made sure to collect the bodies of Rotor and a few high-ranking nobles separately. Leaving them behind could lead to the birth of a myth-class marine magical beast, something too horrifically troublesome to allow. Naturally, he also retrieved magical items like the King of Calamity. His technique of using water to manipulate objects telekinetically played a major role. If Turon had tried to collect everything by hand, it would have taken a long time. Meanwhile, Armenia, his body now completely torn and battered, was tending to the remains of his kin. Seeing the great sea serpents lying on the ground, he let out a low, growling sound. Watching this quietly, Turon approached him in silence and placed a hand on his enormous head. Having never truly had any family besides his mother, Turon couldn't fully understand Armenia's feelings, but he knew that right now, Armenia must be deeply troubled. Turon, I'm sorry, Armenia. It was an apology for killing Armenia's family blood relatives even if they had tried to kill him. If his mother had still been alive and sided with battle as a member of Aravian, and he'd had to kill her as an enemy, how would he have felt? Or if Salif had killed his mother in his place, most likely he wouldn't have been able to brush it off so casually, saying it was just something that had to be done. At Turon's apology, Armenia bowed his head deeply and remained silent for a long time. Do you not want a separate grave for them? It's fine like this. If we leave them here, they'll naturally disperse and become one with the sea. That seemed to be the mermaids' way of holding funerals. There was no reason to interfere. After all, the bodies of great sea serpent mermaids were essentially just shells, with no particular value left to use. There's no chance other mermaids will transform into great sea serpents using these bodies, right? No. There's no true essence left in our bodies. Turon nodded and stepped into the heart of the mermaid's completely ruined sanctuary. Once a street adorned with elaborate coral decorations and quite vibrant in appearance, it was now half destroyed and in ruins. Thanks to the senses granted by his sacred relic, he already knew there were no survivors. Even the young mermaids who had been hiding in underground caves had all died, swept away by the massive currents Rotor had stirred up. For Turon, this was something he was quietly thankful for. He couldn't afford to leave behind anything that might become a future threat, but at the same time, he didn't want to show Armenia the sight of him killing all his living younger siblings right before his eyes. This must be the royal family's residence. Yes, Turon entered the Mermaid King's palace with Armenia, who had returned to his mermaid form. Though it was practically a ruin, the scattered belongings all around confirmed that it had once been a splendid place. As they passed what remained of what were once young mermaids, the remains of a great sea serpent undead hunted long ago came into view at the innermost part. Already battered from previous attacks, it had now been processed in some special way, making it significantly smaller than before. By offering rituals here, they draw power from it. I see. Nodding at Armenia's explanation, Turon conjured a massive ice blade and sliced the great sea serpent remains into pieces, storing them in his large-capacity pouch. Compared to the transformed bodies of the mermaid royals he had killed earlier, this one was much tougher, consuming a considerable amount of magic power. The mermaids had likely used some special technique to process it. After recovering the serpent's remains, Turon finally searched for the mermaid's treasure, and among them was the blue coral crown that Carmine had once obtained. Considering it was the treasure used to lead the mermaids, it might later prove useful in controlling or driving the mermaids of the two seas to extinction. Looks like everything's settled, let's head up. All right, Turon patted Armenia on the shoulder as he stared gloomily downward, then ascended with him to the surface. As always, the sea was peaceful, as if it knew nothing of those who had fought and died below. Chapter 214. The battleship of House Carmine had not fled and remained at the place where Turon had first descended. The wizards, upon seeing him and Armenia emerge from the sea, all fell flat on the ground and shouted in unison, "We surrender, please spare our lives." So all the ones who fled are here too. The nobles who had fled during the fierce battle under the sea looked at him with fearful expressions, their wounded bodies wrapped in bandages. If you were going to surrender, there was no need to run away from there in the first place. The situation was so chaotic that we thought it would be difficult to convey our intentions. One of the surviving Carmine nobles, who appeared to be relatively older, explained in a polite tone. Well, during battle, blood often rushed to the head, making rational judgment difficult. In that regard, it was a reasonably wise decision. The head of your house is dead anyway, so you have no means to resist further. No matter where you go, you'd only be fugitives, so you figured surrendering would be better. The idea isn't bad, but I don't see why I should kindly accept a bunch of traitors. We're sorry to say this, but we truly didn't know. Those words were the truth. After all, for Rotor and the other Carmine God tribe members, they would have had to account for the possibility of betrayal. If even one of them had been intimidated by Turon's power and exposed the plan to betray, the whole scheme would have fallen apart before it even began. Would you have not done it if you'd known? At Turon's follow-up question, the middle-aged man who had stepped forward as the representative lowered his head without answering. At least being honest was better than spouting smooth-tongued lies, so Turon let out a faint scoff and issued instructions, indicating he would not pursue the matter further. Let's head back to Offenport. Understood. Having already captured Rotor and the rest of the Carmine God tribe, he had no intention of punishing the others. In a turbulent era like this, even a single noble was a valuable asset. Even during the battle under the sea, had the situation allowed more leeway, he would have deliberately only killed the possessed bodies to induce the others to surrender. Now aboard a ship moving much more slowly than when they had departed, Turon used his hand mirror to report the situation to Kalamaf. Hearing that their family head had gone out alone and clashed with a great noble house, Ashes cried out in shock, "What's your condition? We'll send reinforcements immediately." "It's already over, so there's nothing to worry about. I've captured the ringleaders and the rest are submitting. They betrayed us twice, what's stopping them from doing it a third time? We should wipe them out completely this time." "I didn't expect you to say something like that. Could the position of steward to a great noble house extract all the soft parts from a person?" At Turon's remark about Ashes's uncharacteristically ruthless words, the voice from the other side of the hand mirror paused. "Yeah, well, with your strength, they'd have to be complete idiots to try a third time. So are you on your way back?" "That's right, things seem mostly settled on the seafront for now, so start preparing for the reconstruction of Offenport. What about the other great sea serpents? For now, it should be fine. I don't know about the long term, though." While traveling, Turon used the blue coral crown he had obtained this time and confirmed the immense power it held. The owner of the crown could inject magic power to identify or exert control over beings within a certain range, and under Turon's control, it displayed an overwhelming dominance over an area spanning several thousand kilometers in all directions. Thanks to this, he could easily determine without further investigation that there were no more great sea serpents roaming near the North Sea, and that the threatening high-ranking mermaids had also been completely eradicated. Most likely, the remaining mermaid royalty had fled to the South Sea to avoid the great sea serpent clan. If he actively utilized the power of the blue coral crown, he could completely control at least the seas near Offen Port. Who would have thought that the sea routes, once nearly paralyzed, would become safer than land routes? Of course, it was still uncertain how long it would be before another great sea serpent appeared. To confirm this, they would have to capture Monarch, but there were no solid leads and too many tasks to handle. They needed to exterminate or subjugate the dwarves in the Grey Zone, eliminate the goblins in the Land of the Lakes who were eating people, secure a land route to Aravian, and deal with the giants of the Emerald Desert before they came up. If they didn't set clear priorities and solve each issue properly, the very foundation of forming a union would collapse. Fortunately, many of these could be delegated once the unit led by Salif returned. "You're going to be busy again for a while." Turon nodded in agreement at Ash's lament from the other side of the mirror. 2 days later, when the battleship landed at Offen Port, Armenia expressed his desire to stay near the North Sea for a while. He said that if he returned to Kalamaf right away, his strength would probably leave him again, and in his current mood, that might push him into excessive despair. Seeing the cautious way he brought it up, Turon responded by patting him on the shoulder a few times. "Go have fun, I'm not your master or anything. Like I said before, friends don't get to control where the other lives." Turon, Armenia, who had worn a complex expression all along, looked moved by Turon's words and nodded firmly. Turon could roughly guess what he had been struggling with. Whether he had made the right choice, whether it was right to drive his own family to death to keep a promise with a friend, he must have been constantly tormented by those thoughts. Turon hoped that his attitude, at the very least, would offer Armenia some comfort. After sending Armenia off, Turon ordered the remaining Carmine wizards near Offen Port to return to their homeland, to the hill country they had once ruled. If they steered the battleship they had just been on northward, it wouldn't take very long. Rebuild Avacha and hunt down any non-human races that appear in the hill country while you wait. Once things calm down, I'll come to help decide who the next family head will be. Understood, Great One. Despite Turon issuing orders as if he were their superior, the remaining Carmine wizards did not protest. All the higher-ups capable of making decisions had become fish food in the sea, so what was the point of knights or lesser nobles stepping up? Besides, those who were powerful enough to have a voice had all witnessed Turon's strength firsthand. Even though the battle with the mermaids was chaotic, not even the most powerful wizards, including family head Rotor, had been able to stop him despite attacking together. The survivors of the undersea battle acknowledged that Turon was truly the most powerful wizard in the world, and the closest being to a god since the fall of the great pre-god tribe. After confirming that all the Carmine wizards had boarded the battleship and were heading north, Turon flew back to Kalamaf with Bige, who had been resting inside his body the whole time. During the days he was gone, he had received reports that the wizards who had remained in Kalamaf had been continually eliminating hostile dwarf groups. Thanks to spreading information about the dwarves beforehand through early subjugations, some vassal cities had successfully driven them off on their own. Back in the underground prison of Kalamaf, for the first time in a while, Turon laid out what had happened outside and then asked, "After everything that's happened, are you still not going to talk?" The one possessing the body of the death row inmate Battle still kept his mouth shut. Turon almost let out a sigh in frustration but stopped himself, showing his frustration would only embolden the other side. "No matter how I think about it, getting this guy to talk is the best way to capture Monarch." At the very least, it was clear that continued imprisonment and torture were eating away at his mind. He screamed horrifically whenever his spiritual perception was constantly awakened to prevent him from falling into dormancy, and his toes were crushed or his body was set on fire. At first, he had behaved like an emotionless statue, but now, during brief breaks between torture, he muttered to himself constantly. Occasionally, when the words weren't too garbled, they sounded like self-hypnosis, reassuring himself that he must not speak, that everything would work out if he just waited. But today, perhaps having reached a new threshold, he muttered something Turon hadn't heard before. "Yeah, once Siakun becomes a god, I'll be saved, I just have to endure." Just endure it. The name Siakun was definitely one that Monarch had once offhandedly mentioned as one of the names referring to himself. Judging from its uniquely foreign pronunciation, it was likely his real name used back on Earth. Becoming a god? What did he mean by becoming a god? regaining the physical body from the old pre-god tribe days. It was true he had once been a being powerful enough to be called a god, but Turon didn't think that was the end goal. To have caused such a commotion, what they desired had to be something far greater. At any rate, it was fortunate that he had at least found one more clue today. The day after visiting the underground prison, a group of dwarves came to Kalamaf. They were dwarves affiliated with the Honorable Republic who had visited once before. It's been a while, Alrakuyo. Indeed, great demon Lord Turon, I've come to deliver the stance of our Honorable Republic. With a dwarf army of about 50 stationed in front of Kalamaf, the dwarf in front wearing a military cap read a declaration written on parchment. The message was that, in exchange for being granted rights equal to humans, they would accept Turon as the sole figure above them. That decision came faster than I expected. I thought you'd deliberate longer. Though Turon didn't have a deep understanding of republicanism, he could guess that their attachment to it was considerable, given they had clashed over social hierarchies for centuries. To this, Alrakuyo clicked his teeth a few times and responded. Perhaps because he had fully acknowledged Turon as a superior being, his tone was even more respectful than before. To be honest, there were those willing to die for their ideals, but the situation is far too unfavorable to insist on that. According to him, republicanism wasn't a particularly old culture in dwarven history, and among the ones who had been revived, royalists outnumbered republicans significantly. Indeed, judging by the ratio of dwarves subdued so far, the balance between the two factions was almost 4-1. Furthermore, the republics are more like loosely connected communities than actual allies, so to preserve themselves, they have no choice but to borrow the strength of the most powerful. The reason the decision had come so quickly, he added, was that they had learned the army led by Turon had subjugated all the neighboring dwarf factions. With power like that, the consensus was that it was better to serve under him. This is Ashes Burke, my steward and the chief administrator of House Parsha. For practical matters you can coordinate with him. Pleased to meet you. I am Alrakuyo, representative of the Honorable Republic. I'm Ashes. Ashes, having been called out with Turon, somewhat awkwardly took the hand Alrakuyo offered. It was inevitable, as he was not used to exchanging friendly greetings with non-human races. Unlike the fallen dwarves of the modern day who boasted physical capabilities surpassing knights, these ancient dwarves were much frailer, so he had to be careful with his grip. Well then, let's first discuss what we can offer each other. Alrakuyo, in other words, what the representative wants is the safety of the Republic, correct? Indeed, we'll even disclose the location of the Republic, so we want you to dispatch forces to protect us. In return, we'll provide advanced technologies and tools. That sounds like a good deal. Since Turon already knew what the dwarves wanted, Ashes nodded clearly in agreement. He had brought a few items related to this in advance in case talks went well, so the handover proceeded quickly. Like Ashes earlier, the human engineers also wore subtle expressions as the dwarves taught them how to use the tools. We'll leave them here to continue instructing others in the use and crafting of these tools. The items the dwarves handed over were quite diverse. Their steam rifles were returned, as they were no better than the guns already being independently produced in Parsha. However, there was room to study the principles behind their rapid-fire guns and steam explosive shells that detonated upon impact. We've secured a few of these before, but they were unusable by humans. They were deliberately locked down because they were made during the height of the war with humans. These ones are from an earlier era, so they don't have those restrictions. From his words, Turon could discern that the items they were offering now were not the most advanced the dwarves possessed. It was probably a survival strategy of their own. If the dwarves offered up all their best assets right away, they would no longer be able to assist humans later. Once their usefulness ran out, the relationship would become one-sided, where only they gave and received nothing. Still, even the somewhat outdated artifacts they referred to were immensely helpful to humans, so Turon could overlook that much. Beyond simply providing firepower, the advanced technologies they possessed were useful in various ways. From alarm systems that detected enemy intrusions to steam engine technology that generated powerful force through steam. Among them, the most astonishing was the technology to conceal and detect their own hideouts. I didn't expect you to hand over a technique that's practically your lifeline. We're giving it up precisely because it's essential for smoothly eliminating rival factions. Besides, we're well aware that even without such technology, the Lord has the power to find us. It became clear just how secretive the dwarves had been about this technology. Even Monarch had no way to comb through their hideouts one by one. And after being rejected by Odas when he asked for cooperation, he had resorted to transforming dwarves and scattering them instead. Of course, as Alrakuyo mentioned, Turon's tracking abilities were such that, like the night hunters of old, he could pierce through the dwarves' concealment techniques, rendering them meaningless. To commemorate the formal signing of the vassal contract, Turan held a moderately sized banquet to narrow the distance between the citizens of Kalamaf and the dwarves. He was especially careful, knowing that in the long term, not only these dwarves but other dwarf factions might also be accepted. Preventing conflict was critical. In these kinds of matters, starting off on the right foot was the most important thing. Watching the dwarves and humans share food and drink, Alracuyo bowed politely to Turan. "Thank you, my lord, we will not make you regret accepting our honorable republic. And I won't either. If you show good faith, I'll repay it in kind. I truly feel this was the right decision. Of course, that's because your lordship has always ruled as an ideal leader." The reason Alracuyo and the dwarves of the Honorable Republic chose to submit rather than oppose Turan was that every human they had captured described the head of House Parsha as an ideal ruler. Not only a powerful wizard, but one who never neglected to care for commoners as if they were his own. Naturally, their base was located not far from Kalamaf, and the area around Kalamaf was home to Turan's most loyal supporters, so that outcome was inevitable. After successfully concluding the banquet, Turan sent Alracuyo and the dwarf envoys back to their base with a small escort unit. Then, of all the advanced technologies he had acquired this time, he chose the alarm system, by far the most useful, and delivered it to Helio City, capital of Varaha. Berit let out a sigh of relief as she looked at the metal tubes embedded all over the towering fortress walls. So the moment something crosses the wall, it sets off lights and sound to signal an intrusion. That's what I heard. We've already tested it at least. That'll take some of the worry about goblins off our shoulders, thank goodness. While Kalamaf had been suffering from dwarves, the residents of Helio City had been tormented by goblins. Though they didn't brazenly block roads or raid homes, they continually took advantage of the night to steal and eat children, so much so that families with kids said they couldn't even sleep. Fortunately, it didn't take long for the alarm system to prove its worth. That very night, a buzzing sound echoed throughout Helio City, signaling a goblin intrusion. There. Fire! As the knight's rifles flared, the goblins shrieked, baring their grotesque shark-like jaws. They were a race as agile and strong as most nobles, but they couldn't withstand a knight's gunfire. Rather than abducting children, they had to flee, leaping back over the walls to avoid the light lit by the wizards. Exterminated! At someone's shout, the Varaha wizards let out a triumphant roar. After receiving the report that the goblins had been successfully exterminated by House Varaha, Turan ordered additional alarm systems to be produced and delivered to Varaha. Unlike the dwarves, the goblins favored stealthy ambushes, so the devices would likely be more useful there than here. The dispatched dwarves were working together with human engineers to build factories all throughout Kalamaf. With the newly introduced steam engines, they could start mass production by drawing in river water and boiling it. Though Turan didn't fully understand the mechanics, he agreed nonetheless. Having more supplies was always a good thing. What mattered most to Turan was not resolving everything by himself, but ensuring that his forces could independently defend themselves from enemies. His body was just one, while the lands he had to protect were vast and expansive. Once it seemed that, given a bit more time, they would be able to establish a functioning system on their own, Turan informed Ashes that he would be stepping away for a while. "Where are you going to?" "No, I don't even need to ask." "That's right," Turan pointed to the northwest, the direction of Aravian where Mesa had recently gone silent, and beyond that the location of House Najin where there might still be clues about Monarch. If he went there, he could at least find some lead on how this damned situation had come to be. Chapter 215. Before leaving Kalamaf, Turan visited the secret space within the Temple of the Sun where Luska stayed, one last time. The fact that he didn't visit the child often was an intentional move. Officially, Luska was said to be safely protected at a distant hideout for security reasons. Naturally, Turan also had to be mindful of others' eyes, so the only time he could see the child was in the deep of night, when Luska was fast asleep. At this rate, he'll forget what his father looks like, family head of House Parsha. "I'm ashamed." At Rita's reproach, Turan responded with an embarrassed expression and looked at Luska, who was sleeping soundly. The baby, just over a month old, had plump cheeks, making his wrinkly newborn appearance seem like a lie. He was adorable. Confirming once again that the same four symbols as his own resided within the child, Turan checked again to ensure nothing had gone wrong with the spirit form. Relieved to find nothing amiss, his sigh of relief was short-lived as Rita looked at his face and smiled. "You look like you have a lot on your mind." "Yes, the situation is what it is after all." Turan didn't hide the news of the return of the new age occurring outside from Rita. If she heard this and said she wanted to return, worried about her family including Osel, then he would have to respect that decision. Fortunately, however, Rita expressed her intention to continue taking care of Luska here instead of returning to Lavitas. This was because they had already confirmed through Bige, who was sent to Lavidas, that Osel was holding his ground fairly well and was managing the elemental fairies as best he could. I don't know if it will help ease your worries, but during the spare time I have while caring for the child, I've made some personal progress. Would you care to hear about it? If it's progress, do you mean in regard to soul magic? That's right. Unlike when she used to share knowledge of the soul manipulation technique with Nia, being alone gave her a new perspective. She said that after spending time researching with others, she had learned much by using that accumulated knowledge to examine her own spirit form. What I've always wondered was why the lifespan of the soul chain, which is the organ of the soul, changes depending on the physical body. I think I finally understand it to some extent. According to Rita, the contents of the soul chain were the nutrients supplied by the body to the soul. That was why, although the soul chain was an organ of the soul, when one changed bodies, it would be replaced by the remaining resources of the new body. Nutrients? It's just a guess, but I think it may be related to compatibility due to personality or mastery. Depending on the composition of the soul chain, the power that the soul exerts changes. Turon continued to have an in-depth conversation with Rita about the various insights she had gained regarding the soul. It was an unexpected outcome, considering he had expected research into soul magic to stall while they were isolated here. However, it wasn't the right time to continue receiving detailed teachings in this area. I hope Mesa returns soon too. A child needs both a father and a mother after all. That's why I'm planning to go myself. Promising to meet again in the future, Turon finally exchanged a few words with the maids assisting Rita and the child to ensure there were no issues and then left. Instead of flying northwest on Bige right after leaving Kalamaf, Turon moved along the old Empire roads. First, to secure a transportation route connecting the Gray Zone and the Tacking Plains, and second, to check on the condition of the Western Forest Zone, which could be considered the midpoint. At the very least, a safe land route needed to be secured to allow the return and rotation of the forces that had gone with Mesa toward Aravian. They couldn't install a new Jade Mirror just to bring them back, nor could Bige fly non-stop for days to transport them. This side is also suffering from those damn Dark Elves running wild again. Some of the Dark Elf forces that had once again stirred up trouble in the Western Forest had even invaded as far as Kalamaf. It was probably because Kalamaf was the city closest to the Forest Zone within the Gray Zone. Fortunately, after being repelled several times by guns and magic, they hadn't set foot there again. It seemed the Gray Zone was now considered by them as a place not worth entering. Or perhaps it had gained a reputation as a place that was simply too dangerous to approach. While passing through the Ashen Lands and entering the lush, rising forest, Turon caught the familiar scent of blood from up ahead. "Let's go that way, Bige." "Okay." As Bige skillfully turned in the direction given, after flying for a few dozen seconds, they spotted people being dragged helplessly with their hands tied by ropes. Leading them, of course, were Dark Elves. Turon silently observed the despairing expressions on the humans' faces, but before he could take action, he felt a portion of his power being drawn away. Bige had borrowed the symbol of lightning from him. Yap, contrary to her rather cute battle cry, the result she produced was anything but cute. A bolt of lightning suddenly struck from the clear blue sky with a rumbling roar, instantly burning to death a dozen Dark Elves at the front. What the? Startled, a Dark Elf necromancer hurriedly summoned multiple undead spirits, but against Bige it was a meaningless resistance. A fierce gust of wind sent the necromancer flying along with the spirits shielding him, and with the explosion of a condensed sphere of lightning, he was reduced to ashes without even a corpse left behind. "Did I do good? You were amazing, but why so suddenly?" I thought this was what Turon wanted. At Bige's words, Turon patted her head with a proud expression. In response to the rare compliment, she made a peculiar happy noise. The Dark Elves are dead. We're saved." While the Golden Eagle basked in the praise, the people, unable to process the sudden turn of events, stood dazed for a moment before bursting into joyful exclamations. Some even collapsed in tears, overwhelmed with joy. Then, as Turon descended from the sky riding Bige, they all bowed their heads and cried out together. "O God of Parsha, thank you, truly thank you, God of Parsha," they said. Despite the cringeworthy title making him frown, Turon loosened the ropes binding them with a simple wave of his hand. "Do you know who I am? Who would dare not know that the master of the Golden Eagle is the greatest wizard in this land? I'm from Kalamaf." As expected, there was a reason why they recognized him so quickly. Since the founding of House Parsha, Kalamaf had grown explosively as the capital of the newly rising Great Noble House, absorbing the surrounding population, yet even so there were many who left the city. Due to family matters, job searches, expunging criminal records, or to seek new opportunities through adventure. Joining the pioneers in the Forest Zone was likely for one of those reasons as well. Just like the newly growing city of a great house, a reclaimed land starting from bare earth was also a land of opportunity. "Do you know what's going on in this area? I'll tell you everything I know." According to those rescued, ever since the return of the New Age, the Western Forest Zone had once again been suffering from attacks by the Dark Elves. Fortunately, it hadn't reached the point where all the cities were burned down and villages destroyed as before. There were two main reasons for that. First, humans were still not in full control of the area. As they were busy rebuilding the living spaces that had once collapsed, human settlements were more like lines connecting dots, which meant there were fewer chances for clashes with the Dark Elves. Second, the resurrected former Dark Elf lords were too busy fighting among themselves to pay much attention to the weak humans. If there had been a great noble house ruling over the forest, they would have tried to destroy it first, but the only humans there were the pioneer group sent to rebuild fallen civilization. Compared to that, the other resurrected Dark Elf necromancers were far more threatening enemies, so instead of launching full-scale invasions, they were content to occasionally raid nearby human settlements to eat or raise people like livestock. Of course, for those like the group just being dragged away a moment ago, it was a matter of life or death to experience such misfortune firsthand. There are no wizards in the pioneer villages, I take it. They are very rare. There are a few around the old cities, but even among them almost none are nobles. Sometimes the nobles themselves are even killed by necromancers, so they tend to avoid reckless fights. The dark elves that Bige had just dealt with were mostly commoners, and the necromancer among them was a low-level one that even a few knights could easily hunt down. To the current Turon, they were nothing more than dust. However, even such enemies were overwhelmingly powerful threats to these commoners who could not hope to resist. Turon briefly considered whether he could send the wizards of Kalamaf here, but soon judged that it wasn't feasible. There were still groups of dwarves roaming around within the Grey Zone, and recently, under the mediation of the Honorable Republic, two dwarven republics had formed ties with them, prompting the deployment of additional protection forces, so the Parsha army had no forces to spare. Do you have somewhere to return to? No, we don't. We were in the middle of moving deeper into the Grey Zone. From what he had confirmed along the way, there were no dark elves east of this place all the way to Kalamaf, so as long as they had the necessary travel supplies, they should be able to reach it. They were just a little short of their destination, should they call it bad luck for getting caught or good fortune for being saved by him. Handing over supplies such as food and leather taken from the dark elves' belongings, Turon said, "When you return, report the current situation to Ashes, the steward of Kalamaf. At the very least, you'll be given enough compensation to settle down." Encouraging the tearful survivors as they thanked him, Turon soon parted from them and continued westward along the road. Not long after, he came upon similar scenes multiple times. He wiped out groups of dark elves dragging off humans to use them as food or livestock and rescued the people. At times, he arrived only after the people had already been eaten, finding nothing but bones, and tore the dark elves to pieces in retaliation. Then one day he encountered a human settlement. A wooden stronghold built at a relatively high elevation. A reconstructed old city where over 1,000 people lived, and astonishingly, a noble house ruled over the place. "We greet the head of Parsha. Such excessive formality is a burden. You are a lord of this land, not my vassal. Still, how could I dare treat you lightly?" Cardu, the lord of the city, had originally been a wandering noble who, along with his family, wandered without a place to settle until they happened upon this area during a wave of dark elf attacks and managed to take hold of this small city. Because a noble house was protecting it, the place had developed more quickly than other pioneer settlements, to the point where it was beginning to function like a proper city. Then suddenly, a large number of resurrected dark elf necromancers had appeared, isolating them. That aside, the fact that the Master of Parsha has come here, does it mean House Parsha has begun a campaign to subjugate the Dark Elves? Not yet, Turon informed Cardu, who was unable to grasp the full situation due to long isolation of the current state of the world. That it wasn't just the forest zone, but the entire world was suffering from the return of beings from the age of ancient myth. Though it was a story too far removed from reality to fully grasp, the one thing clearly conveyed was that there was no one they could rely on for salvation right now, and a gloomy look appeared on Cardu's face. Turon turned his gaze to the stronghold spread out beyond the window and the people living within it, then asked, "Do you want to save them?" Unlike earlier, when he maintained the formality of an outsider, his tone now was that of one speaking down. Sensing what Turon meant, Cardu stiffened his face and nodded. "Yes, this is the first land I've ever had as a wandering noble, and they are my people. I want to protect this place. To gain one's own domain and restore their house, such was the long-held desire of all wandering nobles." Though Turon couldn't completely sympathize with the sentiment, he understood it well enough, and so he nodded and pulled an item from his large-capacity pouch. "Here, take this. This is..." What Turon handed him was a steam musket. It was something the dwarves had offered some time ago, which he had simply kept since there was no immediate need to distribute it in Kalamaf. Seeing a gun for the first time, Cardu was astonished after hearing Turon's explanation of its usage and functions. If what was said was true, it was a truly shocking weapon. From what I saw, you have 3 nobles and 11 knights. Yes, my wife, my daughter, and I are nobles. The knights are my 2 sons and some relatives. I'll give you enough of these for all of them to be armed. In return for your loyalty to me, I'll grant you the right to use these weapons to drive out the dark elves nearby and build up your territory. This was an idea that had come to him when he saw the rescued migrants earlier. If he didn't have enough hands to personally save them one by one and couldn't mobilize troops from the gray zone, then he would have the people of this land drive out the dark elves themselves. Of course, it would be impossible to defeat powerful dark elf lords with steam muskets, but those kinds of major threats were ones Turon could personally deal with by taking off their heads. According to the old rules, House Parsha doesn't have the right to rule over regions outside the gray zone, but all rules change with the times. I trust you understand what I mean. Of course. At Turon's words, Cardu immediately expressed his willingness to submit. Had this been a peaceful era, he wouldn't have tried to come under Turon's authority. After all, no one wants someone above them giving orders if they can help it. In fact, even after the founding of House Parsha, the noble houses of the Western Forest Zone had long had subtle tensions with Parsha. They had prematurely assumed that designating the far western edge of the Gray Zone as the capital was a veiled intention to rule over both territories, including the forest. But in this wretched time, when different races ran rampant and great noble houses were waging war, such distinctions were meaningless. Communities that had already fallen to the Dark Elves would no doubt have taken the same opportunity without hesitation if it had been presented to them. Turon provided Cardu with 20 steam muskets in exchange for signing a vassal contract. He gave plenty, just in case some were damaged and became unusable. Though this steam musket had fallen out of favor compared to the firearms currently being produced in Kalamaf due to some inconveniences, it still had several notable advantages. It didn't require gunpowder and could be used simply by replenishing water, and manufacturing ammunition didn't require precise technical skill. The system worked by firing roughly rounded metal lumps using steam pressure. From then on, Turon continued westward, moving in a zigzag pattern along the road connecting Kalamaf to the Taking Plains, supplying weapons in exchange for oaths of loyalty from several notable communities along the way. Most of these communities met Turon's standards. Those who didn't value their lands or people had long since fled on their own. As a result, there were times when he had to distribute weapons to commoners without even a wizard among them. See, can we really fight the Dark Elves? Of course, without magic power it's hard to break through a necromancer's undead spirits, but if you target the main body well, you can still kill them. As for regular Dark Elves, if you aim and hit them properly, you can win. The commoners were skeptical but still accepted the guns, half believing, half doubting the idea that they could fight enemies even wizards couldn't overcome. While distributing weapons, Turon also increased his efforts in hunting Dark Elves. His tracking magic could not be evaded by any Dark Elf. It was a drawback that he couldn't distinguish regular Dark Elves from necromancers, just as one couldn't tell a human from a wizard at a glance. But dozens of Dark Elf commoners or a few weak necromancers didn't even require Turon to act personally. Bige could handle them alone. And when several powerful necromancers gathered, he personally stepped in and obliterated them all with a single railgun strike. At one point, Turon even encountered a Dark Elf lord more powerful than a self-proclaimed necroking who possessed abilities on par with a top-ranking noble. Why is a monster like you alive in this era? The Dark Elf Lord cried out in frustration, but Turon lodged a steel ball into his head and turned around. Scattered across the ruins, which had once been a bountiful forest, were the corpses of hundreds of Dark Elves slain alongside Bige. I must have killed at least a few thousand of these bastards already. It stinks. Even after all that relentless killing, the area Turon had swept through was only a portion of the entire forest zone. If he were to continue combing the forest in order to completely exterminate the Dark Elves, it would probably take at least a few months. Since his goal was only to create safe passages through which humans could travel within this area, he would have to head north at an appropriate point. As for those he hadn't been able to meet yet, all he could do was hope and cheer for their survival. About a day later, Turon suddenly caught the acrid smell of burning Dark Elves from ahead. It was such a familiar scent that he wondered if he had somehow gotten turned around and returned to where he had been the day before. Turon soon realized the reason for the smell. Mesa, wielding the hammer of the Thunder Lord, was leading a mixed unit composed of birdmen and knights, subjugating the Dark Elves. Chapter 216. The number of Dark Elves fighting against Mesa's army was not small. Just by rough estimate, there were at least over 3,000, and the number of necromancers also reached dozens. Considering that even a few commoner-class Dark Elves could hunt down a single knight, It was a massive army that even several wizard families combined could not confidently subdue. However, to Mesa, who stood at the forefront of the formation, such numbers seemed utterly meaningless. Just as battle once had, she swept across the battlefield scattering violet lightning, looking just like the god of thunder. Unlike the aged battle, the strength of her young and well-trained body in its prime was truly tremendous. Whenever her long hammer, Heaven's Punishment, was swung, the dark elves were crushed by the wind pressure and the ground quaked. Turon, who was watching her from a distance in silence, soon decided to do what he could. The necromancers who had been struggling to suppress Mesa were suddenly startled by beams of light flying from behind, opening their eyes wide in shock. Even that reaction was only granted to those who happened to be looking that way. Many didn't even realize they were being attacked and were crushed to death in an instant. The powerful undead spirits surrounding their bodies were meaningless in the face of the magic power contained in the steel balls and the force that distorted logic. It was only natural that the main force of the Dark Elves would collapse when ambushed so suddenly. The mixed army of wizards from Aravian and Parsha, along with the Birdmen, completely shattered and began a one-sided slaughter of the retreating Dark Elves. Meanwhile, Turon slowly revealed himself to Mesa, who was calmly standing and looking around. The two gazed at each other silently, then lightly embraced and kissed. "We should really show a bit more restraint in front of others." A moment later, Mesa wiped her lips with the back of her hand and spoke in an embarrassed tone. Considering the subtle relationship between Aravian and Parsha, excessive displays of affection could potentially have negative effects. But wasn't it unnecessary to always calculate such things when sharing emotions with someone you love? Fortunately, most of Mesa's troops were too busy chasing the enemy to pay attention, and the few aides around her had the decency to avert their eyes from their master's romantic act. "So, how did you end up coming down here? And what are all those new humans? The Birdmen? Well, I'm just dragging them around and putting them to work. I came down because things inside the tacking planes have settled somewhat." Knowing that such a simple explanation wouldn't suffice, Mesa ordered a few aides to take command of the pursuit and began explaining calmly. Right after the return of the new era, she had focused all her efforts on hunting down the Birdmen roaming around the tacking planes. That process, to put it bluntly, was close to a tedious cycle of repetition. Just as when Turon hunted hostile dwarves, the Birdmen were no match for Mesa's strength. The only problem was that she had only one body, and the number of Birdmen groups that had emerged was in the dozens. In the midst of her passionate hunt, Mesa came to a realization. The Birdmen revered beings that flew swiftly. No way because of that. When I showed them I could fly fast using magnetism in front of them, they seemed to regard me as a kind of chief bird. Their heads aren't that great, but with continuous training, I managed to stop them from eating humans. Mesa continued to dominate the Birdmen with overwhelming speed and force, training them through the wizards so that they would not attack humans, at least not wizards. How smart are the Birdmen? About the level of the dumbest among humans and the smartest among animals. Their intelligence seemed roughly equivalent to the fallen dwarves of the modern era. Unfortunately, unlike them, the Birdmen had no ancestors who could provide them with a hiding place from gods or wizards. In other words, unlike Turon, who formed an alliance with the dwarves as one intelligent being to another, she had subdued the Birdmen as one would tame a beast. Their wild instincts are too strong, so in the long term I think they'll have to be made extinct. There's a limit to how much even a powerful wizard can control them. In the middle of their conversation, Bige suddenly popped out from Turon's body and jumped into Mesa's arms. "It's Mesa, it's been a while, Bige." As always, Bige seemed to like Mesa second only to Turon. Turon hadn't understood why in the past, but now he did. Because he and Mesa were the only two beings in this land who carried 4 bloodlines, in other words, were qualified like gods. To Bige, the descendant of a pet once controlled by the ancient gods, the two of them could become her missing half. Even though Turon had taken that place first, that didn't make Mesa any less qualified, which was why Bige liked her as well. Watching Mesa playfully wiggle her fingers and tickle Bige's paws, Turon voiced a question that had come to mind. "By the way, did you ever find out about what I passed on to Bige?" "Yeah. First of all, that person named Kjorn isn't in Aravian anymore. Seems like he's been missing for a while." The one who had come to Turon, who had once lived as a shepherd on Hisaril Hill and opened his eyes to the world. Even after parting ways, Turon had exchanged a few letters with Kjorn, the Knight of Aravian. Kjorn had originally retired after the Dark Elf subjugation and was spending his later years in a small manor near Morgan, but after Turon had practically abducted Mesa, they had lost contact. He disappeared, caught off guard by the unexpected answer. Turon let out a low groan. Though a strong desire to learn more about the truth rose in him, Turon consciously changed the subject. Kjorn's whereabouts were a personal matter, and as the head of House Parsha, it was time to focus on more official concerns. What about House Najin then? They're completely destroyed. A look of relief crossed Mesa's face as she answered. Turns out that woman had already fled to House Najin when battle went off to war, so I looked into it. But apparently the snowcloud zone is no longer habitable. Naturally, that woman and her son must have been eaten. Turon didn't need to ask who she meant by that woman. It had to be Battle's legal wife from House Najin and her son. Mesa's face, as she spoke of the deaths of her stepmother and half-brother, carried quite a complex expression. A mixture of the relief unique to someone who had resolved an old grudge and a lingering discomfort from something unpleasant. Being eaten by a yeti is a gruesome end, but I'm still disappointed I didn't get to do it with my own hands. The revenge for my mother and brother ended up resolving itself without me doing anything. If you want to get technical, you did get revenge on Rito. In truth, considering where the poison in Rito's cup had come from when Mesa had gone on that picnic with her family, House Zahar couldn't be entirely innocent. Mesa's mother had noble-class magic power, though on the lower end, and it had been enough to harm Mesa, so the poison must have been made by an alchemist. Realizing that, Turon consciously shifted the subject again. More importantly, did you say they were eaten by yetis? Yeah, apparently the Snowcloud Zone is completely ruled by yetis now. All the wizards from House Najin were eaten, and the residents who used to live there are all fleeing to the Tacking Plains. He at least knew that yetis were a different race, covered in white fur all over their bodies with the ability to control snow and cold. And like most other non-human races, these creatures also enjoyed eating humans. Fortunately, the Tacking Plains aren't a favorable environment for them to operate in, so they haven't invaded. Plus, with all the grain stockpiled from the trade blockade, there's no problem feeding the migrants. You've somehow become a master at managing a territory. What else was I supposed to do? Stuck in a room with nothing better to do. At Mesa's grumble, Turon laughed heartily and said, right. During her pregnancy with Luska, she couldn't engage in outside activities and spent most of her time locked away, handling the duties of House Parsha's head in his stead. Fortunately, that experience seemed to be of great help in rebuilding the wrecked Aravian. Well, that's enough about me. How about you? I heard a bit here and there. Is Luska doing well? At Mesa's words, Turon felt a bit of guilt. Now that he thought about it, he should have brought that up before talking about his own business. How could she not worry when a mother still nursing her baby had left her child behind to work? Luckily, he had seen Luska just before he came out, so Turon used the soul imprint technique on the spot to draw a portrait of Luska. Seeing it, Mesa let out a sigh of relief mixed with joy. He's adorable. Doesn't feel like it's been that long, but he's grown a lot. Babies grow by the day. I want to show him her mom's face a lot before he grows even more. Of course, that was just wishful thinking for now. Let alone Aravian, even the gray zone led by House Parsha couldn't exactly be called secure. Their talk about Luska's current state was brief, and Turon soon began to calmly update Mesa on the situation in the gray zone. Since he had sent Bige to deliver messages, she already knew the general results of the war with House Zahar and the changes brought by the return of the new era. However, due to how busy things had been, he hadn't been able to send Bige back and forth regularly, so he hadn't kept her updated consistently. Thanks to that, Mesa got to hear all sorts of major stories, from the fall of House Carmine and the Great Sea Serpent Mermaid clan, to the treaties with some of the dwarf republics. No way. We're cooperating with the dwarves. Of all the news, that was the one that shocked Mesa the most. In the pre-faith, non-human races were seen as humanity's irreconcilable great enemies, so openly collaborating with them was practically sacrilege. There was a reason why they had worked so hard to conceal Armenia's true identity all this time. Had it not been for the chaos of the current era, Turon might have lost a significant portion of his solid support base simply for cooperating with the dwarves. For now, if we can supplement what we lack with their creativity, then it's not a bad deal. There was a risk that, just as Monarch once feared, the developed dwarves could one day turn on humanity and carry out a massacre, but that was something that could be managed long-term with proper balancing. Even if humans couldn't invent new things, they could at least copy existing technologies. As they continued their conversation, the mixed army of Aravian Parsha wizards and birdmen, who had finished annihilating the Dark Elves, returned and lined up before Mesa. The birdmen, whose arms were wings and bodies covered with feathers, looked at Turon with curious and puzzled expressions. Mesa addressed them in a sharp tone. This is Turon, the one who flies faster than me, respect him. Understand, Turon, faster than Mesa. Fast, despite being regarded as lacking intelligence, the birdman's pronunciation wasn't bad. Well, the poor pronunciation of modern dwarves was probably more a matter of oral structure than intelligence. The birdmen chattered among themselves, then began flying around Turon, repeatedly shouting, really. In response, Turon casually took flight once to demonstrate his skill, then summoned Bige and had her fly as well. The creatures who had been moderately impressed by Turon's flight nearly screamed in awe when they saw Bige's speed. Fast, the fastest, faster than Mesa, Bige, seemingly pleased by their praise, gave a small snort and calmly perched on Turan's shoulder. Perhaps because they gave great credit to the fact that he was the master of a magical beast capable of flying at near-sound speed. The birdman remained quiet and well-behaved during the distribution of spoils and the return trip to Morgan, causing no disturbances. Seeing this, Mesa let out a sigh of relief and said, "That's a relief. With Bige around, it seems it'll be much easier to control them. The way here was nothing but trouble." She explained that while some left formation to go hunting or drink water from streams, things not exactly punishable, there had been 3 cases where they'd stubbornly attacked and eaten people despite strict orders. Each time she had captured the offender and torn them apart in front of everyone, and only then did they start to listen. Because the army was selected only from those with flight capabilities or able to keep pace with the birdmen by riding magical beasts, it only took a few days to return to Morgan from the forest region near the Tacking Plains. During the journey, Turan and Mesa secretly relieved their pent-up feelings whenever they had a moment of free time, just as would be expected of a youthful couple with much built up after her pregnancy with Luska and the long periods apart due to work and distance. Aside from Bige occasionally intruding to ask them to play, no one interrupted the two of them. On the 3rd day, as he looked around the city of Morgan after returning for the first time in a while, Turan could clearly feel that the city's vibrancy had significantly diminished. It wasn't just that people were going through hard times, it felt like the population itself had decreased. "It's definitely not like it used to be. We'll have to make it like it used to be." "I will," from Mesa's soft-spoken response, Turan sensed a firm sense of responsibility he had never seen in her before. He suddenly understood what she meant back in Kalamaf when she said she felt as though she had aged. In the past, whether when she managed people in the reclaimed land or took on the role of House Parsha's mistress in Kalamaf, it was always under Turan's shadow. There was a clear difference between someone who had taken full responsibility for a group as its leader and someone who hadn't. Now she seemed like someone who had matured further, someone who stood above no one else, made all the judgments herself, and bore the consequences alone. "You'll be able to do it." Encouraging Mesa, Turan then quietly observed her as she led her house as its head. Praising the achievements of the expedition force, preparing enough meat so the birdmen wouldn't need to feed on humans, he saw in her the growth of a genuine leader in her own right. After about half a day of wrap-up work, Turan stepped into the residence of the Aravian family head, a place he had never visited before. In the basement, just like those he had seen in House Varaha or House Reuven, there was a soul base once used by the gods of Aravian. Turan placed his hand on it and peered inside, letting out a quiet sigh. "It's empty." "Yeah, it looks like some of the surviving ones took it away around the time Battle died," Mesa replied softly to Turan, who sounded let down. In truth, spirit vessels that had lost their house base were not particularly threatening. Unless it was a suicidal-level technique like the one Harun had shown in the past, it was hard to manifest powerful strength with a commoner or knight's body, and it wasn't easy to take over a skilled noble's body either, especially since soul possession required many sacrifices and time. After a short sigh of regret, Turan brought up what he had been meaning to say. "Would it be okay if I stepped away from Morgan for a bit? For how long? Not sure exactly, but probably not that long. 3 or 4 days maybe." At Turan's words, Mesa paused in thought, then replied, "You're thinking of going to Najin's capital?" "That's right. Right now it's the only place that might have clues about where Monarch went. Of course, if Monarch had the leisure, he might have hidden his tracks. But hadn't House Najin been destroyed after the return of the new era due to a Yeti assault? Unless he could also control Yetis like puppets, it meant even he couldn't approach that demonic zone. There might not be people left, but there could still be books, tools, something that could serve as a clue. Bringing an army to occupy the place would take too long, so the two of us are planning to sweep through just the main estate quickly." Even if weakened, a non-human army that had destroyed a great noble house was not to be underestimated. Yet Turan's voice carried no fear as he declared his intent to destroy their stronghold. After listening quietly, Mesa grinned and gave him a light punch on the shoulder. "This brings back memories. Feels like it's been forever since we last fought together. Don't hit me, it hurts." "It doesn't hurt." At Turan's joke, Mesa laughed and smacked him on the back with her palm, contrary to what she thought, it actually did hurt. Chapter 217. As expected, Mesa's declaration that she would temporarily leave Morgan caused tremendous backlash. In Turan's case, given the era and the fact that the House Parsha had no traditions to speak of, he had been relatively free to move around, but originally, wasn't it considered a virtue for the head of a great noble house to remain cloistered within the house? If it were a war or some special circumstance, maybe it could be understood, but to say she would go off alone for reasons she couldn't share with others and to simply respond with "go ahead," that would have been the truly insane attitude. To speak plainly, if Turan went with her and suddenly ambushed and killed Mesa, trying to take over Aravian, what could they possibly do? Mesa Aravian brushed off the vassal's objections with a scoff. What ridiculous worries. I'll be back soon, so just manage the birdmen properly. But family head, I'm not willing to hear any more, so deal with it. Maybe it would have been different when she'd just taken the position, but now Mesa was already a proven family head with more than enough accomplishments. She had crushed and subdued the birdmen and turned the devastated tacking plains into a place where people could at least live. That was her doing. So, using her authority as family head to silence the vassals, Mesa took off with Turon, riding on Bige, flying up near the city of Morgan and heading west together. It's really been a while since the two of us rode together like this. It has. Aw, that tickles, don't do that. If you push like that, you'll fall off. Spending a day moving together while playing around a bit atop Bige's black-feathered back. Even though it had been ravaged by war, the tacking plains were still fertile. As they passed through and entered the snowy region, they felt the air grow colder. Even that was only because the two of them were superhuman beings with immense magic power. An ordinary person would have perceived it as a cold harsh enough to freeze them solid. When he lightly scattered some water from the bottle he carried, it hadn't even traveled far before freezing and turning into sleet. For it to be like this when it's still autumn, could it be because of the Yetis? It's only a possibility, but probably. The northern snowcloud zone was known for being cold, but if it was always this cold even when it wasn't winter, there's no way people could survive here. Turon recalled a legend he'd heard about the Emerald Desert in the past. Originally, that land had been a fertile plain, but had become a desolate desert due to giants, or so the story went. Looking at the current state of this snowy land, that legend didn't feel entirely like fiction. Even when the ancient pre-god tribe descended upon this land, the Emerald Desert had already been a desert, so no one really knew the truth. While recalling the old legend, Turon used the tracking magic, setting the target as human and the method as scent. Lastly, he limited the range to less than half of what he could actually detect. Perhaps an ordinary noble of the house Zahar wouldn't know, but with Turon's current magic power, if he used this kind of tracking technique at full range, it would be too wide and lose accuracy, so adjustments were necessary. Let's see, the first thing he noticed was a familiar, sweet, and alluring scent coming from Mesa right next to him. A scent that never got old no matter how many times he smelled it. He forcefully pushed the scent aside and focused his sense of smell further. Compared to hers, there were several faint but oddly unpleasant smells he picked up. They were probably from the wandering people who had fled the snowcloud zone to the border of the tacking plains or the residents of frontier areas. Even when he focused more, there was no scent coming from ahead. Nothing's being detected up ahead, meaning there's not a single survivor, unless, of course, someone's hiding in a special place that avoids tracking magic. Turon answered Mesa's question, though he believed that possibility was extremely low. His current tracking magic wasn't just ordinary magic, it was a skill with efficiency akin to that of the gods. It could easily break through even the concealment techniques of the dwarves. To block this, something like Kim Woong's special barrier techniques that obstructed tracking would be needed. But as far as known, none of the gods under Monarch possess such abilities. Ah, it's a Yeti. At that moment, Mesa looked down mid-conversation and spoke. Turon, who had deactivated the tracking magic, also then finally sensed the distinctive scent unique to Yetis. So that's what they look like. His first impression upon seeing a Yeti was that it was incredibly hairy. Its entire body was covered in such long and thick white fur that, at a glance, it looked like a person wearing a fur coat. In contrast, its exposed hands were pitch black and wrinkled, with sharp claws protruding, and there was a faint scent of human blood on it, perhaps from a recent hunt. In addition, through the power of the mimic's sacred relic, Turon could perceive not just the outward appearance but also the internal structure. Rather than from the body itself, a stronger flow of power was felt from the fur that covered it. Just like how Armani's strength was prominent in his fins or the elves in their ears. Let's see what you can do. I don't think it needs to be said, but still be careful. Got it. Jumping off Bige's back, Turon descended straight to the ground and landed with a thud. Naturally, it wasn't some earth-shattering boom, nor did the ground cave in. After all, it was a snowfield, so it absorbed much of the impact, and even aside from that, regardless of his strength, the force applied to the ground was merely equivalent to something weighing just over 80 kilograms falling. Despite its dull appearance, it seemed to have rather sharp senses, as the Yeti noticed Turon's arrival and whipped its head around. "Can you speak, by any chance?" The only reply to Turon's question was a sharp roar from the Yeti. Seeing it bear 4 long fangs and drool as it stared, it was clear it had no intention of communicating. Its intelligence seems lower than that of the birdmen. Either that, or it simply doesn't intend to talk, or perhaps its oral structure makes it impossible. Frowning briefly at the sight, Turon soon felt the surrounding temperature drop significantly. Oh, the weather was already freezing, but at this level, even most nobles would have difficulty enduring for long. This was likely a unique ability of the Yeti manipulating cold. Of course, Turon easily countered it by shifting the mimic's sacred relic to the Carmine bloodline. One of the basic abilities of the Frost bloodline was precisely resistance to cold. Perhaps mistaking Turon's stillness for him being frozen, the Yeti leisurely walked over and tried to slash his body with its claws. This is expensive clothing. When Turon grabbed the outstretched hand, the Yeti let out a growling sound, looking puzzled. A look of confusion as if to say, "How dare prey resist?" Turon began to slowly apply pressure to the hand he had caught, intending to teach it a lesson. At first, the Yeti was puzzled about why its wrist wouldn't come free, but as pain surged as if the seized part would shatter, it screamed and tried to strike with its other hand. Naturally, Turon had no reason to allow that, so he swung the Yeti's wrist, using it to toss around the creature that was twice his size, all while continuing to assess its combat capabilities. Its strength and durability are about on par with mid-tier nobles not specialized in close combat. Agility's a bit low. In a normal fight, it wouldn't be a difficult opponent, but in a snowy field, it could be tricky. In a body frozen stiff from overwhelming cold, one wouldn't even be able to move at half their normal capacity. In such conditions, if multiple Yetis with this level of physical ability appeared and attacked, it would be naturally difficult to deal with them. All the more so considering the bloodline of the Najin wizards who once ruled this region was virtually useless in combat. Afterward, Turon confirmed one by one what types of attacks the creature's fur could defend well against, and which it was weak to, which senses were more or less keen, how fast it could run, and so on. It wasn't just about generating cold. The Yeti could manipulate snow to use for attacks or slip across the surface for rapid movement, just like Ymir had done once before. Having toyed with the creature for a while and tested its abilities, Turon created an ice spear over 4 meters long and skewered the Yeti like a kebab. Thanks to the freezing environment and abundant snow, shaping ice was as easy as breathing. It's more resilient than I expected. Even after its heart had been pierced, the Yeti thrashed its limbs for nearly a full minute before finally dying. Upon absorbing it, as expected, this creature too had virtually no magic power compared to the strength it possessed. Having completed his assessment, Turon rose using flight magic and informed Mesa of what he had confirmed. "I knew they were strong, but they're tougher than I thought. Do you have any idea how many there are?" "I don't know the exact number, but according to the tracking magic, it's roughly over 1,000. Now I understand why there are no people left here. Commoners wouldn't even dare to confront them, and not even several dozen nobles and thousands of knights could possibly defend against such enemies. If they ever intended to drive the Yetis out of this land, top-tier wizards on their level would have to step in personally." Not only was it an environment where average knights or nobles would struggle to operate, but the creature's long, tough fur probably wouldn't even be pierced by bullets. Afterward, as Turon and Mesa moved toward Najin's capital, they hunted numerous Yetis they spotted along the way. They arrived at Daslak, the capital of House Najin, about half a day later. Daslak, the capital of Najin, was nestled against one of the few large mountainous terrains in the snowcloud zone. Following the ridge of that mountain range would eventually lead you to the western Sky Mountain range, which meant its elevation was quite high. The fortress built in a hollowed-out highland within the mountains was white and transparent, constructed not of ice, but of a different material. Inside it, a considerable number of Yetis residing in this land were gathered. Judging by the numerous frozen corpses of the humans who had once lived in Daslak, it appeared the creatures were using them as food. With the current extreme cold of the snowcloud zone, it was likely difficult to procure food in large quantities. Wow, they're really packed in there. As Mesa landed on the fortress wall and murmured quietly at the sight, the Yetis turned their heads in unison, having heard her. They hadn't intended to sneak in anyway, so the exposure was partly deliberate. According to their research, the Yetis didn't have particularly good vision, but their hearing and sense of smell were excellent, and constantly suppressing those senses throughout the investigation would have been troublesome. It was simply easier to wipe them all out. "They're coming!" With a sharp roar, dozens of Yetis simultaneously charged toward the two of them. Having fed only on frozen corpses for so long, perhaps they were thrilled to finally see fresh humans again. Among them, some larger individuals let out cackling cries, suggesting they had some form of primitive language system. Considering how most other non-human races used the same language as humans, it was quite a curious phenomenon. It was unfortunate that the situation wasn't exactly suitable for exploring that curiosity further. "Here we go." As Mesa pulled out Heaven's punishment and swung it, the bodies of the Yetis that had approached her exploded into pieces. A violet lightning strike followed behind, sweeping away those a bit farther back, instantly burning their white fur. Moreover, the electricity that soaked into the snow on the ground traveled back to Mesa, merging with her armor, the Sky Guardian, that she wore on her upper body. This recovery and reuse of the electric power emitted by Heaven's punishment was one of the synergistic effects of Aravian's two sacred relics. Unfortunately, since Kadram had taken them and lost them, Battle hadn't been able to enjoy their benefits. Had he been able to use them both, quite a few things might have turned out differently. While Mesa was one-sidedly ravaging the Yetis, Turan remained hidden and sniped down the ones who lost their will to fight and tried to flee, killing them one by one. In truth, calling it sniping was a bit of an understatement. With each steel ball he fired, a deafening roar erupted and dozens of buildings collapsed, wiping out large groups of Yetis at once. It was practically bombardment. Among them were several stronger individuals compared to the other Yetis, but in the face of the current two, such differences in strength were meaningless. After all, when a lion hunts wolves, does it really matter whether the wolf is underdeveloped or the alpha? Meanwhile, Bige flew outside the fortress walls, striking lightning into the heads of the Yetis trying to escape the city of Doslak. Among them, the sturdier ones managed to endure a single hit, but once the second or third strike landed, they couldn't hold on and collapsed, at which point Bige would immediately dive down and tear their heads off with her claws. How long had the slaughter continued like that? The entire Yeti horde, numbering over 400, a force that would have required an army of several thousand to suppress under normal circumstances, was completely annihilated in about 30 minutes. Even that time was mostly spent hunting down those who had lost their will to fight after the initial clash and fled into various parts of Doslak. Feels like we gave the place a good cleaning. I was thinking the exact same thing. It sounded a little strange when Mesa said that while holding a hammer soaked in the Yeti's pitch-black blood, but Turan didn't mind. After all, everything a person you liked did tended to look good in your eyes. As they chatted, Turan noticed that the temperature had risen slightly compared to earlier. It seemed that thanks to the mass slaughter of Yetis, the drop in temperature caused by their presence had weakened. The two of them then made their way through Doslak, a city now devastated with countless collapsed buildings and soaked in Yeti blood and flesh, heading toward House Najin's estate. Looking at the palace, which was surprisingly well decorated for such a remote region, Mesa muttered softly, "What a mess." As if to prove the intense battles that had taken place between the wizards and the Yetis, the interior of House Najin's palace was heavily damaged. Passing frozen bloodstains, they slowly speculated on the purposes of the various buildings. Judging by the number of small clothes, this must have been a place where kids stayed. And this one has a lot of skirts, so maybe the women's quarters. Ah, what is it? Mesa, who had been quietly inspecting the buildings, suddenly spoke as if she had realized something. Now that I look closely, the overall layout of the buildings here, it feels similar to Aravian's main estate. Probably because the same guy designed both. He always seemed to enjoy designing and assembling buildings or cities. Even Morgan City, with a population of over 1 million, had been laid out so perfectly it was hard to believe it was real. Doslak, though now ruined by the Yetis, had a similar feeling, a sense of meticulousness, as if someone had designed each element to adhere to an obsessive level of order. So then, the family head's quarters would be over there. Seems kind of small for that, though. Let's go check anyway. The building Mesa pointed to was smaller and more modest than expected. Some of the surrounding buildings even looked larger and more extravagant. There was magic placed on the construction materials, but such enchantments were common for any important building. Still, it didn't take long after entering for Turan to realize Mesa had found the right place. It only looked small and unassuming from the outside. The true facilities of this building were all located underground. It's huge, a massive corridor over 5 meters tall and 20 meters wide. When they opened a few rooms along the way, they found all sorts of unknown tools lined up inside. It seemed this place had served as both Monarch's residence and laboratory. You found it all right. Wait. At that moment, Turan sensed something approaching them from below and warned Mesa. Whatever it was, it had remained hidden even from magic detection and was now climbing up a spiral staircase. What is it? It's moving with magic, this feeling. Probably an undead spirit. Turan's guess was spot on. Whether it had sensed their presence or not, soon a creature presumed to have once been a snow leopard appeared suddenly at the far end of the corridor, now transformed into an undead spirit. As expected of a wraith, it let out a bizarre, reverberating roar, and in the ensuing battle, it surprisingly demonstrated quite a wide array of abilities. In the past, Turan had seen similar techniques from a leopard magical beast in the Sky Mountain range, such as hiding and moving within shadows, and now this wraith demonstrated the same, along with the ability to unleash sharp shockwaves from its claws or freeze the blood of those it looked at. And this creature possessed magical power on the level of a high-ranking noble. With such abilities, it was more than capable of killing most nobles before they could even attempt to resist. Unfortunately for it, the two people present here were among the most powerful wizards in the world today. The wraith, darting around the wide corridor, was struck by Mesa's lightning and reduced to a bluish-green lump of light, leaving behind only its hide. Watching the scene silently, Turon spoke his suspicions aloud. That one, it seems like a test subject. A test subject, for a magical beast it had way too many abilities. Normally, even powerful magical beasts don't have that many. Bige could wield up to 4 bloodline spells, but that was a unique power born from pet fusion. That creature's abilities were clearly things it had possessed while alive before becoming a wraith. Considering that one of Monarch's professions was to manipulate life, it was likely the result of experiments to alter the powers of magical beasts. Mesa also thought for a moment at Turon's reasoning, then nodded in agreement. In that case, the ones dead here probably starved because they were locked up and no one fed them properly. I doubt a snow leopard would freeze to death. In other words, it meant Monarch had returned to this place after the Age of the Gods but hadn't properly taken care of things. And that meant there was now a greater chance of finding meaningful information. Encouraged by this, the two split up to search for intel. Turon, after leaving the search of basement level 1 to Mesa, headed toward the area where the wraith had appeared just moments earlier, the zone where even sacred relic magic detection didn't work. Chapter 218. As Turon walked through the underground of the family head residence of the House Najin, the first thing that came to his mind was the secret space that had once existed beneath the House Zahar. He hadn't recalled it at first, but upon seeing the spiral staircase he felt the structure was quite similar. Just like he had done in the past, Turon jumped through the hole at the center of the spiral staircase and instantly arrived at the lowest floor, then began walking along the open corridor. Before long he came upon the broken door, apparently destroyed by the snow leopard undead he had encountered a short while ago, and beyond it found the cage. Is it an artifact made using a magic artifact? A cage of chains, 5 meters wide and slightly over 3 meters tall, was grotesquely twisted on one side. It must have originally had enough durability to contain the snow leopard magical beast that had been trapped inside. However, since undead spirits generally grow stronger than they were in life, and since they feel neither fatigue nor pain, it had likely rammed into the cage relentlessly until it broke free. Gazing at the cage, Turon spotted a small notebook beside it. Using telekinesis magic, he brought it over and opened it. As expected, the contents were written in Monarch's handwriting, which he had seen before. The notes were about various experiments conducted on the snow leopard. There were so many technical terms and seemingly self-coined words that it was impossible to understand precisely, but it could be inferred that most of the experiments bordered more on sadistic torture. Of course, that didn't mean Turon had enough compassion to sympathize with even a magical beast used as a test subject. He simply tossed the notebook aside after briefly glancing through it. Judging by the fact that he left something like this behind, there must be more useful materials somewhere. Unlike the usual dwellings of scholars, Monarch's lair didn't have many items that could be called books. Rather, most of what he had were simple memo pads consisting of a few sheets of parchment, like what he had made before. As a result, all the research conducted here was fragmented, making it difficult to pinpoint and extract needed information. Perhaps it was because he had been the sole researcher for so many years that he hadn't felt the need to organize his work. But ironically, that also meant everything was effectively encrypted and difficult for Turon to decipher. Looks like some of it was also destroyed by that snow leopard. Seemingly resentful of having starved to death while being trapped here, the creature had wrecked various parts of what seemed to be the laboratory using the same claw shockwave attacks Turon had seen earlier. Clicking his tongue, Turon tried to read through whatever seemed salvageable. Fortunately, the scattered parchments were all protected by low-grade preservation magic and had not been damaged despite the desolate environment. On the invariance of language, the language of this world does not change. Even in regions farther apart than America and Europe on Earth, the same language is used. There are not even dialects. Even we had our original languages forcibly distorted to use the language of this world. This is clearly an abnormal phenomenon. What's the reason? Is it simply because this world is a game world, or is it something else? I have a hunch that uncovering the reason for this will be a major clue to discovering the truth of this world. Judging by the statement about not yet knowing whether this world was a game world or not, it seemed to be a relatively early memo. As Turon quietly read through it, his eyes widened at a note written in red ink at the bottom. Found the answer, it was information. Information, it would have been better if Monarch had included exactly what that meant. But since the memo was likely intended for Monarch's eyes only, unfortunately, it went no further than that. Nevertheless, Turon committed the contents of this memo deeply to memory. Monarch wouldn't have left this in his already chaotic laboratory unless it posed an important question and answer. Even after that, Turon spent hours at that spot, going through the memos one by one, analyzing and analyzing again. The dates of each note varied from decades to even thousands of years apart, and sometimes previous conclusions were even contradicted, so organizing the information wasn't easy. In the process, he amusingly realized he was gradually coming to understand Monarch. As if exchanging letters with someone whose face one has never even seen, gradually groping at their personality through words. Considering that a significant number of the memos written here were essentially no different from Monarch's diary, it was only natural. He really is a bundle of distrust. He complains a lot about his own companions too. No, he probably didn't even consider them comrades but subordinates. Among them, there were especially many notes about Emir, calling him a dim-witted and lazy guy, someone he'd want to kick out immediately if he weren't already short on manpower. Considering that one of the triggers that completely derailed Turan's original plans upon acquiring the Soul Prison was Emir's blunder, he could somewhat relate. Besides that, there were comments like how Rome, the god who had taken over Kadram's body, was loyal and somewhat clever but slightly unhinged, or that someone else had made an egregious mistake. What was rather unexpected was that there was absolutely nothing written about Battle, Monarch's right-hand man and field commander, who the others nicknamed Haps. It was probably because Battle was the only one aside from Monarch himself who was allowed to enter this space. Given Monarch's personality, it was likely difficult for him to openly criticize someone he could see face to face. At some point, I started acting like I know someone I've barely even spoken to. At the sudden thought, Turan gave a self-mocking chuckle. To know someone is to begin to understand them. Regardless of his hostility toward Monarch, the more he got to know the man, the more he naturally began to understand him. Of course, understanding someone doesn't necessarily mean growing fond of them. Monarch's true face, as written in these notes, was too despicable to inspire anything but deeper disgust. As Turan continued reading through the memos, his gaze stopped at a particular piece of parchment. Found it. What was written there was, surprisingly, about the magic used to draw those strange characters Monarch often employed. Judging by the unfriendly explanations, Turan deduced that its origin was a magic from a world other than this one. So that's what it was. The source of the knowledge was the boundary of the world. Just as Turan had once gained knowledge of guns and cannons from there, Monarch had acquired knowledge of magic that existed in another world. It was an occult technique in which, by offering a massive number of lives in a ritual, one could extract the embedded power within an object and reshape it as desired. It instantly became clear why there had been no existing records of this technique, and why even the gods could not perceive its existence. How could one possibly guess that this was a technique that didn't exist either in this world or on Earth? Though Turan had been consistently entering the boundary of the world whenever he had time since gaining knowledge of firearms, this confirmed for him that he needed to dedicate even more time to it going forward. If luck was on his side, he too might one day obtain some valuable knowledge of another world like Monarch had. As Turan continued obsessively indulging in the newly acquired knowledge, he sensed a presence behind him and turned his head. Mesa, who had been left on the first floor, was looking around with a surprised expression. "What is all this? Records that bastard left behind. If you dig through them properly, there's actually quite a bit of useful stuff. Did you check out everything on the first floor?" "Yeah, but there wasn't much of significance. It's big, but it's practically just a living space. If I had to point something out, I did find one thing." Mesa spoke with a somewhat darkened expression. She said that there was a prison in the corner where several bizarre-looking skeletal creatures were confined. They weren't human, but it was also difficult to consider them animals. It was impossible to guess what species they might be. From some of the experimental records he had seen earlier, Turan realized what they were. They were probably people who were experimented on. What kind of experiment? Fusion between humans and magical beasts. Among the various ways Monarch had explored to extend physical lifespan, he had taken a particular interest in the existence of magical beasts. It was likely that one of the bloodlines Monarch possessed, being the tamer bloodline, also made it relatively easier for him to bring in magical beasts, which had influenced this research. While even powerful human wizards typically lived only around 300 to 400 years, powerful magical beasts could live over 1,000. Monarch tried to analyze why, and eventually, he even attempted to create a new race of long-lived beings by fusing humans and magical beasts. Of course, just by looking at the fact that he stopped after trying to fuse a human without even magic power with a magical beast, it was clear the results had been a complete failure. What a disgusting bastard. Yeah. Truly, of course, Turan had never conducted magical experiments using humans, but even if he had at the very least, he only used truly heinous criminals who had committed crimes deserving of execution. In contrast, according to the research logs, Monarch captured and used all sorts of people in experiments just to obtain varied test groups. From the elderly to middle-aged men and women, young men and women, to even immature children, newborn infants and fetuses. Their faces briefly twisted in disgust as they discussed such horrors, then Mesa looked around and asked, "So did you find any clues about where he might be?" "Unfortunately, not yet. But I did find something that gives me a pretty solid guess." With that, Turan led Mesa to a room on one side of the lab. Unlike the other rooms, this one was sealed with powerful enchantment magic. "Can you check it?" "Just a moment. Let's see whom it uses a bloodline-based authentication system. Only a wizard of the House Najin with family head-level magic power can pass through. Ah, and it's linked with the enchantment on the wall. If someone tries to break in by force, it will explode." Using her enchanter ability to analyze the magic placed on magical artifacts, Mesa quickly analyzed the magic on the door. Whatever it is, looks like they really didn't want anyone to see it. "Guess so, let's test it out, let's see if this works." Turan set the mimic's sacred relic to the Najin bloodline, then used Baige's claw to make a small cut on his finger. When the blood dropped onto the orb in front of the door, a rumbling sound echoed and the door opened. It worked. "While I'm using this, even my physical traits become similar to someone with that bloodline. It doesn't change my spiritual symbol, but that part probably isn't being detected anyway." Since this lab was created after the founding of the House Najin, this level of security must have been deemed sufficient. If they had known about Turan's ability, they would have had to change the security method too, but that likely took time, so they must have postponed it. To apply such a strong enchantment, a considerable number of enchanters would have had to spend a long time working together. When Turan entered through the now open door, he saw a room densely covered with symbols similar to ones he had seen before. He immediately summoned the librarian, who looked around with a mix of displeasure and curiosity. "I've memorized it, thank you, Elder." At Turan's words, the librarian nodded and returned. Mesa, who had been standing back to avoid interfering, looked around the room and asked while tilting her head. "This is like what we saw before, right? Similar, but a bit different. The guy called this room a passage." "A passage, you don't mean?" "It wasn't written in detail, but I think this room might assist in traveling to the boundary of the world. Like the one in the library." While Turan could freely use the key thanks to the librarian's help, Monarch had failed to create such a spirit and had thus needed a room like this. It was only recently that the usefulness of spirits in accessing the boundary was discovered, and Monarch had tried to bring one, only for it to be taken by Turan. As she listened to the explanation, Mesa looked down at the symbols engraved in the room with a face half filled with awe and half with fear. Like other rituals, these symbols were drawn using human blood and flesh. But perhaps because of how old they were or due to some special treatment, there wasn't even a trace of a smell. As he lightly brushed over one of the symbols, Turan casually said, "Shall we try using it? What if we cross over and can't come back?" "That probably won't happen." Actually, one of the things he was researching was how to stay there longer or how to cross over completely. In other words, unless something was done to stop it, one would naturally return here in time. It seemed there was some kind of restriction on beings from this world staying within another world. At Turan's words, Mesa hesitated for a moment before speaking. "I want to try using it too. Together, yeah. If something goes wrong after crossing over alone, it might be better if there are two of us." Turan gave a wry smile at her concerned words and nodded. He didn't particularly think anything would go wrong, but unlike him, Mesa had never entered the boundary of the world before. She might gain some meaningful information from the experience. "Stand here in the center." "Here, that's right." After positioning Mesa within the circular symbol at the center of the room, Turan stood directly opposite her and pulled out the key. The same object Monarch had once used during the process of triggering divine regression in Axum. The one created in the library was optimized only for opening the gate where the lame goddess slept, so there had to be a separate key matched to this space. Rotating through 3 or 4 different keys and rubbing them across the floor, one of the orbs suddenly emitted a bright light. "Ah!" With Mesa's exclamation, the surrounding scenery distorted. It worked, just like when he had entered via the key from the library before. Entering the boundary of the world happened in an instant. In a space filled with pure white substance that conveyed all the senses of the world, Turan looked over at Mesa standing beside him. As he had once been on his first entry, she was overwhelmed by the sensation that seemed to scramble her mind and couldn't regain her composure. He quickly wiped the drool flowing from her half-open mouth, then soon realized that the scenery around them was somewhat different than before. Some things skewed, unlike before, when there had been only endless whiteness in all directions, up, down, left, right. This time, one side appeared to be faintly tinted. The moment he sensed this, Turan realized that he and Mesa were slowly being drawn in that direction. Just like an object floating in the air being naturally pulled down by gravity, something was dragging them to one side. Turan instinctively tried to resist, but quickly realized that resistance was impossible. In a world where even normal gravity didn't exist, their bodies couldn't move through magnetism, wind power, or any other physical method. They could only move through the power of thought. and the force pulling them was far too strong to be resisted by thought alone. At that moment, Mesa seemed to regain her senses a little and blinked. Turan, is this the place? Yeah, but it's a bit different. Probably because of something that's been set up here. Even as he said that, Turan wasn't particularly worried. According to the records, not only Monarch but likely even Battle had used this space quite often, so there shouldn't be anything harmful here. As they quietly waited, Turan suddenly realized that the white space surrounding them had vanished with a whoosh. Now, instead of white, they were surrounded by a pitch-black space. A space of overwhelming emptiness, where no sensations existed at all. Turning his gaze to where they had just come from, Turan saw a white, disc-like object. He assumed that it must be the world they had lived in. Just like soaring high into the sky reveals an entire mountain range at a glance, now that they had stepped outside the world, they could see it all in a single view. Approaching the physical boundary doesn't usually bring you to the edge of the spiritual boundary too. Is it because of that symbol? Through the librarian, Turan had used the key to enter the boundary of the world dozens of times, but he had never experienced anything like this before. While he was deep in thought, Mesa, after listening to his explanation, spoke in a tone filled with helpless disbelief. That something so small and insignificant could be the world they had lived in. Turan, too, shared her sentiment. The void they now stood in was so overwhelmingly vast that the world they had just come from seemed like nothing more than a tiny island in the middle of the South Sea. Could this be the universe that the gods spoke of? That thought lingered only briefly before Turan noticed that, off to one side of the expansive void, there were multiple other worlds lined up besides their own. And between them, things that looked like ashen tree branches stretched and connected the spaces. Coincidentally, Turan and Mesa were also riding atop one of those branches, moving forward. So where exactly are we going right now? Not sure, I can't say for certain, but judging by the circumstances, there's probably only one place. As soon as he finished speaking, a world hanging from the end of the tree branch began to come into view. A cluster made up of countless tiny dots packed closely together. One of those components was a small spiral, and within that small spiral an even smaller spiral rested. A pale blue dot seated at the end of the branch. Chapter 219, This is Earth. Turan and Mesa stared blankly at a world they had never seen before, a world they never imagined they would be able to see. The place where the two appeared was a forest densely packed with coniferous trees, which had brown trunks and slender leaves. Judging by the cool weather, could this be somewhere in the central region? The air is breathable, gravity feels similar. I can't believe this is another world. It just feels like we've arrived in some new land we've never visited before. Let's move carefully for now. We'll probably be going back soon, but we should figure out whatever we can before that. From the moment they set foot on this land, they could sense it instinctively. That Earth, or more precisely, this world, was repulsed by their existence and was trying to expel them by any means necessary. It was a rejection entirely different from the preferences or aversions of sentient beings. If anything, it resembled the natural laws he had once studied, an immune response like the body naturally rejecting invading bacteria. Perhaps the stronger one's magic power, the longer they could endure here. Turan and Mesa, with their strength, could probably last for a fairly long time, but they had no such luxury. They had only come here temporarily to check what tricks Monarch was up to. As they slowly walked along a mountain path, surveying the surroundings, Mesa spoke in a tone that sounded rather deflated. What they wanted turned out to be pretty underwhelming, didn't it? They did all sorts of things just to get back to Earth, but the method had already been completed long ago, right? Though there was a time limit, they could just return and come back again, so it wasn't even a significant constraint. At this level, it would be worth charging money to let people take trips to Earth. To her words, Turan nodded and replied. In other words, returning temporarily like this was never really that important to them. Otherwise, even with the return of the new era, they would have dismantled at least this facility beforehand. It was a bit disappointing that, even after thoroughly combing through the research data here, they still hadn't figured out what it was. Still, if they kept exploring this place, they might find some clues. Monarch had always been obsessed with finding the key to cross between worlds, and the passage to this place surely wasn't built without any reason. It was unlikely, but perhaps the bastard's real body had already bypassed this world's defense system and come through permanently. First, let's call out the ones in the soul prison and ask them. We should at least be able to find out where we are. Right, just a sec. Just as Mesa agreed and Turan tried to draw out his spirit form to enter the soul prison, he frowned and said to Mesa, "That's not going to work. Why, you can't draw your spirit form out of your body in this world. Try it yourself." Wait, you're right. With her eyes closed and focusing her consciousness, Mesa realized there was a barrier preventing her spirit form from exiting her body. What's more, this barrier was also acting as an anchor allowing her to remain in this world. She could tell that if she broke the barrier to release her spirit form, she would be immediately expelled. In that case, we have no choice but to try contacting the locals. Luckily, there seems to be someone nearby. Let's head that way. From afar, the scent of a human came drifting in, strong with garlic and belonging to an older woman. As they followed a path that appeared to be frequently traveled, Turon said to Mesa, "We shouldn't use flashy magic around here if we can help it." Why? Because we don't know what those bastards did when they came here first. It had been said that Battle had come here before and stirred up trouble, so the locals' attitude toward magic likely wasn't very friendly. Or worse, Monarch himself might have already crossed over and taken control of the people in this world. It's a bit extreme, but there was even the possibility that, the moment their identities were exposed, people might start launching nuclear missiles at them without warning just to kill them. Well, I guess that's true. Anyway, what a useless man, even in death. As Mesa once again criticized her father, someone appeared walking from the opposite direction. It was clearly the owner of the scent they had sensed earlier. The person was an elderly woman who looked to be in her 60s or 70s, with facial features suggesting she came from the same region as the spirit forms of gods they had seen in the past. The strange thing was that no magic power could be sensed from her at all. Even commoners usually had a faint flow of it like life force, but she appeared completely lifeless like a rock or soil. Naturally, there was no symbol within her either. As he was observing her, Turon quickly realized that she too was looking at them as if they were some kind of strange creatures. They should look like regular humans aside from some slightly unusual facial features, so why that gaze? It must be because of the clothes. Come to think of it, their clothes were not only completely different in style from hers, but also more ornate, with complex patterns and unfamiliar materials. They would probably have to find and wear local clothes if they wanted to blend in naturally. Although he carried plenty of clothing for disguises in his large-capacity pouch, it didn't seem like putting those on would make much difference. The style was one thing, but the material itself was so different that it was hard to tell what it was made from. After gathering his thoughts for a moment, Turon quickly put on a kind expression like a mask and spoke up. "Excuse me, ma'am, we seem to have gotten lost in the mountains. Could you tell us which way to go to get down?" "Oh, lost? I'm actually heading down myself right now, so you could come with me. But more than that, young man, your Korean is excellent. What country are you from?" For a moment, Turon was puzzled by the question, but then he recalled something he had learned before on Earth. There were many countries and many different languages. Monarch had also found it odd that languages here were not unified and that they changed. Having never experienced the concept of a foreign language, it was hard for Turon to fully understand, but he got the general idea. Foreign countries were probably equivalent to different great noble houses. "I'm American. Didn't Battle say he visited a place called Central Park in America?" Turon named one of the few country names he knew, and the woman nodded as if she expected it. Fortunately, it didn't seem like their countries were hostile toward each other or anything like that. "Oh, America, I speak a little English too. How is it? Is my pronunciation okay?" "It's impressive. Not many people our age can speak English this well." As Turon cheerfully responded to the elderly woman who laughed with a ho-ho, he suddenly realized her lip movements were a bit off. She didn't seem to have noticed, but they were clearly speaking different languages while conversing naturally. From then on, Turon made sure to hide his mouth while talking to her on the way down the mountain. Thankfully, Mesa must have thought her language skills were too weak, so she didn't bother joining in, allowing him to handle the conversation entirely. "You both look young. Are you students studying abroad?" "Yes." "And the young lady with you, is she your girlfriend?" "She is." "I knew it. I was honestly so surprised earlier. Out of nowhere, these two stunning foreigners like movie stars suddenly appeared halfway up the mountain. And those clothes, that's cosplay, right? Are you filming some kind of medieval movie?" "Something like that. What about you, ma'am? What do you do?" "Just call me Auntie. You must have learned Korean from historical dramas." "I heard Westerners really love Korean dramas these days. As for me, I'm just retired and keeping myself busy. My husband passed away not long ago." Even though he couldn't understand more than half of what she was saying, responding in a plausible way was one of Turon's special talents. The elderly woman loved chatting so much that just a few nods and responses kept her going on her own, which made the conversation easy. Indeed, seeing how the other hikers they encountered while coming down the mountain also looked at Turon and Mesa strangely, it seemed their clothes did appear quite odd. And this was despite having chosen outfits suitable for combat and outdoor activity. This was the toned-down version. Had they worn the clothes meant for formal public appearances, they would have stood out far more. After all, wearing garments adorned with dangling jewels seemed quite distant from the aesthetic sensibilities of Earthlings. At last, as Turon and Mesa descended to the base of the mountain, they let out gasps of awe upon seeing a city of this world for the first time. Wow, whoa! As they beheld the luxurious buildings lined up, constructed with generous amounts of stone and glass, they could truly feel they were in another world. There were even several buildings in the distance that appeared to be dozens of stories tall, and the number of people seemed endless. Seeing their expressions, the elderly woman grinned with satisfaction and said, "Anyone would think you lived your whole life in the mountains and just came down for the first time. So, think you'll be able to make it home? Want me to look up your address? No, that's okay, I think we can find our way from here. Well, you do speak Korean so well. Just be careful hiking from now on. Thank you." Bowing as he sent the meddlesome old woman on her way, Turan let out a small sigh of relief. He had been constantly on edge throughout the conversation, worried she might notice something was off, and now he was mentally exhausted. "Amazing, what is? I couldn't understand half of what you were saying. How were you able to talk to someone from another world like that? I couldn't really understand either. I was just nodding along appropriately." He had caught bits like exchange student and cosplay, but didn't know their exact meanings. Most of the time, what he extracted from interrogating gods was far more practical information, and he had never lived a life luxurious enough to dig into such fine details of Earth's culture. He had simply judged that answering yes when the other person asked, "Is this it?" would raise less suspicion. Anyway, this world really is peaceful. Yeah, an elderly commoner woman climbing a mountain like she was taking a walk, with nothing but a stick that was clearly not a gun. In their world, it would have looked like someone from a dirt-poor household trying to reduce the number of mouths to feed. Not to mention magical beasts, regular wild predators like wolves were so rampant that travel typically required a group of armed individuals as a basic precaution. After coming down the mountain and walking through the city, it wasn't long before Turan and Mesa found a nearby clothing store and stepped inside. The woman who appeared to be the clerk, probably in her 30s, looked at them with a dazed expression like everyone else they had encountered so far. Welcome. Could we buy some clothes? Sorry, oh yes, of course. Are you looking for anything specific? Just something that doesn't stand out. As you can see, we somehow ended up walking around dressed like this." As Turan joked while pointing to his and Mesa's outfits, the clerk smiled and played along. It seemed the people of this world were generally kind. A little while later, the two of them had put on new outfits, following the clerk's recommendations. She suggested a sky blue top and black pants for Turan, and for Mesa, a loose, flowing white top with wide sleeves and durable, rough-textured blue pants. Unfortunately, the store didn't sell shoes, but fortunately their leather footwear didn't seem out of place here. "Oh my, both of you look so great. Thank you. I'll wrap up your original clothes for you. Will you be paying by card or cash? Would it be possible to use this?" After a brief moment of hesitation, Turan pulled out a Zahar gold coin he usually carried and held it out. It was known to have a fairly high gold content even among gold coins, so it should at least cover the price of the clothes. However, instead of looking pleased, the clerk made an awkward expression. I'm afraid we can't accept this as payment. It's real gold. It does look like it. Is this for like a YouTube video or something?" "Yes." "Then where's the camera?" When Turan fell silent, unable to answer, the clerk looked between him and Mesa, then asked them to wait a moment and disappeared into the storage room. Though the door was closed, thanks to his heightened senses as a noble, he could overhear her voice. "Hello, police. This is Sharola at 41-4 Silimdong. It's a clothing store. Yes, some strange people came in. They're trying to pay with some kind of gold coin." Just like in their own world, where the police maintained public order among commoners, it wasn't hard to guess what she was doing. Using the tool the fallen gods had referred to as a cell phone, she was contacting the police and reporting them so they'd be taken in. Looking over at Mesa, Turan could tell she had reached the same conclusion. "Let's run." "Yeah." The two of them left a single gold coin on the counter as payment and quickly exited the store. "We really can't do anything unless we get money from this world." "No kidding." After leaving the clothing store, the two used the wide area concealment spell Turan cast to hide their presence and swiftly flew away from the area. They reappeared in a back alley of a city about 50 kilometers north of where they had been. Though their appearance still drew glances from passers-by, it wasn't to the same degree as before when they were stared at like curious creatures. It seemed they had successfully blended in, at least in appearance. Seriously, if I'd known we were going to cross over like this, I would have asked more questions before coming. Let's make sure to do that after we return. But for now, it was best to gather as much information as they could while still in this world. Just like with the key linked to the librarian, the key to entering this world likely had a cooldown before it could be used again after crossing over. I've heard that if we use something called the internet, we can access all the information in the world. But you don't know how to use it? Nope. Based on the memories of Kadram and Juncio, they would probably need something called a computer or cell phone. Turan and Mesa were about to approach some people to ask about it, but soon found themselves in an awkward situation. "Excuse me. We'd like to ask something." Every time they tried to speak to someone, the person would smile awkwardly and then quickly walk away. For the two of them, who had just been impressed by how kind the people of this world were, it was a baffling experience. Now that they were wearing clothes suited to this world, people were acting like they were dealing with low-class commoners. If they had been the typical arrogant nobles, they might have taught these rude commoners a lesson. But fortunately, both Turan and Mesa had the restraint and character not to act on such thoughts. Perhaps their attitude was understood as the fifth person they approached, a young man, showed interest in helping them. He had a somewhat timid appearance, suggesting he wasn't good at saying no. Or maybe it was just because Mesa was the one who approached him. "Excuse me, may I ask you something briefly?" "Ah, sure, we were wondering, if someone doesn't have any money, is there a way to use the internet?" "The internet? Do you mean Wi-Fi?" "Yes, we want to look something up, but we don't have any money to pay for it." "Ah, if there's something specific you want to search, I can lend you my phone. Thank you so much." As Mesa lit up with joy, the man glanced at her and blushed slightly as he handed over a slim, rectangular device. Just as she took it, she suddenly realized she had no idea how to use it. So, how exactly do I use this?" "Sorry, what?" Hearing that she didn't know how to use a cell phone, the young man's face showed clear disbelief. No matter how captivated he might have been by Mesa's appearance, it was just too much of a statement to let slide. After glancing quickly around the area as if searching for something, he took back the phone and said, "I'll search it for you." "What are you looking for?" "America and Wizard." "Ah, you mean the one who used lightning in Central Park." The fact that he understood immediately suggested that Battle was quite a famous figure in this world. Chapter 220. Battle officially revealed himself on Earth for the first time 5 years ago. As Kim Woong had testified in the past, he appeared in Central Park, USA, flew through the sky, collapsed buildings with magic, interrogated passersby, and looted a few items from shops. The smartphone the young man handed over perfectly showed his actions that day in the form of a video. Even the moment when the police, who had arrived on the scene after seeing Battle exiting a store with goods in hand, aimed their guns at him. "Police, stop right there. Damn it, what is this, a superhero movie or something? Quit talking and shoot, Danny." Bang. With a sharp gunshot, a short gun that seemed to be what police in this world used, fired repeatedly, but of course Battle acted like it was nothing. Even Turan and Mesa could easily deflect ordinary bullets without any magic power with their bare bodies, so this was only natural. The video ended at the moment Battle, looking annoyed, reached out his hand toward the approaching police officers. There was no need to imagine what happened after that. Turan, who had been watching alongside, quietly asked the young man who owned the phone, "This was 5 years ago." "Yes. A year has 365 days. By the way, what year is it now?" "It's March 11th, 2034. Turan nodded at the man's response, recalling something he hadn't deeply considered until now. It was the time difference between this place and the world he originally lived in. On Earth, they count the years based on the birth of a being who was revered like a god, if I remember correctly. As far as he knew, the calendar systems of their world and Earth were exactly the same. That was basically because the players had directly introduced the system familiar to them to the primitive humans. The problem was, according to the young man, strangely little time had passed in this world. The fall of the pre-god tribe and the collapse of the old empire is commonly said to have occurred around 3,000 years ago. A chaotic time when even the fallen gods tried to survive by possessing the bodies of random wizards. Records from that era are not very clear, but it was certain that it was around 3,000 years ago. And the one who explained the existence of Jesus had said that they crossed over a bit more than 2,000 years after his death, which made the math not add up. If time flowed together in both worlds, then by calendar reckoning, this place should be at least around 5,000 years forward. Could it be that a day here equals several years over there? But that idea was contradicted by the fact that Battle first crossed over as far back as 5 years ago. In the video, his appearance was aged just as when they last saw him, no different. As Turan was lost in deep thought over why this time discrepancy had occurred, the young man was enthusiastically explaining Battle's actions to Mesa. After this wizard appeared, there's still a big craze for superpowers all over the world. It's embarrassing to admit, but I also visited a few similar groups in the past, and they all turned out to be fakes. I see. Perhaps not forgetting the earlier lesson, Mesa responded with a polite tone in her own way. Thanks to that, they were able to learn quite a bit. Things like how Battle had appeared in various conflict zones at intervals of months or years after his first appearance in Central Park, or that he shot down fighter jets dispatched to capture him. And how he would vanish like a phantom after showing up like that. Because of this, people called him all sorts of names like Thor or Villain, but recently there was a trend towards standardizing the term to Wizard. Apparently, since he was the only superpowered being who had made a public appearance, there was no reason to identify him with any other title. Hearing this, Turan furrowed his brows. For someone who supposedly just wanted to return home, his actions seemed excessively cruel and flamboyant. At the very least, it didn't align with what they had claimed earlier, that Earthlings, unlike the people of their world, were real, and thus their lives were more precious. Could this also be intentional, At that moment, the young man who had been eagerly explaining things looked at the two of them with a hesitant expression, then asked a question. I know this question probably sounds really dumb. But are you two also wizards from the same world as that wizard? What made you think that? Mesa flinched at the spot-on remark while Turan calmly asked back. Then the young man explained the reason with a somewhat fearful yet confident tone. Well, for one thing, you don't seem to know stuff that even foreigners should obviously know, and although you're dressed well, your shoes are clearly the kind of leather footwear that people in the Middle Ages would wear. Most of all, you keep covering your mouth when you speak. He said there were testimonies that when the only wizard had interrogated people in Central Park, his mouth movements didn't match the words coming out at all. That must also be some sort of magical ability, he claimed. Turan had no choice but to admit that in his excitement at finally acquiring information, he had revealed too much. If he had to make an excuse, it was probably because 6 people before this one hadn't even spoken a word to him, so he was too eager this time. What should I do? If they just let him go, it would mean openly exposing their existence to this world. But that didn't mean he wanted to kill him either. After all, the young man had provided information about this world out of goodwill. If only he could erase his memories with magic, but life control magic didn't work like that. At most, it could control physical functions like involuntary heartbeats or manipulate emotions by disturbing hormones, but that was its limit. When Turan looked at Mesa with a conflicted expression, the young man hurriedly opened his mouth. If you want, I'll keep it a secret. I don't know the reason, but you can't let others find out, right? I'm really good at keeping secrets, I swear. Even in a world where spirit forms didn't manifest, inner symbolic combinations were still possible, and thanks to that, Turan could tell the other was telling the truth. At least the young man genuinely believed himself to be someone who could keep a secret. All right, I'll trust you. Your name. I'm Kim Suho, and you two are. I'm Turan. This is Mesa. It was obvious who the wizard coming to this side would be anyway. As long as they didn't get caught by Monarch in this world, using their real names wouldn't matter. And if they did get caught, using fake names wouldn't change anything, they'd be found out quickly. He'd tried using aliases before and found them quite inconvenient. Once they exchanged names, the young man Suho looked much more at ease. Thank you for trusting me, Turan Mesa, but are you two Earthlings or aliens? I mean, there's been a lot of debate about it. Some say the wizard was hiding somewhere on Earth like Harry Potter, others say he came from an entirely different place. Aliens, this is our first time on Earth. Wow, since it wasn't really a secret worth hiding, Turan answered honestly. Now that they'd decided to be open, it was better to satisfy the other's curiosity and get satisfying answers in return. Now Suho looked at Turan with a face full of yearning, as if Mesa's beauty no longer mattered. Apparently, his desire to know the wizard's secrets was far greater than expected. Come to think of it, is it okay to be talking about this stuff out in the open like this? I've been blocking sound from earlier. Still, we're drawing attention, so I'd rather talk in a more secluded space. Is there a good place nearby? After calming Suho, who got excited again upon hearing that the sound was blocked, the three of them headed to a tall building nearby. He invited them to his home, saying it would be a good place to talk since he lived alone. Wait, you're saying that building is your house? Turan and Mesa looked at Suho in surprise once again. Since his outfit seemed rather plain for an Earthling, they hadn't expected much, but to think he owned a massive building with dozens of floors and hundreds of rooms. At their gaze, Suho looked slightly embarrassed and shook his head. No, there are several residences in that building. I just rent one of them on a long-term lease. Clearing up that small misunderstanding, Turan and Mesa entered the building, gawking all around like country bumpkins. From the building with dozens of floors to the doors that opened automatically, the elevator and the electronic locks, there were simply too many things that amazed them. As Suho opened the door and stepped in first, he glanced inside and grimaced. Should have tidied up a bit. I'm sorry, if I'd known guests were coming, I would have at least sprayed something. It's fine, after all, we're the uninvited ones here. Though he lived alone, there were still a few chairs prepared for guests, so the three of them were able to sit facing each other across a desk. Once seated, Suho cleared his throat lightly and spoke in a somewhat embarrassed tone. I know it's kind of rude to ask this after being the one to notice and even invite you over, but could you maybe show me a bit of magic? If it's difficult because of some rules, that's totally fine. Before he could finish, Turan casually created a small fireball above the table. The round sphere settled on the desk and transformed into the shape of a fox, then into a flower, a butterfly, a human figure, and finally vanished. Would this be sufficient to be considered magic? Yes, absolutely, more than enough. With his eyes widened in shock, Suho shook his head in disbelief and said, Seriously, I feel like a muggle who just stumbled into a world of magic. Then can I ask why you two came to Earth? As long as you're not here to do harm to Earthlings, I'll help however I can. I mean, I've become the first Earthling to interact with aliens, so it's the least I can do. Thanks to the Eye of Truth, Turon knew it was a sincere offer. When Mesa glanced at him, asking silently whether they should tell him, he nodded and calmly began explaining. To put it simply, we came to this world to check whether traces of wizards still remain here. Turon gave Suho a mildly packaged version of the truth. He explained that several evil wizards, including Battle, had managed to cross over to this side, and they had followed to confirm that fact. Now they were tracking the traces those wizards had left behind. So you two are basically like magic police. That's a reasonable way to put it. Calling two family heads from a great noble house police would be absurd, no, lamentable back in their own world. Still, if that explanation helped, it was fine. Suho now looked visibly more at ease. Turon had the Eye of Truth, so he had confirmation, but this person seemed to trust others a bit too easily. That said, it did make conversations smoother. You came to Earth to catch bad wizards, but you don't really know much about Earth. I thought I knew enough, but reality turned out to be a little different. Turon smiled bitterly and confessed his honest thoughts. He had heard a lot about Earth and assumed that once he crossed over, it wouldn't be too difficult to gather information. But once he actually arrived, he realized that this world was far more foreign than he had expected. The saying, seeing is believing, wasn't just a cliché after all. By the way, have you ever heard of any other wizard, aside from that man, leaving traces or exerting influence in this world? Not as far as I know. At least not officially. Suho firmly denied Turon's question. He said that since the wizard Battle was a globally recognized figure, if there had been anyone else like him, it would have drawn attention as well. But what I know is only what the general public knows. I have no idea about what's going on behind the scenes. For example, he could be secretly making deals with powerful figures in the US, Europe, Russia, or China. It was true, if he were secretly working among the powerful, a commoner like Suho wouldn't know anything about it. Should they try to find an insider among the powerful? Turon briefly considered it but soon shook his head. If Monarch really was working secretly among powerful figures, revealing his own identity would be a risky move. Besides, they still had no idea how time was flowing between Earth and their world. Turon was planning to return by this evening if possible, but contacting powerful figures and building trust would take far more time than that. Then let's set that aside for now. I'd like to take a closer look at that wizard's actions. I'll show you just a moment, but you can read Hangul, right? Yes. Writing them, on the other hand, didn't seem to be possible. Suho used a computer with 3 monitors to display various kinds of information for the two of them. From news articles to editorials, academic papers, and video footage, there was more than enough material. He even brought up videos that hadn't been posted on official sites, those censored for being harmful, such as those showing people being hurt with magic. Clearly, if they'd tried to find and understand all this without help, they wouldn't have finished in a single day. After dozens of minutes of going through the materials, Mesa spoke to Turon. It definitely feels like he's trying to show off. Yeah, it's like he's desperate to reveal that he's a wizard. In the videos and other materials, Battle made no attempt to even pretend to hide his identity. If he really wanted to interrogate someone, he could have just used a life control spell, dragged them into an alley, extracted the information, and killed them. If he wanted to steal something, he could have done it secretly using telekinesis magic. But he was flying through conflict zones, massacring military forces, and even shooting down fighter jets with lightning spells. There was nothing more to say at that point. There had to be some kind of meaning behind all these actions. Could it be? What Turon suddenly recalled was the moment in the past when he fused 4 bloodlines. One of the reasons he had been able to successfully create the shepherd symbol was because the emotions people held toward him played a role in defining him. What if Battle similarly was trying to make Earthlings hold certain emotions toward him? After briefly explaining this hypothesis to Mesa, she nodded as well. In other words, something like a form of faith. But I didn't feel anything like that at all. I wonder why. Maybe it has something to do with my existence. Unlike you, I wasn't created in such a systematic way. If Mesa was a mechanical construct meticulously designed for high performance, Turon was something more like a lump of metal that had been haphazardly forged and just happened to turn out powerful. After discussing this topic in depth for a while, the two concluded that they wouldn't be able to find any more leads in this direction. Most of what Battle had done on Earth was centered around flaunting his immense power, and there was no indication he had contacted any governments or carried out work on their behalf. Suho SSI, yes, could you look up just one more thing for us? Just say the word. Song of the Sun, Moon, and Stars. At Turon's question, Suho's eyes widened. He spoke in a trembling voice. How do you even know about that? I thought you said you didn't know much about Earth. As I said before, I don't know nothing. I've heard bits and pieces here and there, so can you search it? Of course, it's not difficult. That much is easy, I just don't get why you suddenly want to look that up. Despite his confused expression, Suho immediately began typing on the keyboard. After all, the person making the request was supposedly here to catch a wizard, an evil one who had committed all sorts of acts of terror. It wasn't even a hard request. Still, no matter how much he thought about it, he just couldn't understand. Why would a wizard from another world want to search for an old game that was never even very popular, and whose service had already ended? Chapter 221. Song of the Sun, Moon, and Stars, commonly referred to as SSMS, was one of those mass-produced RPG games released in the late 2000s, during a time when such games were flooding the market. What set this game apart from the many similar ones was none other than its degree of freedom. Players could choose from 1 to 4 archetypes and combine them to form complex and diverse character builds. They could also create various items to their liking using multiple crafting skills such as gunpowder production and apply them in different ways. Outside of certain neutral areas, players could attack and kill each other without any penalties. It even had hidden classes, which were the fantasy of fantasy novel-based games at the time, so it gained a fair amount of popularity in its early days. However, as expected, when people avoid doing something, there's usually a good reason for it. Due to issues like failed balance adjustments between classes and poor management, SSMS ended its service exactly 15 years after its release. In fact, even this was a relatively long lifespan for an RPG game. This was partly because it was a small-scale project with low maintenance costs, and also because a few deeply addicted whales spent an absurd amount of money on it. Considering that the game's downfall began when those whales disappeared all at once, it wouldn't be fair to blame the shutdown solely on the developers. The group disappearance of SSMS users. Yeah, about 100 people suddenly went missing starting from September 22, 2023, and when investigated, it turned out that all of them were playing that game. Honestly, if it weren't for this, I wouldn't even have known such a game existed. I only found out because YouTubers started making all kinds of videos about it since the incident was so mysterious. Just as Suho said, the mass disappearance of SSMS users caused quite a stir in society. After all, any incident where 100 people die or go missing would naturally shake the entire nation. Since the game had fewer than 200 average concurrent users at the time, it was obvious to anyone, unless they were a moron, that the missing persons had one thing in common. The real question was, why did the people playing that specific game disappear? At first, the police speculated that issues might have arisen because friendships formed in the game carried over into real life. However, according to testimony from players who had not gone missing, many of the disappeared individuals weren't close enough to have met each other in real life. The only commonality was that all of them were logged into the game around 2 a.m. on September 22, 2023. In fact, there were even bizarre cases where a parent confirmed the missing person was in their room, and due to the structure of the house, it would have been impossible to sneak out, unless they were abducted by psychic powers or something equally unbelievable. None of the missing people ever came back, right? No, not officially. Turon, upon hearing the explanation, became certain that the pre-god tribe were the missing users of that game, and also that they couldn't return to Earth, even in death. Suho looked clearly curious as to why Turon had suddenly brought up this game, but Turon had no intention of explaining. It would mean digging too deep, and truthfully, even Turon didn't know everything about it yet. Could you also look into the people who made it? Give me a moment. After typing on the keyboard for a bit, Suho quickly found that the development company had long since gone bankrupt. Naturally, information about what its members were doing now was far too private to be found through internet searches. With a sigh of disappointment, Turon next requested information about the game itself. Fortunately, even though the game had been defunct for nearly 10 years, there was still plenty of related material available. According to Suho, it was thanks to something called a wiki, a virtual library where people directly recorded information. Thanks to that, Turon could see all the job change requirements mentioned by the gods, the combinations of each job change, and the resulting skills. Having just learned how to use it, Turon scrolled down with the mouse wheel and was deeply impressed by how this terrifying amount of knowledge was shared so easily. So this is what it was. Of course, some of this knowledge was already known by the former gods who had once been deeply immersed in the game. However, not many of them remembered the exact conditions perfectly. Even if they had spent time in a semi-conscious state in soul form, remembering things precisely after spending thousands of years in that world was an absurd expectation. In reality, there were numerous errors in the rituals the gods knew, starting from the pyro executioner job change ritual. In contrast, things like gunpowder or hydrochloric acid production, which had to be done regularly rather than just once during a job change, were remembered with much higher accuracy. Through this, Turon once again confirmed that no combination like the one he had, Shepherd, existed. Mesa was also able to gain more detailed knowledge about the abilities of Thunder Lord, which she would need to learn in the future. There were many other things worth investigating as well. For example, the backstory that served as the setting of the game. Among the souls of fallen gods, there was no one who could properly explain or accurately recall this. After all, not many people take the story seriously when playing a mass-produced RPG game. However, for someone to whom that world was no different from reality, it was not something to be ignored. Through this, they learned that the Emerald Desert used to be called the Devastated Land during the game era, and that the reason there were many jewels in the reclaimed southern lands was because there had once been many jewel monsters there. Perhaps in that other world monsters did not exist, so only the jewels remained in the form of veins. In contrast, there was no mention of other races, which seemed to imply that they had not crossed over from SSMS like the players had, but had originally existed in that world. Though perhaps even those might have crossed over from another world through some other medium. There's way too much content here, we should write some of it down. Do you have anything to write with? Here. In truth, the most reliable way would be to ask the librarian who had perfect memory to read it. But unfortunately, on Earth, spirit forms couldn't go outside. Because of that, the two of them brought out the bundle of parchment, quill, and ink they had been carrying around for the first time in a while. Here you go. As the ink had hardened from disuse and made things difficult, Suho, watching them struggle, handed over a notebook and a ballpoint pen. They accepted with thanks, and after a quick lesson on how to use them, both of them couldn't stop exclaiming in amazement at the smooth paper and the incredibly easy-to-use ballpoint pen. In their world, paper made from wood or reeds did exist, but it was of such poor quality that parchment was still widely used. The paper here, however, was on a whole different level. Seriously, you just press it down and it writes so smoothly. I wish we could take some of this with us. Is it expensive? Not really, I could buy a few more and bring them. Yes. Actually, now that I think about it, it'd be even better if we could learn how to make this. At Mesa's words, Suho's eyes widened in surprise. You're allowed to do that. I thought because of wizard regulations or something you couldn't use scientific technology. There's no such thing. The problem is just that natural laws, meaning scientific principles, are applied somewhat differently than they are on Earth. Then Suho asked them to wait a moment and started manipulating something on the computer. Before long, with a whirring sound, the large machine next to the computer started making noise and spat out paper. Turon picked it up and was impressed to find tightly packed printed letters already set in ink. The handwriting is quite good. Did you prepare this in advance? No, I just printed it now. The principle is complicated, so let's skip that part. Just knowing what's in there should be very helpful. What Suho had printed out was a collaborative research document compiled for modern humans, in other words, Earthlings, who had fallen into a fantasy world. The types of knowledge included were truly diverse. From architecture to military science and mechanical engineering, physics, mathematics, medicine, agricultural methods, and even high-level electrical technology. The concept centered around knowledge for ordinary people who had fallen into a fantasy world to survive, so the perspective was slightly different from that of Turon and Mesa as leaders. But even so, the potential for application wasn't just sufficient, it was overflowing. This is incredibly helpful. Mesa stared at the document Suho had printed out with a half-entranced expression, reading through it again and again. Just like with gunpowder production, some parts of it might not work in their world, but even with that considered, there was far too much that could be of help. In other words, it was as if they had received a clear blueprint for how to develop the future human community. All that remained was to adapt it appropriately, taking into account the existence of wizards, magical beasts, and other races. It was a level far beyond the vague knowledge held by the surviving pre-god tribe members after the fall of the Old Empire. Among them, almost none possessed proper scientific understanding, and even fewer had been prepared for the possibility of suddenly crossing over into another world. Turon lowered his head slightly toward Suho, who was watching them with a somewhat anxious expression. To be honest with you, Suho SSI, this is far beyond what we had hoped for. If there's any form of repayment you desire, I'll do my utmost to fulfill it. Then, could I possibly learn magic too? This was the very desire Suho had been harboring ever since he first began hosting them. Any human who had witnessed the transcendent power of the first wizard would naturally dream of the same. A body immune to bullets, lightning strikes that collapse buildings with a wave of the hand, shooting down jets and missiles, who wouldn't covet powers like a superhero from a movie? Judging by what he'd seen, the young man and woman standing before him, who had come to capture such a powerful wizard, must be similarly skilled. He hoped that maybe they could share that power. But Turon shook his head with an awkward expression at the suggestion. I'm sorry, but that's not possible. People of this world don't have magic power. Then what about acquiring magic power through training? That's also impossible. Even in our world, there's no way to make someone without magic power into a wizard. Even the ordinary people in their world had at least a minute amount of magic power. unlike Earthlings, so it was out of the question. Since it wasn't something they wouldn't do but something they couldn't do, Suho couldn't even protest. He simply lowered his head in disappointment. Turan's heart ached as he looked at him. He had been taught that one must return what is received, and yet here he was, having received such a great gift without being able to give anything back. If he could have shared magical power, he would have gladly parted with some of his abundant reserves. Even just a small fragment of Turan's current power would be enough to grant someone knight-level magic, which in this world would make them a superhuman capable of taking down a bear with bare hands. But magic power couldn't be shared like that, could it? Just as the mood had begun to sink, Turan suddenly recalled something and let out a quiet exclamation. It's not much of a substitute, but I'll give you this. Huh. Turan, that's... Mesa, standing beside him, widened her eyes as Turan took off the bracelet he always wore. Wasn't that the guardian magic artifact crafted by Ash's older brother Milo as a token of gratitude for saving Ashes in the past? Although it had become less useful now that Turan had inherited the Lavita's bloodline ability, and Mesa had created several high-performance defensive magic artifacts, the bracelet still held great symbolic value. This is called a guardian magic artifact. It becomes stronger when magic power is infused into it, but even without that, it grants the wearer the defensive power of the guardian bloodline. I'm not sure if an Earthling can use it, but let's find out. Turan fastened the bracelet to Suho's arm, then casually grabbed a kitchen knife from the kitchen, held Suho's hand, and gave his hand back a light jab. Suho screamed reflexively but quickly realized that instead of pain, all he felt was a faint pressure on the spot where he'd been stabbed. Try it for yourself. Okay, let's see. Whoa. Is this real? Suho lightly poked his own hand several times, then began stabbing harder and even slicing with the blade, letting out exclamations of awe. Far from bleeding, his skin had become so incredibly tough that the kitchen knife's blade ended up damaged instead. Likewise, when he punched the wall with all his strength, it didn't cause any damage to the wall, and his fist also didn't hurt at all, like he had struck something soft and cushiony. Watching the scene silently, Turan estimated that Suho's defensive power while wearing the magic artifact was somewhere between an ordinary knight and a noble. Unless he were attacked in areas like the eyes or inside the mouth, any exposed parts of his body would be almost impossible to harm even with weapons if the attacker had the strength of an average human. At that level, he probably wouldn't be injured even if attacked by a beast like a tiger. Of course, who knew how likely he was to face such attacks here on Earth, but still, better safe than sorry. On their way here, Turan had seen massive hunks of metal called cars constantly moving along the roads. If Suho were ever hit by one, what would normally crush his entire body and kill him would now result in little more than a light bruise. In a way, it was like gaining an extra life. This is about all I can do for you. You brought it out so casually, but that's not something we can just hand out in our world. Worried that Suho might underestimate the value of the magic artifact, Mesa clarified that even in their world, this was one of the highest-grade magic artifacts and very rare. It was something only a skilled crafter could make after pouring energy into it for a month, and then spending half a year in a crippled state to recover. Feeling burdened, Suho tried to return the bracelet, but Turan firmly refused. Considering the value of the information you've given us, I don't think this is an excessive price. If it wasn't impossible, I truly would have wanted to give you some of our magical power. True to his belief that one must repay what they receive, Turan didn't regret handing over the guardian magic artifact. No matter how easily such things could be obtained on Earth, in their world it was a treasure that not even several great noble houses combined could acquire. Perhaps trying to lighten the burden he felt from the immense value of the gift he had received. When Suho went so far as to organize and print out the entire lore and content of SSMS, Mesa gathered and enchanted the papers with preservation and reinforcement magic. Since the material was paper, this was to prevent any damage from normal blades, heat, humidity, or time. Not only would they review the information multiple times after returning, but it was knowledge that might have to be passed down through generations, so this much was necessary. After confirming that all the materials were in order, Turan gave Suho a slight bow and said his farewell. Then, it's about time for us to head back. Already. At least stay and have dinner before you go. That's a very tempting offer, but unfortunately we don't have that kind of leisure. In truth, the two of them could have stayed in this world for a few more days if they wanted. If they had, they would have had the chance to taste Earth's food, the food that the fallen gods praised and missed so dearly. But lingering here with nothing to do only made them more anxious as time passed. Though they suspected it wouldn't be the case, what if something went wrong and by the time they returned several years had already passed? That would be a nightmare. From the giants running rampant in the Emerald Desert to the vanished monarch, the world was filled with unresolved problems. If the two of them were gone for years, there was no guarantee their noble houses or loved ones would remain unharmed. At their polite refusal, Suho looked disappointed but nodded in understanding. Well, I suppose there's no helping it. There's no guarantee we'll return to this exact location if we ever come back to this world, so if you could leave a strand of hair, we'll use that to find you again. That's possible, yes. Even though Earthlings didn't have magic power, they could still be targeted by tracking magic. In truth, even trees without magic power could be traced by picking a leaf and tracking it back to the tree it grew from, so it was only natural. With Suho's permission, Turon and Mesa collected a handful of his hair and lastly swept various objects from his house that might be useful for scientific research into their large-capacity pouch. Then the moment they held hands and broke the barrier surrounding their spirit forms, their bodies vanished like phantoms, just as Battle had done in the past when he caused trouble on Earth. Wow, seeing that, Suho felt like he had just woken from a dream, but looking at the now even emptier house made him realize it hadn't been a hallucination. He thought about pinching his own cheek. The process of returning from Earth to their original world was the reverse of how they had left. Expelled from the pale blue dot, they passed through the solar system and galaxy at speeds far beyond light, reaching a point where the entire Laniakea supercluster could be seen at a glance. In an instant, they had exited the universe, and once again the two of them saw the glowing white ellipse approaching from afar, riding the gray roots. It was the very world where they had been born and raised. It really feels like we've been dreaming. Though looking at the clothes we're wearing, we can at least tell it wasn't a dream. They were still dressed in the outfits the clothing store clerk had recommended. It was a fashion far too foreign for their own world and would need changing, but Turon thought Mesa looked even more enchanting in Earth's attire. As they passed through the void and submerged into the glowing white substance, Turon felt something in the distance glance their way. Something with a slightly pointed head and long, complicated horn-like features. A deer. Just as he squinted to see more clearly, they suddenly found themselves standing side by side in the space where they had originally used the key. Standing precisely within the narrow circle, we're back. Yeah, it felt almost like they had briefly traveled into a dream world. That dazed feeling didn't last long. Turon first picked up the key, now deactivated and powerless, and stored it separately, then quickly exited the building with Mesa. Though it had been bright when they entered, outside was now pitch black with not even the moon in sight, but for him, a member of the Zahar bloodline, this posed no obstacle. Of course, Mesa had to conjure a sphere of light to follow behind him. Upon finding a Yeti corpse, Turon brushed off the frozen layer, and Mesa, in a slightly anxious tone, asked from behind, "How is it? It hasn't been long since the body and blood started to freeze." In other words, time was flowing similarly between Earth and their world. The time they had spent there amounted to no more than a few hours here as well. The two of them let out a breath of relief, neither one waiting for the other. Chapter 222. Though the weather had somewhat warmed with the deaths of the Yetis, the nights in Daslak City remained bitterly cold. However, when slicing through the fur pelts soaked and frozen with blood, the innards inside were still lukewarm, indicating that these creatures had died not long ago. Thanks to this, Turon and Mesa confirmed that they still had some time and decided not to rush, choosing instead to further explore the stronghold of the House Najin. Their movement to Earth had been entirely unintended, and their original purpose was to search for traces of Monarch here. So past several hours. The two's full-scale exploration was far more extensive and aggressive than that of ordinary people. Having concluded that most of the buildings were merely residences of common wizards, they began large-scale destruction. How's it over there? Nothing in sight. As expected, nothing here either. With each wave of the hand, the ground was deeply gouged out. When the two exerted their full power, the underground of the massive residence, spanning hundreds of meters in diameter, began to be physically devastated. Of course, they left untouched only the secret space beneath the family head's mansion created by Monarch. If nothing else, the passage located there could later be used to cross over to Earth. What they were searching for through such extremes was, naturally, the sole base of Monarch and his minions, but it seemed that there was none to be found here. It could have been built far from the main estate, like the House Reuven, or a secret passage sealed with magic could have been made somewhere within the base, like with the House Varaha. Otherwise, like the House Zahar, they might have anticipated an attack and moved the original location altogether. Now that I think about it, it'd be nice if I could use spatial magic more properly. During the Old Empire era, among the gods whose names were not passed down to modern times, there was one who could use magic that handled space. The underground hideout of the House Varaha and the labyrinth passage in the desert were all legacies of that god. Turon planned to see if he could reproduce that job again using the data he had received from Suho this time. Of course, he knew well that all previous job change experiments had ended in failure, but still, compared to other gods, this one had relatively well-preserved data, so it should be a bit more promising. After exploring again until daybreak, they finally agreed that staying here any longer would be pointless. On the way back, Turan and Mesa, riding on Bide's back, slumped over from the fatigue of having wrung out their magic power after a long time. I'm dying. Same here. Excavating the ground over several kilometers was a difficult task, even for powerful wizards like them working together. After all, if it had been easy, why would people spend so long reclaiming land in the southern regions? Bige, carrying the two of them, spoke in a displeased voice. You two had fun without me again. I'll find you a place where you can have fun next time we go, though I'm not sure if you'd be satisfied in a place without people. Unlike the two, Bige had never been able to show herself on Earth due to the risk of standing out too much. Even at Suho's house, she had been told to mostly stay hidden, so all she could do was stare longingly at all the curious objects. Understanding her frustration, Turan patted her feather-covered back to soothe her. Later, while flying through the biting wind, Turan frowned as he looked down below. What is it? Too many Yetis. Even though they had wiped out the largest group in Doslak, the distinctive scent of Yetis still lingered over the snowy fields. Using tracking magic with his recovered magic power during a rest, he confirmed that there were still an overwhelming number of them. It took exactly a day and a half to solve this mystery. When they returned to Morgan City, the city was once again in chaos due to an unexpected situation. More birdmen have appeared. Yes, family head. For now, we're cooperating with the existing birdmen to establish a hunting system, but one of the Aravian nobles bowed his head deeply, apologetically saying that without the family head's command, the tamed birdmen were not actively participating in the hunt. Considering they had only been gone for about 4 days, just as they had warned beforehand, it was truly an absurd situation. But after hearing more, it did seem to be a problem difficult to handle at their level. To make matters worse, Yetis were now poking around from the west, and the dark elves once swept away from the south were raising their heads again. The numbers seemed to be increasing and spreading outward. In that case, there's no helping it. We'll have to head out for the hunt. Rather than reproaching him, Mesa declared it in a calm tone. At this point, they had done as much as they could, and above all, he was part of the family of the hero who had once attempted to assassinate Battle. After sending him off, Turan finally expressed his intention to leave. Just a moment ago, he had exchanged a short conversation with Ashes through the hand mirror and heard that new dwarves had appeared in Kalamaf as well. You're going back? I have to. Whether it was more dwarves appearing in the gray zone or more dark elves showing up in the western forest, it would be difficult to handle without Turan. Not only was his own combat power considerable, but someone was needed to make proper decisions. Not to mention the fact that giants had begun to appear in the south as well. More importantly, the appearance of other races is no longer just a one-time thing. That means it could happen 3 or 4 more times. Probably. Just imagining it was exhausting, no, horrifying. In the end, to resolve all of this, they had to capture Monarch. And unfortunately, even after devastating his old base, they had not found a single clue about his true body, which made it all the more frustrating. But on second thought, it wasn't entirely a disappointment. After all, just the fact that they confirmed he had secured a passage to Earth early on was a tremendous achievement. Not to mention, the knowledge they had obtained through Kim Suho, the first Earthling they had grown close to there, would surely come in handy. Of course, all of that was only possible if the human community of this world remained intact. I wish we had a hand mirror so we could contact each other anytime. If we have time later, we can make another one. It's not as easy as it sounds. Mesa muttered quietly and let out a sigh. If it were something simple like a light orb, maybe. But the more powerful and high-level a magic artifact was, the harder it was to craft as intended. At most, one could only suggest a direction like, it would be nice if such a thing existed. Among the items brought from Earth, there were a few cell phones that Suho had previously used before replacing them with new ones, but communication through them was impossible. That was because, to use a cell phone, there had to be satellites up in the sky to relay signals. And in this world, that sky was not an empty outer space but led to somewhere called the boundary. At the very least, there had been no word of an Aravian wizard who flew high enough to reach outer space. Of course, given the nature of flight magic that utilized wind, it probably became difficult to ascend beyond a certain height. Before they finally parted ways, Turan and Mesa shared a kiss, long and yet short. If they had wished, they could have kept the moment going for hours with deep breathing, but it lasted only about 10 minutes, which could be considered relatively restrained. After leaving Morgan City, Turan didn't move by land as he had before, but instead had Bige fly southeast immediately. It was part of his plan to return to Kalamaf via the fastest route. Looking down at the ground, he saw something he hadn't noticed when flying from Doslak to Morgan earlier. The vast tacking plains, and beyond that, the terrain turning gray starting from the mountain range. Back then, I guessed that such clearly divided terrain was evidence of a game world being superimposed. In the original world, geography didn't divide climate by region so sharply. It would gradually shift from tropical to temperate, and from temperate to polar, subtly blending together. However, in the distant ancient past, long before the descent of the pre-god tribe, a mysterious environmental change swept over this world. Specifically, the environment of the game world, Song of the Sun, Moon, and Stars, was overlaid onto this world. It wasn't that the shapes of continents and seas or the number of islands had changed. Even before then, boundaries of the world such as the Sky Mountain Range or the Endless Sea already existed. What changed was that the continent was now divided into 11 large regions, and depending on the altered regions, the distribution of certain resources had shifted slightly. While traveling, Turon repeatedly read through the printed story of the game world and sorted out several useful pieces of information. If within the game the empire and kingdom fought over certain resources, then when a similarly shaped border area was found in this world, there was a high possibility that such materials could be discovered there too. Just in time, we're running low on sulfur and saltpeter. Originally, Turon used to source sulfur from the hot spring region of Lavitas and saltpeter from Palaeon Island in the South Sea. But unlike before, when he was acting alone, now as the leader of a great noble house commanding an army of hundreds of wizards, he could no longer manage resources in a haphazard way. Sulfur could still be imported periodically from Lavitas, but a new source for saltpeter was urgently needed. According to the documents, hardened seabird droppings could be used to produce something similar to saltpeter, so he would need to check whether it could be synthesized properly. Thus, while riding Bige and reviewing documents or flying on his own while Bige rested, Turon continued reviewing materials for about a day. After wiping out 2 troublesome birdmen villages and defeating a dwarf army, Turon finally passed through the region where 3 territories met and returned to Kalamaf. "You've returned, family head. We've been waiting for you." Unlike Mesa, who had only been away for about 4 days, Turon had been absent for nearly 15 days, so the reactions from key members of the house were all the more intense. Had he not contacted Ashes through the hand mirror ahead of time about his return, they might have already lost their minds. Among those welcoming him, Turon realized that some of them were the ones who had parted with him in Axum, heading east with Salif. It seemed the army he had led had successfully arrived in Helio City and returned using the Jade Mirror. Heading straight to the conference room first, he received a detailed report on the current situation. Because Ashes's magic power wasn't strong enough to use the hand mirror from afar, the stories Turon had heard until now had only been superficial. First, the number of dwarf nations currently allied with us is 6 in total. Thanks to the wizard families of the Grey Zone, with Kalamaf at their head, actively engaging in combat, the moderate dwarf nations had all bowed to this side and agreed to guarantee mutual safety. Although loyalty oaths hadn't yet been sworn due to Turon's absence over the past 2 weeks, just like the Honorable Republic, which had been the first to submit, they had sent their engineers as hostages and accepted the wizard army. As a result, although the forces protecting the main house had slightly weakened, they were still managing to repel external threats reasonably well thanks to the enhanced firepower from the dwarves' weapons. And this is a report on the weapons and technologies currently being developed with the help of the dwarves. Let me see. Receiving the parchment document, Turon couldn't help but smack his lips inwardly. The paper that Suho had printed for him was far cleaner in writing, thinner, and smoother in texture. If they could eventually adopt such technology and easily organize information, he couldn't even imagine how much more efficient administrative work would become. Of course, that would take an incredibly long time. While receiving the reports, Turon came across one stating that Salif had come in person and taken the detection device production technology, and he asked Ashes about it. Salif came in person to get the technology? Yes, for some reason we couldn't get in touch via the hand mirror at that time, so I handled it on my own judgment. It seemed that coincidentally, it was during the few hours Turon had crossed over to Earth that they had lost contact. When Turon nodded, a few other nobles from the House Parsha witnessing the scene let out exclamations. As expected, Steward Burke truly enjoys the full trust of the family head. Even those of the same bloodline probably aren't trusted that much. While it was publicly known that Ashes was a founding member of the House Parsha and its first steward, the extent to which he was trusted by Turon was only known to a few. After all, in the eyes of the public, he was nothing more than the second son of a family of enchanters and a personal friend of Turon who happened to land a high position through that connection. Having once again leaned on his friend's authority, Turon then checked the list of Parsha wizards who had returned to Kalamaf via the Jade Mirror from Helio City. Perhaps thanks to Salif's excellent leadership, not a single person had died since the last report from Axum, and even the injuries of the wounded weren't particularly severe. Looks like the injured won't need my healing. Still, if I handle it myself, it'll be faster, so I'll take care of it after the meeting. Is there anything else to report? When everyone responded that there wasn't, Turan nodded and declared the end of the meeting. Once the room had cleared out, the last one remaining, Ashes, let out a deep sigh. I feel like I'm dying, but look at you, face all refreshed. Was spending time with Mesa really that great? Of course. You should go fall in love too. I've got too much work for that. Just as Turan burst into laughter at his grumbling, he handed over some of the documents he had brought with him to Ashes. Since there was no point in Ashes knowing details about the game world right away, the material focused mainly on how Earthlings survive in fantasy worlds. What's this? Just read it. As expected, it didn't take long before Ashes, quietly reading through the material, let out a gasp. Where on earth did you get knowledge like this? If all of this is true and we can actually implement it, then decorating this land with palaces of the gods wouldn't be surprising at all. That came out weird. I get what you're trying to say. Considering that the origins of the gods were Earthlings and the origin of that document was also Earth, Ashes' train of thought wasn't wrong. It was quite the coincidence, truly. Leaving Ashes with the words to think about how best to utilize the material, Turan headed to the jade mirror in the underground of his residence. The space where Armenia was usually found was oddly empty, and for some reason it made him feel a bit hollow. I wonder when he'll be back. He hoped it wouldn't take too long for him to sort out his thoughts. From what Turan knew, Armenia was prone to loneliness, often going out of his way to interact with the maids who cared for him. Perhaps it was because of the long time he had spent trapped on a pirate ship, waiting alone to be sold. As he shook his head to clear his thoughts, just as he was about to cross through the jade mirror, he ended up colliding head-on with something that had been coming through from the other side. Though Turan was taller, the other person had a sturdy build, so both of them stumbled back with a surprised grunt. What about you? What's going on? It turned out to be Salif, who had just been about to cross over from the other side at the exact same moment. After a moment of stunned silence and a scoffing laugh, they agreed to talk after Turan crossed over to the Varaha side. While Turan had come to meet Salif and check on the Varaha territory, Salif had come solely to meet Turan. So what's the occasion? I just wanted to check if my friend made it back safely. You saying it like that makes it feel awkward. At Salif's muttered complaint about how cringeworthy it sounded, Turan also agreed it was a little much. That moment passed and then Salif's jaw dropped at what Turan told him next. You went to Earth, don't tell me by yourself. I went with Mesa. You should have taken me too, damn it, a whole new world. Just imagining it is thrilling. Hearing that, Turan was reminded once again that this guy was an adventure freak obsessed with ancient history and exploring mysterious places. There was probably nothing that could excite him as much as the new world called Earth, so bringing him along next time might not be a bad idea. Assuming they had the time for it. Next time I won't get in the way of you and Mesa having fun there, so just take me with you. Just imagining it is amazing. You going with Berit? I'd like to, but she probably won't want to. She's the type who's extremely cautious about her own safety. At Salif's surprisingly objective words for someone speaking about the woman he loved, Turan let out a quiet, dry chuckle. True to his words, Berit did seem like someone who wouldn't step forward if she thought even a bit of risk was involved in traveling to Earth. Of course, if Salif were to be disappointed in her for it, she'd probably grit her teeth and go, but precisely because he knew how she felt, he wasn't going to pressure her. After exchanging some light conversation, Turan suddenly voiced a thought that had come to mind. Come to think of it, what was your reason for trying to cross over? You must have known I wasn't in Kalamaf. At Turan's question, Salif clicked his tongue as if suddenly remembering. I forgot, one of Parsha's knights came to this side and said he had something to report to you. Looked like he came from far away, was pretty badly injured too. My knight, Turan stood up, puzzled, wondering who would have come all the way from the Emerald Desert. Either way, if someone was looking for him, he had to at least meet them. A short while later, Turan and Salif arrived at Varaha's medical ward and found a knight with a pale face, still looking exhausted despite having already received treatment. Family head, so it was you, Baddock. He was a knight from the Emerald Desert, the one Turan had left behind to keep watch over Haim, a puppet of Monarch and a woman revered like a saint in the nearby region, whom they had encountered during the Zahar expedition. Chapter 223. Around the time they were marching with the army toward Axum, the capital of House Zahar, Turan encountered someone suspected to be a puppet of the monarch. Her name was Haim. She was a woman of high reputation as both an excellent merchant and philanthropist in the region near the ruined city of Banifal. There was no justifiable reason to capture or kill her outright, and she didn't even seem to be aware that she was a puppet, so Turan merely assigned someone to keep watch over her. However, for some reason, that watcher had ended up here in Helio City, severely injured. Geographically, it should have been much faster and more convenient to return to Kalamaf. I thought you had arranged a way to contact the main house. At Turan's words, the knight bowed his head and replied, Yes, I did send a pigeon magical beast, but there was no response, so I continued with the tracking and surveillance mission. Considering that no reports about it had arrived from Kalamath, it seemed the pigeon had failed to return and must have died somewhere along the way. Perhaps it had the misfortune of being caught by a passing giant or was shot down by a dwarf's gun. How far did you go? I lost the trail near the entrance of the grassy plains, so I returned to Helio to report. The knight bowed his head, apologizing for failing to complete the mission. Looking down at him in silence, Turon patted his shoulder and acknowledged his efforts. Just surviving out there is fortunate enough. The Emerald Desert must be crawling with giants by now. Yes, of course, while giants were overwhelmingly strong compared to other races, they were slow and few in number, so it couldn't be said that the area was completely devastated. According to those who had passed through, most cities had been abandoned and the inhabitants were now wandering. That might work temporarily, but if it continued, they'd suffer from all kinds of resource shortages, so it was necessary to hunt the giants down and stabilize the region quickly. But even that was impossible with new other races continuing to appear like this. So that woman headed toward the grassy plains? That's correct. According to the Knight Baddock, after the return to the new era, Haim had done as other wealthy people did, selling off her assets to buy a large number of livestock and forming a massive nomadic caravan. Baddock also joined them under the guise of a laborer to continue his surveillance. But how long had they traveled southeast from near Banifal City? Just when it seemed they had arrived near the South Sea and things were finally safe, Haim suddenly declared that they had to head east. Even her family didn't know the reason why. Claiming, as if possessed, "I must go there," she eventually left with only a few attendants for the east, and Baddock secretly followed her for days. It was around the time he reached the vicinity of the grassy plains that he realized there were others also heading into the plains like Haim. They were people who, just by appearance, seemed to have never met each other in their lives, yet they naturally joined up and moved together. I considered following them farther from there, but it seemed impossible to keep tracking them once inside the grassy plains, so I withdrew and returned to Helio. After hearing the full report, Turon nodded with a serious expression. He had a rough idea of what the knight's report was implying. You really did well, maybe you found an important clue. If it was of any help to you, family head, that's all that matters to me. Promising that there would be a reward fitting of his efforts, at least in material wealth, Turon left the hospital room with a hardened face. Listening quietly at his side, Salif spoke up. That woman named Haim, she was a puppet, right? If she's moving toward the grassy plains, then could it be? It's safe to say we've finally found a clue. Most likely, the ones who had naturally joined up with Haim were other puppets of the monarch. For some reason, the bastard seemed to be gathering all the puppets he had scattered around the world in one place. Naturally, that place would either hold the bastard's main body or at least something performing a crucial task. Among the monarch's abilities that he had learned through this investigation, there was no technique with a clear enough reason for such behavior, so it might have been to use techniques related to magic from another world. After a brief contemplation, Turon made his way to the underground prison. Before long, Kim Woong, a former member of the old Zahar's pre-god tribe and a convert, welcomed them. You've come again, Salif. Been a while for you too. You two seem to have gotten pretty close, even though you wouldn't have had many chances to meet, Turon said, to which Salif smiled awkwardly. We had some talks while I was resting after coming back. It'd be a problem if he turned out to be dangerous, right? But he was surprisingly easy to talk to. That guy really likes stories about Earth. As we talked, I ended up reminiscing about old times too, and it felt good, Kim Woong added. Hearing this, Turon could guess why the two had grown close. To Salif, who was already curious about Earth civilization, the stories Kim Woong shared must have been extremely exciting. Turon watched the two interacting warmly, then clapped his hands to get their attention. All right, chit-chat is fine, but we're busy right now, so let's talk business first. I found a clue about that bastard and I want your advice. What kind of clue? It looks like his puppets are gathering in the grassy plains. Do you know anything about that area? At Turon's question, Kim Woong scratched his eyebrow with his thumb. The plains? I remember there used to be a great noble house out there. I think they were earthmovers and harmonizers. They had secretly tried to embed a few gods to take control, but things didn't go well, so Caesar, that is Harun, personally stepped in and wiped them out. Having heard yet another of her cruelties, Turon groaned quietly and shifted the topic. Besides that, nothing particularly related to him. I really don't know, but… Ah, what is it? Prompted by his exclamation, as if something had come to mind, Kim Woong spoke, albeit without much confidence. It's not exactly a clue, but there is something I remembered. What is it? A long time ago, I think he set up something like a lab in the eastern part of the grassy plains. He was trying different things to get past the fog zone or something. That's the first I'm hearing of it. Well, that's because if I tried to tell you everything, it'd never end. Starting with the labyrinth beneath the Tomb of the Gods, there were too many times the monarch had poked around in that fashion, so if he didn't think deeply, he wouldn't even remember them all. That was Kim Woong's excuse. Turon then told him to wait a moment and interrogated the phoenix residing in the soul prison to cross-check. Although it was too long ago for him to remember clearly, he said there seemed to have been something like that. Returning to his body, Turon nodded at Salif and Kim Woon to indicate the information was correct. If it's a building from the old Empire era, it might still be intact. Could you mark the location on a map? For now, he planned to track Haim using the strand of her hair he had secretly collected in the past, but there was always a chance she could be hunted down by other races or wizards before reaching her destination. Knowing where the base was would certainly come in handy. I can't say for sure since it wasn't recent, but I do know it was hidden in some kind of valley, or maybe it's been 3,000 years. Has the terrain changed since then? In any case, his explanation was that it was designed to be hard to discover from the outside. Paradoxically, because there weren't many elevated areas in the grassy plains, that might actually make it easier to locate. Then we'll have to go together. What, seriously? Your ability doesn't just block tracking magic but also breaks through those kinds of defense spells, right? If it's a hideout, it might be protected by some kind of barrier. This was something Turon had learned by carefully reading through the character build for SSMS. Kim Woon likely hadn't shared this information before because he anticipated being exploited once the ability was revealed. If Turon had known about it beforehand, he would have certainly brought Kim Woon along when searching the stronghold of House Najin. Did the Phoenix tell you about this? I found out by chance. So can you help? In any case, the reason Kim Woon was confined in the underground prison was simply to keep him out of Turon's sight and prevent him from doing anything suspicious. If he could help in tracking down the monarch's traces, there was no reason not to bring him along. Besides, the power he held as a god wasn't particularly combative, so keeping him in check wouldn't be much of a hassle. Frankly, with Turon, Salif, and Mesa all in one place, what could he possibly do? At worst, he might transform into a monster like the other nobles of House Najin. Compared to his ability to locate hideouts protected from tracking magic, that was a risk worth taking. Honestly, I'd rather just stay here. If things go well, it means I'll have to face that bastard, right? It seemed Kim Woon felt burdened by the idea of facing Monarch he had once betrayed. Whether it was fear or simply not wanting to face an old comrade and enemy he had turned against, Turon couldn't be sure. So this time, Turon spoke in a much gentler tone to persuade him. You know there's nothing certain when it comes to that bastard, but if we really take him down, you might finally get to live a bit more freely, better than staying in this underground prison forever, right? Well, that's true. I'm not asking you to fight anyway. I won't even give you a weapon, just guide us and stay in the back. After some continued persuasion, Turon finally got a promise that Kim Woon would act as their guide. As he rotated his wrists, free of the binding chains for the first time in a while, Kim Woon clicked his tongue. Just when I thought I was getting used to living without magic power. It definitely feels different. Now a group of 3, the moment they came up to the surface, they declared the immediate assembly of troops. Watching as they began calling in elites from among the recently returned forces and the existing wizards, Turon asked, "You sure about this?" The second return to the new era had occurred here in the land of 5 lakes as well. It was certain that the number of goblins had increased far beyond before. To this, Salif shook his head as if telling him not to worry. Well, the Axum expedition returned, so we've got more hands available, though I am a bit concerned since some of them are still exhausted. Then gather only volunteers as much as possible. I want to move fast, so prepare enough mounts too. I'll bring only the capable ones from Kalamaf as well. What about Mesa? We'll bring her. If I rush her a bit, 2 days should be enough. Kind of embarrassing to say goodbye like we wouldn't see each other for a long time. Of course, the Takian plains were still suffering due to the surge of birdmen, but this matter took precedence. Turon didn't lower his guard just because the monarch only had a few noble bodies he could use. The techniques that Bastard employed were not only useful for strengthening forces with enough time and budget, but he could also wield magic brought from another world. The more forces they had, as long as it didn't hinder mobility excessively, the better. While Salif gathered magical beasts usable near Helio City and selected still sturdy wizards, Turon also returned to Kalamaf using the Jade Mirror and urgently assembled a special detachment. He also sent Baij with a letter tied to her leg to bring Mesa. From those who had served in the special unit during the war with House Aravian, and among the surrendered Aravian nobles, a few who had most actively declared their intention to convert, 15 nobles in total crossed over to Helio. You're already here, we had to be, what about your side? Of course we're all set. Looking at the hastily assembled special unit, Turon could see the deep fatigue in their eyes and expressions. Those who had remained had been busy hunting dwarves and goblins, while those from the Zahar expedition had made a long journey avoiding giants, so it was only natural. To them, Turon clearly explained the purpose of this operation. It was to boost morale, even just a little, and draw out their willpower. Starting now, we're going to hunt down the bastard who brought the other races back to this land. I believe only by taking him down can we end this damned situation. Salif agrees too. Yeah. As Salif nodded beside him, a quiet murmur rose among the selected troops. It was a somewhat frivolous attitude to display in front of heads of great noble houses, but the impact of the statement was that significant. May we ask the identity of the one who caused all this? I can't tell you. Not because I don't trust you, but for other reasons. Turan explained the monarch's abilities to them, albeit in a somewhat roundabout way, that the mastermind behind all of this possessed an ability that allowed him to perceive things simply by having his name mentioned. That alone caused expressions of dread to surface on the nobles' faces. That's practically a godlike ability. He's no god, he's a devil, we're going to hunt a devil, can you do it? Or would you rather stay here and wait for it all to end quietly? When someone was about to voice a demoralizing opinion, Turan cut them off and provoked everyone gathered. If someone heard that and replied, yes, let's do that, what kind of noble would that be? By nature, wizards held a sense of superiority, believing themselves stronger than ordinary people, and nobles were among the most elite of those wizards, those who saw themselves as descendants of gods. And standing before them was a wizard closer to a god than anyone since the pre-god tribe left this land. Anyone who would speak like a coward in front of him wouldn't even be qualified to stand here in the first place. Turan, Salif Kimwoong, and a unit of about 40 nobles from Parsha, Varaha, and Aravian set off directly south from Helio City. The tracking magic performed using the strand of Haim's hair they had prepared in advance pointed somewhere southeast, and according to Kim Woong's testimony, the so-called old laboratory should also be somewhere east. Since they were riding only the fastest magical beasts, their pace was swift beyond compare. Of course, they were slower than Bige, but still 2 to 3 times faster than what an average noble could achieve on foot. Riding at the front, Salif looked out over the plains ahead and shouted excitedly, "Yeah, this is way more fun, running full speed like this. Coming back from Axum was a pain since I had to keep pace with the knights. Don't talk while you run. You'll bite your tongue." Since Bige had been sent to fetch Mesa, Turan was moving with Salif, mounted on a massive horse. The beast was one that had been raised in Varaha long ago. Its magic power was on par with a lower-ranking noble, but its natural physical strength and speed made it impressive, roughly comparable to Tilly, who is currently carrying 5 nobles further back. So what if I bite it? Anyway, how's the location? Still the same, there's only so far a human can go anyway. The principle of tracking magic was to set specific conditions and amplify the senses that perceive targets meeting those criteria. Because of that, it was hard to determine exact distances, like how many kilometers away the target was. It could only give a vague idea based on how strong the scent was, how loud the sounds were, and similar factors. From what they could tell, Haim was either staying still or moving slowly somewhere in the southern part of the grassy plains. At this pace, it would take less than a week to travel from Helio to the southernmost tip of the plains, so they should be able to catch her. Should we capture and interrogate her once we do? There's no point in that. If all goes well, we'll tail her first without making contact. Also, we'll split off part of the unit and search for that so-called laboratory from the past. It was still only a possibility, but Turan figured that the monarch would prefer holing up in a hideout he had created, rather than living in a tent out in the middle of nowhere. And so, after a day of leaving the land of 5 lakes and entering the grassy plains, "They're coming." What greeted the special detachment in the midst of their pursuit of the monarch was a volley of arrows from a centaur army numbering in the hundreds. Chapter 224. Like the birdmen, centaurs were one of the heterogeneous races that had already gone extinct during the mythological era. Their physical characteristic was that their lower bodies took the form of a horse. Naturally, to balance with that, their upper bodies in the shape of a human were also enlarged, so their overall physique was enormous enough to overwhelm a human. And the brute strength that came from such a large body was even more overwhelming. "Ah no, stop. Master of Nature, please have mercy." In the grassy plains, which had long been somewhat removed from human cultural spheres, a form of folk belief worshipping Mother Nature instead of the pre-god tribe existed, and centaurs were the embodiment of nature's wrath. Charging in with speeds many times faster than the swiftest horses, wielding spears or shooting arrows, they were so fearsome that many massive nomadic tribes couldn't even dare to resist. Before long, the grassy plains became the hunting grounds of the centaurs. Sitting on the tattered remains of torn-up tents, the centaurs wiped the blood from their mouths with their hands and shrugged proudly. "Humans are good, enjoyable. I wish there were more humans." Surprisingly, on the backs of those speaking such words, several humans were riding. All of them were strikingly beautiful, young, and either terrified or filled with despair in their eyes. This was precisely the reason why, in the distant past, the gods had scoured every corner of these remote plains to exterminate the centaurs. Not only did they view humans as food, but they also harbored sexual desires toward them, a trait unique to their kind. After spending a number of days indulging in all manner of pleasures while soaking the plains in blood, they gradually lost track of how many suns and moons had risen and set, and by that time they began to gaze toward the north. It's coming, a calamity is coming. Crows, no, a golden eagle. Could it be devils? Maybe. Centaurs had the ability to divine the future by reading constellations. They didn't know exactly what it was, but they could sense that a great calamity would soon come from the north, and that to stop it they would all need to unite. As the most gifted prophets, they had foreseen the descent of the pre-god tribe in the past, and also that those beings would sweep across the world and drive countless races to extinction. They had simply lacked the strength to stop it. But now things were different. The devils of this age had weakened compared to ancient times, and those who remembered the dreadful catastrophes of old were now able to come together as one. Just as the dwarves had learned submission after facing a cycle of destruction, the centaurs had learned the way of unity. Gather the kin, O you who run the fastest and shoot the furthest, the enemy comes. Let us join forces. Each of them was as fast as a horse-class magical beast, and when they sent messengers in all directions, the rallying happened in an instant. Their nature was originally violent and barbaric, and they had seldom united unless it was with their direct kin, but the sight of them gathering now was almost beautiful. The number of troops thus assembled was about 10,000. Not all of those revived in the plains had gathered, but even so, the number was sufficient to confidently face any foe. "They're almost here." The largest and fiercest of the centaurs, with a golden mane, spoke in a low rumble as he took out the bow slung on his back. Even though his upper body was about twice the size of an ordinary human's, the bow he held was so large that even with arms fully extended, it was hard to reach end to end. In the grassy plains where large trees didn't grow, such weapons were made from a surprising material: weeds. They would pull the grass scattered across the fields, shape it, carefully coat it with saliva and dry it, which turned it into elastic bow frames and arrow shafts. Twisting it into thin threads created the bowstrings. Armed with these weapons, the centaurs observed the approaching humans with their exceptional eyesight. Every one of them was mounted on a magical beast, and their number was only about 40 to 50 at most. Before the centaur army assembled here, such numbers didn't even count as a threat. Are those the foretold calamity? Doesn't seem like it, there's too few of them. The devils of this era have grown weak. They cannot defeat us with those numbers. But the prophecy says they are the source of the ominous signs. The wizards of this grassy plains region, who referred to themselves as shamans, had already long proven their capabilities. Among them, the powerful ones could overwhelm several centaurs, but their numbers were not high. Even if all of them possessed the strongest magical power, in the face of this kind of overwhelming force, they would simply be trampled to death. Still, they could not let down their guard. Their prophecy said these people would bring about an enormous calamity, and such prophecies rarely missed their mark. The golden mane let out a roar, using both the lungs of a human and a horse, that resounded across hundreds of meters in every direction. Surround and shoot ended in one strike. Responding to this, the shouts of their kin echoed across the plains, and hooves crushed the dry soil and wild grass. As they all moved together, a dust storm like a sandstorm arose. The first to attack were the hundreds in the lead. Since the enemy numbers were too small, it was difficult for everyone gathered to attack, so only the fastest and most fearless had the honor of shooting arrows at the enemy. Thick arrows, like the forearms of a well-trained man, sliced through the wind and flew toward the formation. Whoosh, a sudden gust of wind. At the sight of all those arrows being blown away, the centaurs opened their eyes wide in shock. A silver-haired man on the lead beast had swung a large fan, and behind him, a gray-haired man reached out his hand. The wind those two stirred up didn't just deflect the incoming arrows, but was strong enough to knock over nearby centaurs in droves. Wind, thunder, lord, they're the devil's envoys. Just as they murmured the fearsome old names, a counterattack from the devils exploded forth in a completely unexpected way. What is that? Bang. With a resounding boom, a centaur stared blankly at the hole in his chest before collapsing. Even though they boasted incredible vitality with the organs of both humans and horses, they could not survive with their hearts pierced. Those with slightly sharper eyes realized that something had been fired from the large cylinders held by the humans, and the sticks attached to them, but even then, they couldn't figure out a counter. What could you possibly do against something you could barely follow with eyes wide open, only tracing faint trails? If that had been possible, centaurs would have thrown away bows and arrows long ago. Such weapons would have been useless in fights between their own kind. Yoo-oo! As if the first shot had been a signal, the weapons held by the humans instantly unleashed an enormous number of projectiles. Each shot carried enough force to tear through the bare upper bodies of the centaurs. Sounds like beans being roasted rang out repeatedly, and dozens of centaurs nearby collapsed without being able to resist. Truly terrifying. Salif, who had worked together with Turon to use the magic artifact and generate wind to blow away the arrows, clicked his tongue in astonishment. As he said, the firepower of the detached unit was at a shocking level. Those large cylinders with attached rods, prepared in advance upon seeing the approaching centaurs, were actually dwarven steam machine guns. Firing about 10 rounds per second, once these terrifying weapons were infused with the magic power of nobles, their firepower completely neutralized the enemy's numbers. If not for the difficulty of storage and transport, they would have wanted to supply these to all wizards. Keep firing, don't stop. When the centaur with the golden mane, seemingly the commander, gave an order from afar, his forces resumed their assault. Even more arrows flew than before, completely darkening the sky in a barrage. But with Salif handling the front and Turon covering the sides and rear, generating wind, it wasn't difficult to block them. Thanks to a few nobles from House Aravian lending their strength as well, no attacks managed to penetrate through. Reload the bullets quick, we're almost out of water. Wait. It's hard to manage water out here on the plains, remember. In the meantime, two nobles of the Rapids bloodline who handled liquids frowned as they struggled to draw water into the large cylinder. Normally, they could create a massive amount of moisture the moment they willed it, but in the grassy plains, even the air was dry, making it incredibly difficult to pull in water. The only saving grace was that the machine guns they were using operated on steam, meaning moisture constantly evaporated into the air. By recapturing that and funneling it back into the water tanks used as raw material, they could recover some of the losses. While the water was being replenished, others formed small teams and continued reloading and firing the machine guns. Though their bullets were also affected by the wind barrier, thankfully, they fared much better than arrows. It's a natural law that the larger the projectile, the more it is influenced by wind. But a little instability didn't really matter, because the number of centaurs surrounding them was beyond imagination. You could close your eyes and throw a stone in any direction and be certain to hit one, so what if the trajectory wavered a bit? How long did this one-sided situation continue, where the enemy's arrows were ineffective and only their gunfire inflicted damage? At last, as if his patience had reached its limit, the centaur with the golden mane, who seemed to be the commander, shouted once again, "Everyone charge, kill them with your own hands." Though centaurs preferred bows and arrows made from wild grass, those weren't their only weapons. The long spear was another of their favorite weapons. Being the embodiment of the phrase man and horse as one, they could display agility and destructive power far superior to any human cavalry. Their inherent savagery and violence were repackaged as courage, a virtue for mounted warriors. Despite the rain of metallic bullets flying at them like mad, the centaurs charged forward. Seeing this, Salif jumped off his mount and spoke, "Looks like it's my turn to step in. Just stop their approach, I'll take care of the attack myself. You're not going to conserve your magic power. I was waiting to see how strong they'd be, but at this level, there's no need for that." Nodding, Salif's eyes flared open, and white flames burst from his body, surrounding dozens of members of the detached unit. The approaching centaurs screamed as their hair caught fire and their skin began to roast from the unbearable heat. Ugh! What how? With heat like that, those inside should have been roasted to ashes, and yet. Defying that assumption, those inside the flames were still comfortably continuing their shooting. This was because Salif, while summoning the fire, controlled the heat so it radiated only outward. In other words, it was a flame shield, a combination of skill and magic. An advanced technique impossible for ordinary wizards, prompting even the nobles to gasp in admiration as they continued firing. Can't believe it's not even hot in here. Actually, it'd be a disaster if it were. Even if it's steam-powered, it's still a gun. The barrel's already too hot, try cooling it down a bit. As the main unit maintained a one-sided defensive stance and decimated the enemy, death itself descended among the centaurs, who couldn't charge nor fire arrows now left adrift. The first to sense something strange was a centaur with a black mane. A faint stinging sensation in his throat, nose, and eyes. That quickly turned into a searing, burning pain, and he screamed while covering his face. He wasn't the only one feeling it. What swept over the thousands of centaurs nearby was a fog of death. Hydrochloric acid had been vaporized in large quantities, then manipulated with wind magic wherever it passed. The grass of the plains melted away, oozing green sap. "Poison, it's poison. Hold your breath and fall back," some who grasped the situation shouted, but with their tracheas and lungs already beginning to dissolve from the acid, it was difficult to even speak aloud. Amidst the chaos, filled with gunfire and the pounding of hooves, only a few nearby could hear the warning cries. Even those who did, by the time they understood what the shouts meant, had already inhaled a lungful of hydrochloric acid. There was no way to respond systematically. Thousands of centaurs collapsed, writhing and shrieking hoarsely, looking like a depiction of the deepest pit of hell where the damned were cast after death. However, among them were a few individuals, larger and stronger than their kin, who endured even after inhaling the acid. These were ones like the golden-maned centaur, leader of the largest horde. Turon, still in concealment, casually loaded a steel ball into his slingshot and fired at them. There wasn't even any need to use great force. The steel ball, accelerated with magic power, pierced the heart of the first target and then moved freely, seeking out the next, and the one after that. Those centaurs revered as heroes among their kin had their hearts pierced or heads shattered one after another, not even knowing why they were dying as the steel ball came flying. There was no way to counter it. They possessed all sorts of skills, but none of them involved producing light. Even if they had lit up a bunch of ordinary lights, it wouldn't have pierced the veil of night surrounding Turon's body anyway. Run away, with one centaur's cry as the trigger, the army collapsed in an instant. They realized their prophecy had been far too accurate. The star of disaster was truly dangerous. So dangerous that even if all the centaurs of this plane united their strength, they wouldn't dare challenge it. What they needed was not to fight, but to flee and hide. Those who barely escaped with their lives turned their heads and looked up at death looming in the sky. A god with ashen hair billowing in the wind was staring them down. After the battle ended, Turon rescued the humans who had remained at the centaurs' dwellings. Originally nomads of the plains, they couldn't believe that the monsters who had tormented them had truly been wiped out. Not until they were shown the thousands of uncollected centaur corpses scattered not far away. Strangely, some among them, instead of being thankful, showed signs of sorrow and lament. To think they turned nature's wrath into this. They will be punished. They interpreted the centaur's fury as nature's punishment upon humanity and saw their defeat as an act of rebellion against the natural order. Some had even willingly served the centaurs who preyed upon them. A few of the nobles who heard this reached out, their faces twisted in disbelief, ready to kill them on the spot, but Turon stopped them. Let it go. They probably won't survive much longer anyway. No need to dirty your hands. Though they had unintentionally helped wipe out the main force through this encounter, there were still at least several hundred centaurs left on the plains. Even that many would be a disaster beyond what ordinary wizards or humans could handle. After instructing the rescued ones who still had some sanity left to head to the land of 5 lakes, they continued south, killing any centaurs they encountered and rescuing more people. Of course, even those they saved were likely people with nowhere to turn to and who knew how long they'd survive. On the second day of their march south, Bige returned with Mesa, having been sent to Morgan. Even though their parting had felt like it would be long, the awkwardness of seeing each other again after just a few days seemed mutual. The two of them stared at each other for a moment before breaking into quiet smiles. I saw something unbelievable on the way here. That was you, wasn't it? Centaurs? Yeah. Since he'd killed even the fleeing ones, their corpses were scattered across several kilometers. There was no way she could have missed it. After greeting Salif and the other nobles, Mesa spotted Kim Woong, frowned slightly and shrugged her shoulders. Why'd you bring him? Thought we might need him. Well, I guess it's not the worst idea. Mesa had never been fond of the idea of imprisoning Kim Woong in the underground prison beneath the Temple of the Sun in the first place. Her only son, Luska, was staying in a nearby hideout. Had she not already suffered endlessly under the nobles of House Zahar since childhood? For that reason alone, she seemed to have decided it would be better for him to stay somewhere closer to her, rather than in that place. Kim Woong, having nothing to say in response to that point, simply avoided her gaze, and Turon deliberately shifted the topic. As they recounted recent events, Mesa expressed intense disgust at the centaur's lecherous behavior and the attitude of the native people of the plains who had submitted to it. I honestly don't understand how their minds work, worshipping the very creatures trying to kill them. To the people of this land, those who worshipped gods from other regions were enemies. Maybe they just needed something to rely on. At Turon's unexpectedly sympathetic tone, Mesa furrowed her brows with a puzzled look but soon nodded. She likely didn't agree, but it meant something like, well, if that's what you believe, fine. After regrouping with Mesa, they continued south for another day. Just as they began to feel they were nearing Haim's location, Turon unexpectedly spotted a sizable group of humans encamped ahead. Those are people, aren't they? Impressive that they're gathered even in a situation like this. Confirming that the group looked like a nomadic tribe, Turon suddenly found the surrounding terrain familiar. Thinking it over, he realized this was near the base of the Golden Fleece tribe, which he had visited during his past time in the plains. A strong tribe residing in an area typically meant it was a fertile region. With many people gathered, it seemed they had been able to build up some level of defense, even against centaurs. This must be one of the areas where a strong tribe originally lived, which is why some people still remain. Let's go. Surely, even in a situation like this, they wouldn't treat fellow humans as enemies just for being outsiders. And if they did, they would come to regret it. As they approached, Turon unexpectedly encountered 2 familiar and welcome faces. It's been a long time, Lord of Parsha. I didn't expect to find you here. Please speak freely. It's not right for a family head of a great noble house to use honorifics with me, Mago Lavitas. A lesser noble who had once helped them during the pursuit of Moraz, the traitor of Lavitas, was now one of the shamans of this tribe. Come to think of it, after that matter had ended, he had received permission from the Lavitas' main house to suppress his ability to reproduce and live out the rest of his life in the plains. When Turon gave him a questioning look, he nodded in confirmation. Thanks to the gracious approval of the family head, I've been living here as a shaman, but due to the recent calamity, I was pushed out of the west and ended up here. Though he had done his best to protect them, he said in a somber tone that most of the tribespeople who followed him had perished. Still, even preserving this many is an impressive feat. Though he himself was much weaker in comparison, Turon had learned many things about ways of life from Mago. It was also Mago's teachings that had contributed to Turon being able to consider harmony with the dwarves. At Turon's respectful demeanor, the other nobles exchanged puzzled glances as they looked between the two. They wondered if Mago, who seemed so unremarkable on the outside, was actually some kind of elder of Lavitas. Of course, Turon paid no attention to the reactions of his subordinates. Just as Kjorn once had, he intended to show respect to those who had proven themselves to be of honorable character, regardless of status, no matter their position. What is it? Excuse me for a moment. Thinking he might have imagined it, Turon narrowed his eyes and approached an elderly knight standing some distance behind Mago. A middle-aged man, now even older, with hair nearly completely white, left a strong impression. It was Kjorn, the knight of House Aravian, and when he recognized Turon approaching, his face lit up with surprise. Turon could not greet Kjorn with a long time no see or good to see you, because within him there was no sign of the emblem of Aravian that should have been there. Kjorn's inner self was empty. Just like what he had seen before in Haim and the head of House Najin, chapter 225. It's been a while, elder. Turon realized that his face was twisted as he faced Kjorn and that his voice was faintly trembling. Although he was usually accustomed to masking his emotions with false expressions, at this moment it was difficult to do so. Kjorn of Aravian. Though their time of interaction was short, he was the first respectable adult Turon had met besides his mother, and the one who made him dream of the world beyond. The shock of realizing that such a person was one of Monarch's puppets was truly overwhelming. But you don't look so well. Something happened, all of you stepped back for a moment. Yes, family head. As he watched the other nobles withdraw, Turon gave a slight nod to Salif and Mesa as well. They wore expressions of doubt, as if saying surely not, but soon stepped back as if realizing something. Once the two were left alone, Kjorn spoke with a somewhat more relaxed expression. Truly, I could never have imagined that young man from back then would rise to such a position. Perhaps because they had already had several arguments, he didn't use honorifics like Mago had. That made Turon feel warm, as if Kjorn trusted in his character, but at the same time it stung. Indeed, when we last met, I hadn't risen that high yet. At the time of the Dark Elf subjugation, Turon had been a mere wandering noble who had vaguely ended up ruling Kalamaf City, so compared to now, where he was practically the leader of the great noble house alliance, it was truly a difference like heaven and earth. It would be more accurate to say that his time as a shepherd on Hisarul Hill was closer to back then. As he spoke with Kjorn, Turon tried to detect traces of Monarch through the eye of truth and his own intuition. But no matter how hard he looked, Kjorn was none other than the same person he had met on Hisarul Hill in the past. As I thought, the method of puppet control seems to be a symbiotic host. One of the biggest reasons Turon had been wary of Monarch in the past was because he didn't know exactly what his abilities were or what he could do. It was information difficult to obtain even by interrogating other gods. Because even the basic existing types numbered more than 20, and combining 4 of them yielded over 100 variations, that was the foundational format of SSMS. Unless it was a powerful job like Night Hunter or Thunder Lord, there was no one who fully understood the skills of a non-mainstream job like Puppet Master. However, thanks to the knowledge Turon had gained from visiting Earth, he was now able to understand Monarch's power more concretely. The skills from the game era didn't translate perfectly to this world, but at least their tendencies remained. Symbiotic Host, cast on monsters and NPCs, upon casting, leaves a mark on the target and allows control by designation. Cannot be used on players, quest NPCs, or boss monsters. Requires parasitic infection as a prerequisite before casting. In a hack-and-slash game where players swept through hordes of monsters in an instant, what use was a skill that let you control individual monsters one by one? Moreover, the process of domination took time, there was a cooldown between switching bodies, and the main body couldn't even move, all of which made it all the more useless. At best, one could plant it in several cities and use it to conveniently monitor market prices, and that was about it. But in this world, it had become a horrifying skill capable of even controlling the head of a great noble house. Perhaps due to the conditions, it wouldn't be able to dominate such a powerful person instantly, and instead had to control someone with potential from a young age and raise them into a powerful figure. In any case, based on the interpretation of that skill, the current Kjorn must originally have been the same person Turon had known. Even in the game, in situations where the player did not directly control the puppet, it could act according to its own will. In other words, it was similar to a dormant state, in which the initiative of consciousness was temporarily handed over through soul possession using soul magic. Turon, after a brief thought, threw out a random question to avoid breaking the flow of the conversation. By the way, what brings you to such a remote place? I went to visit your retirement estate and you weren't there, so I was quite surprised. At some point I suddenly felt the urge to come here. I don't know the reason. Kjorn spoke with a dreamy expression that didn't suit his aged face. One day while I was asleep, I suddenly heard the sound of hoofbeats. It felt like someone was calling me from somewhere far away on the plains. I had this certainty that I had to go there. I even felt as if I had been born to go to that place. As they conversed, the two passed by an area near where the people of the grassland tribe were gathered. From their attire and appearances, Turon realized that many among them were not nomads from this area, but people who had come from far away. But interestingly enough, when I came here, there were quite a few people like me. They had all come from distant places. Coming from somewhere like xperrif wetland, the western wastelands, or frostwind forest couldn't have been easy. Coming from Tacking Plains isn't exactly nearby either. That's true, but I'm a knight and someone accustomed to wandering after all. As Kjorn chuckled lightly, Turon glanced at him and then shifted his gaze to the people he had mentioned. As they approached more closely, he noticed that some of the more finely or neatly dressed individuals had no identifying insignia. Are those people also famous? I mean, in the places they came from. How did you know? After talking with them, it turns out, strangely enough, they were all rather well known in their own regions. I myself, though it's an embarrassing reputation, was somewhat known too. Perhaps this is some sort of fated calling. The story of Kjorn, the knight who killed a noble during the war, was inevitably well known. There had been a few instances in the war led by Turon where knights killed nobles, but that was solely thanks to the overwhelming new weapon of firearms. There had never been a case where a knight killed a noble while hundreds and thousands of wizards were dying. In other words, it was something that could not possibly occur under natural circumstances. Kjorn had likely been Monarch's puppet from long ago, perhaps even before Turon was born. He had simply acted on his own will, free from his master's control, and the meeting with Turon had occurred during one of those acts of kindness. I think I understand now. Haim, who was revered as a saint in her region, Kjorn, who was of low status but became a hero through his deeds, and the other puppets of Monarch, all treated as prominent figures in various regions for diverse reasons. Finally, Turon had an idea of what that bastard wanted. After excusing himself with the pretense of needing to quickly deliver a message to his party, Turon separated from Kjorn and called over Mesa and Salif to share what he had realized. The puppets are workers meant to earn fame. Whether it's faith or respect, when one human harbors deep feelings toward another, that becomes a form of power. That bastard must have found a way to use it somehow. Maybe by replacing the target with himself or crystallizing it like a key. That's probably also why Battle made such a mess on Earth. If Turon had had a deeper understanding of Earth's culture, he might have used expressions like auto-farming or emotion-harvesting drone. In any case, the concept itself wasn't difficult to grasp, and both Mesa and Salif adopted grave expressions. Then, there's no way to sever the connection between the puppets and the original body, is there? There wouldn't be, not that we know of. Since Mesa had read the copied materials as well, she silently nodded in agreement. Then we have no choice but to prevent contact with the main body. The problem was, by what means would they do that? In truth, the simplest method would be to kill all the hosts right here and now. But doing so would mean Kjorn would also have to be killed. As Turon hesitated for a moment, Mesa offered her opinion. What about confining them here or something? If that bastard wants to, he can still use skills through the puppet's body, right? I heard there are at least 10 of them here. If he starts jumping bodies one by one and causing trouble, it'll be incredibly annoying. Maybe in the underground prisons of Helio or Kalamaf, they could implement a security system so tight he wouldn't be able to escape, but out here in the middle of the grassy plains, that was out of the question. Besides, if they left him alone, Monarch, while possessing one of the puppets, might cunningly wag his tongue and persuade the people here. I don't want to say this either, but there's only one sure method. Salif phrased it delicately out of consideration for Turon, but it was clear he meant killing all the puppets who had become hosts. Is there really no other way? I honestly can't think of a better solution. If you can find something more viable, I'll follow it. Turon swallowed the sigh that was rising from deep within his chest. He felt no guilt when sacrificing something unrelated to him or even hostile, but sacrificing someone clearly within his own sphere of protection was painful. Still, even if they didn't kill them now, there was a high chance the puppets, including Kjorn, had no future anyway. If Turan killed Monarch's main body hiding somewhere around here, then by the nature of the skill, the disconnected hosts would die as well. Just then Mesa let out a small exclamation. No, killing them right away isn't the answer. Why not? Think about what the situation here is in the first place. This grassland zone had until recently been a place where violent and brutal centaurs ran rampant. The people here were merely the lucky survivors. It didn't take much thought to realize that far more hosts had probably been brutally killed during transit. And even beyond the grassy plains, traveling wasn't exactly safe, was it? Since he's the one who caused this return of the new era, he must have anticipated that travel would become difficult. So I bet he has some way of harvesting the resources accumulated in the body, even if they die along the way. If that weren't the case, wouldn't he have arranged some kind of escort instead of just letting all that go to waste? That's also quite. Though he mumbled that it sounded plausible, Salif inwardly suspected that Mesa had made it up on the spot just to spare Turan from having to make such a painful choice. Regardless of the motive, the opinion was a reasonable one. After a brief moment of thought, Turan shared the idea that had come to him. Let's cut off everyone's ankles. What? Even if that bastard directly controls the bodies, it'd be hard to move around for long with their ankles cut. Manipulating living beings must consume magic power too. They would cut the ankles of all the hosts here, along with their companions, and seize all means of transport. That way, no matter where Monarch's hideout was, the puppets wouldn't be able to reach it on their own. That's going to get us seriously cursed out. We'll have to endure it. If doing that meant they didn't have to kill anyone, then wasn't that a relief? After the short meeting ended, Turan returned to Kjorn. There's something I need to tell you. To the puzzled Kjorn, Turan explained the situation in a very condensed manner. That they were currently seeking the enemy who caused all of this, and that the travelers, including Kjorn, were unintentionally on their way to help that enemy. And that, to prevent any contact with him, they would sever their ankles, take away their mounts, and restrain them so they couldn't move. Though the explanation might sound absurd at a glance, Kjorn listened to Turan's words with a serious expression. When everything was said, he asked in a grave tone. So what would you have me do? If possible, I'd like you to persuade those who remain here, and if anyone tries to insist on going there or tries something strange, please stop them. In truth, even though Turan said all this, the chances of Kjorn effectively stopping anything were slim. To begin with, Kjorn himself could lose the initiative of his consciousness to Monarch at any moment, so this was, in the end, merely an act to ease Turan's own conscience. Upon hearing this, Kjorn silently nodded. Understood. I'll do my best, please stay safe. Knowing that Kjorn's answer, filled with firm conviction, was genuine, Turan clenched his teeth, because otherwise he felt he might start crying. Stop this, what are you doing? I was wrong, please, ahig. As expected, Monarch's puppets and their companions did not agree with Turan's sudden order to sever their ankles and take away their mounts. However, the consent of the powerless meant nothing to those with power. Turan's subordinate nobles were puzzled by the order to go cut the ankles of the outsiders from the nomadic tribes, but none of them questioned it. Such was the overwhelming authority his accumulated achievements had brought him. Turan cut Kjorn's ankle himself. Though it was severed instantly with the light of judgment, the pain must have been considerable, yet Kjorn only broke out in a cold sweat without so much as a groan. After all the measures were completed, before leaving, Turan gave instructions to the wizards of this nomadic tribe, including Mago. Treat them well, but under no circumstances allow them to leave the tribe. Wouldn't it be better to just kill them all? If something goes wrong, things could get even worse. That's not an option. Turan added that if they were well taken care of until everything was over, he would reward them, but if they were killed intentionally, he would hold them responsible. The shaman who raised the suggestion could not say another word. The family head of House Varaha, whom they feared like a devil, was right there, and the very person commanding even him was that young man with gray hair. Thanks to their interactions with Mago, they knew just how many powerful wizards existed beyond these plains, and that among them, Turan was the strongest. They didn't even dare think of opposing him. Finally, Turan left 2 nobles with firearms in the tribe to keep watch, then let out a sigh in an attempt to relieve the suffocating feeling and climbed onto Baij's back. Even after all that provocation, there's still no reaction. Monarch hadn't responded at all, even as they cut the ankles of over 10 of his puppets. Was he too busy to regularly check on the state of his hosts? And if so, what was keeping him so occupied? For a brief moment, Turan pondered. Then he frowned again as a wave of gloom swept over him. Even though he had kept them alive by cutting their ankles instead of killing them, it was still agonizing knowing that they were all likely to die anyway. If they survived, he could regenerate their ankles as much as needed when they returned. At that moment, a soft sensation touched his back. Don't torture yourself too much. It'd be nice if emotions could be controlled like thoughts. Turon found comfort in the warmth of Mesa, who embraced him from behind. Having subdued Monarch's puppets in this unexpected encounter, Turon and the expedition once again moved on to track Haim's trail. What had originally felt like it was only to the south had now shifted to the southeast, meaning that unless Haim was moving at an incredible speed, they were finally closing the distance. But just when it seemed they might encounter her within half a day, Haim's presence, what they had been pursuing, suddenly vanished. Tracking magic doesn't work. She probably entered her hideout. Given that his tracking magic functioned similarly to a skill, it was clear some higher power had intervened. If they had moved a little faster, they might have found her before that. But even this was already the fastest they could manage, so regret was pointless. Turon turned to Kim Woong, whom he had brought along for just such a situation. So now that we're nearby, does anything come back to you? Honestly, I don't remember a thing, but at least give me some of that woman's hair. If I use it as a medium, I might be able to use a tracking skill that bypasses barriers. Turon handed over Haim's hair, and he could feel the symbols forming within Kim Woong. The number of pupils lurking in the pitch-black darkness increased, each one wrapped in a translucent veil, shedding violet tears. Let's see. Oh, found her. She's close. You can sense her. It's a bit blurry. In my experience, that happens when something's blocking the signal. If it had been any farther, I wouldn't have found her. That's fortunate. Then lead the way. I told you before, but I'm not fighting. I won't make you. Just stay behind. Fine. Once Kim Woong confirmed the direction once more and nodded while pointing, the expedition resumed their movement. A sense of excitement and tension appeared on everyone's faces as if they were finally nearing their destination. They flew for about an hour like that. Eventually, they came upon a castle nestled between the fog zone spreading out to the east and a series of gentle hills. A castle, really. Out here, the castle, built in a place where it would be difficult to obtain proper stone, created a staggering sense of dissonance by its very existence. Even a fool could tell this was no ordinary building. After briefly glancing at the grim expressions of his companions, Turon gave the order. Everyone were going in. His intuition, normally more accurate than most, was now crying out louder than ever. That here at last they would come face to face with that wretched bastard.